Christmas Moon over Holly Pointe, written by Cindy Kirk. Chapter 1. Melinda Kelly took a long sip of her latte and cast a lazy glance around the busy airport. People scurried about JFK, a hub for international travelers entering the United States, like Christmas mice with much to do before the big day. Not Melinda. She had only one thing to accomplish, and that was to get on a plane to Mexico, scheduled to leave in less than an hour. Once she ticked that off her list, the only thing on her agenda was to chill. Today marked the first Christmas season that she wouldn't spend in her hometown of Holly Pointe, Vermont. According to many, Holly Pointe, the capital of Christmas kindness, was the place to be for the holidays. The events, the traditions, the influx of tourists. This year, Melinda had decided to trade snow for sand and spend her holiday in sunny Mexico. Though she felt really good about her decision, her friends were not fully convinced it was the right choice. While they could understand the lure of the beach, they had difficulty believing anyone would willingly choose to spend the holidays alone. Considering most of them were coupled up, and that even her mother and brother planned on bringing their new partners to Christmas dinner, Mel knew she'd be just as alone if she stayed home. At least this way she'd have margaritas and the beach. She took another long sip of the caramel latte and considered the first thing she would do when she arrived at the resort. Change into her bikini and head for the pool? Take a nap so she would be ready for a night of partying in the lovely Mexico sun? A short nap, she decided, then the pool. This morning she'd had to get up super early to catch the bus that had brought her from Vermont to New York. Excitement may have carried her this far, but she wanted to be fresh for... The sound of a male voice raised in anger had Melinda turning. A tall man dressed in Bermuda shorts and a brightly patterned shirt pointed a finger at the gate agent. "Need I remind you again that I'm a platinum member? You will give me an upgrade and you'll do it now." Even though Melinda wasn't seated close, his voice reached to the end of the gate area. Someone isn't happy. A man who looked to be about her age with dark brown hair and blue eyes dropped into the seat beside her, setting his leather carry-on on the floor by his feet. "He wants an upgrade," Melinda told the stranger. She might have said more, but her phone pinged. Pulling it from her bag, she glanced down at the screen. Her heart gave a solid thump against her ribcage. At least his flight is on time. Melinda resisted the urge to sigh. "Mine is delayed 30 minutes. Barely a blip, Melinda assured herself. There would still be plenty of time for fun in the sun once she arrived. "Mine is delayed too." He offered a good-natured smile, appearing not at all upset by the delay. Another ping on her phone, and at the same time, on his. Melinda stared down at her phone, then up at the screen over the departure gate. Her flight was no longer delayed. It was canceled. Even though she didn't speak, Mr. Blue Eyes spoke to her, or perhaps to himself, in the same affable tone. "Computer system malfunction." "What?" "You were wondering why the cancellation. How did you know?" "I checked the airline app." Her brows slammed together. "When?" "While you were staring at your phone." "It'll be okay." Melinda spoke aloud, not sure if she was talking to herself or him. "I'll get on a later flight." Melinda glanced at the long line already forming in front of the lone gate agent and knew that the airline's customer service lines would be equally impossible. Another notice popped up on her phone. Once again, Melinda found herself staring. "I've been automatically rebooked for the 29th. "Same here." He tossed the words out there as if they were of no consequence. Melinda felt her control slip. "They can't do this. It appears it's a done deal. No Christmas in Mexico for me this year." Mr. Blue Eyes sounded pleased by the thought. She turned to him. "The 29th is over a week away." "If it's system-wide, it will take time to correct." He shrugged. "By this time of year, seats on all the airlines are usually fully booked until after the holidays." "You don't seem upset." She found herself irritated by his nonchalance, which made absolutely no sense at all. "I wasn't eager to spend Christmas with palm trees." "Well, I was." She cleared her throat and rephrased. "I am." Unable to get through online, Mel resorted to her least favorite option, calling the airline directly where she found herself placed automatically on hold. "Drat," she muttered. "Problem? I'm on hold. Sucks." He'd pulled out his laptop and his fingers flew across the keyboard. Whatever he was doing, it was not rebooking a flight. Mel considered herself to be a positive, optimistic person, but she was beginning to have a sinking feeling that her long-anticipated adventure wasn't headed for a happy ending. Once he finished keying, he shifted to face her. "What resort were you headed to?" She told him. "That's where I was headed." He extended a hand. "Jack McPherson." She gave his hand a quick shake. "Melinda Kelly. I'm not leaving until you get me on another flight today." The man's loud voice sounded over the buzz of conversation in the waiting area. "In first class." They both turned to the counter. Same guy. "I'm sorry, sir, but as we announced, all planes to that destination are grounded until we... If you're not going to do your job, get me a supervisor." "Sir, I'm trying..." "Young lady, I've had enough of your excuses and your incompetence." His voice sliced the air like a whip. "Do you know who I am?" "If I was dressed like that, I wouldn't want anyone to know who I was." The lady across the aisle from Melinda spoke loudly. Laughter rippled around the seating area. The man didn't appear to notice. He'd become a runaway locomotive, spewing venom as he rolled down the tracks, determined to flatten anything and anyone in his path. Having a brother, Melinda had grown up around boys. Still, this man's foul language had her widening her eyes. He shouldn't be allowed to speak to her like that. Melinda nearly got up to see if she could help. Only the fear of making it worse for the clerk had her remaining in her seat. "No," Jack agreed. "He shouldn't. Looks like the cavalry has arrived." 2 officers now flanked the man. Melinda couldn't hear what was being said, but the man jerked his arm away when one of the officers tried to take it. The man stalked off, his face red, his expression thunderous. A woman, his wife, who Melinda hadn't noticed, offered the gate agent an apologetic smile before hurrying after him. I don't know why he had to act that way. Melinda shook her head. "We're all upset. Why be nasty?" "I've seen his type." Jack pulled a bottle of water from his backpack and took a drink. "Entitled. Used to ordering people around. It creates an expectation." Didn't work for him this time. Jack's lips curved as he took another drink. Melinda stood. She might as well get in line. Sitting on hold was certainly getting her nowhere. Neither was chatting with some handsome guy she'd never see again after today. "I wouldn't bother." As if he had read her mind, he gestured carelessly with one hand toward the line that now extended to the far end of the gate and was growing longer by the second. "If you want to get to Mexico, rebooking online is definitely the way to go." "I've tried that. It won't let me rebook before the 29th. Despite her best efforts to control it, Mel's voice rose. Normally unflappable, it struck her just how much she'd been looking forward to sun and sand for Christmas. "No way to rebook? That's too bad." An easy smile that hadn't been there seconds before lifted Jack's lips. "What are you going to do now?" He considered the question for a moment. "I'm thinking I'll get a car and head to the White Mountains." "Do you live in New Hampshire?" "I live here in the city. Most of my family lives in New Hampshire, in Timber Haven." Melinda had been to the town that sat at the edge of the White Mountains numerous times. "I'm not too far from there in Holly Pointe, Vermont." Jack didn't immediately respond. His gaze once again riveted on his laptop. He grinned. "Got it." She inhaled sharply. "You got an earlier flight?" "No, I snagged a rental car. I suggest you do the same. What inventory they have won't last long." Melinda realized he was right. If she got a car, at least she'd have a way to get back home without calling her family. Neither her mother nor her brother had time in their busy schedules to waste a day picking her up and taking her back to Holly Pointe. They would, if she asked, of course, but it would mess with their schedules big time. The rental car sites, likely inundated with requests, took forever to load. She slanted a sideways glance at Jack, who appeared to be responding to emails and texts, his brows pulled together in concentration. Melinda checked out several rental agencies and came up empty. It wasn't fair, she thought, as she struck out on yet another site. She was the one who needed a rental car, not him. He lived here in the city. He could take the subway or an Uber and be home in less than an hour. Just when she was about to give up, she got a full-sized SUV, more vehicle than she needed, but it would get her home. Once she received the confirmation, she looked up, a smile of triumph on her lips. "I got one." "Congratulations." "Thank you." She pushed to her feet. "Have a Merry Christmas." "Same to you. Safe travels." The hold music still played softly from the speaker on her phone. Jack gestured to the phone. "You realize remaining on hold is pointless." "You're right." Though his matter-of-fact, almost cheery acceptance of the cancellation grated, Melinda accepted that there was no point in holding any longer, only to be told what she already knew. Clicking off, she dropped the phone into her purse. He rose and picked up his bag, then surprised her by falling into step beside her. "Are you following me?" she teased, feeling oddly lighthearted. Or as lighthearted as a woman could feel after watching her vacation plans go up in smoke. He grinned. "If you're headed to the car rental booth, then the answer is yes." They took the steps instead of waiting for the escalator that was jammed with people. Melinda only hoped all these people weren't headed to pick up a car. The flight monitors they strode by showed rows of flights canceled. At this point, the best she could hope for was an uneventful drive back to Vermont. The ringing of Jack's phone had her shifting a glance sideways before refocusing ahead. Still, since they were shoulder to shoulder because of the crowd, she couldn't help overhearing. "Mom, you got my text. That's right, I'm not going to make it after all." He listened intently for a long moment, the muscle in his jaw jumping. "I planned to come. I was at the gate when my flight was canceled." His expression turned to granite. "There are no flights out of JFK on any airline to Mexico. They rebooked me on the 29th. Yes, I know that means I'll miss the wedding. Look, tell Sam I tried, but I can't make it. Give him—" He hesitated for a half a second. "And Natalie my best." After listening for several more seconds, he expelled a breath. "If you don't believe me, Google computer meltdown at JFK or something like that. You'll see for yourself. Have a Merry Christmas, if I don't speak with you before then." Christmas was a week away. Surely he would speak with his family before then. Or, looking at his stony expression, maybe not. He said nothing for several seconds as the two of them continued to ride the momentum of the crowd, then muttered, "At least that's over with." "Problem?" she asked. "Not anymore. It's all uphill from here." He smiled. "Tell me, why Mexico for Christmas?" It appeared now that whatever was going on between him and his family had been resolved, that he was ready for conversation. "I was in the mood for something different this year." She ignored the pang in the area of her heart over the trip that was not meant to be. "Don't get me wrong, Vermont is lovely this time of year, if you like unending cold and snow." "Sorry, not buying it." Melinda pulled her brows together. "Buying what?" "You don't seriously expect me to believe you live in Vermont and aren't a fan of winter weather?" "Most of the time, I like it," she admitted. "This year, I wanted different. I wanted to walk at the edge of the water and feel sand squishing between my toes. I wanted to lie on the beach with the sun hot against my skin. Instead of hot cocoa, I wanted margaritas." Jack shook his head. "I can't imagine Christmas without snow." "Then why were you going to Mexico?" "Family wedding." His expression remained carefully neutral. "Kind of a command performance." "Who was getting married?" "My brother." "I have a brother." Melinda inclined her head as they continued to walk. Missing his wedding must be difficult. Suddenly, the one-sided conversation she had overheard with his mother made sense. Though he didn't appear upset about missing the ceremony, perhaps this laissez-faire demeanor was simply how he rolled. "I booked the flight and packed my bags. I was ready to go. Appears it wasn't meant to be." "Will your brother be upset when he learns you can't make it?" Melinda regretted asking the question the moment it left her lips. His family relationships were not her concern, and being a no-show was out of his control. He was as much a victim of the computer meltdown as much as she was. Sorry, don't answer. Sam will get over it. Jack waved a dismissive hand, then changed the subject. Do you often go somewhere warm for the holidays? She didn't have a chance to answer because the rental car booths came into view. Which company did you go with? She asked Jack. When he told her, she smiled. Same here. Look at all the people. Melinda took her place in the endless line with Jack beside her. Another couple immediately stepped into line behind them. The young man in front of them was a real cutie, with his curly hair pulled back in a man bun, shorts and graphic tee. His clothing, as well as the sandals on his feet, told Melinda he'd also had a tropical destination. Where were you headed? Melinda's gaze met his. He looked to be in his early 20s, though she knew he had to be at least 25 to rent a car. St. John's. He offered a rueful smile. How about you guys? Mexico. She expelled a sigh, then smiled. I'm just thankful I was able to book a car before they were all gone. Jack was back on his phone. His entire focus remained on the screen as the line inched forward. Melinda passed the long wait chatting with the guy, Drew, who she learned was a graduate student at NYU. While they talked, she tried to ignore the whining voice of the woman behind her complaining to her partner that this wasn't what she had planned. Join the club, lady, Melinda thought. If you live in the city, she asked Drew, why do you need a rental car? Normally, I go home to Trenton over the holidays. This year, my roommates and I rented a condo in St. John's. Drew grinned, showing a large space between his front teeth. My buddies are already there. It's either head to Trenton to celebrate the holidays with the fam or stay in my empty dump of an apartment and celebrate alone. Melinda was precluded from responding when the man behind the counter motioned Drew forward. After checking Drew's reservation, the man spoke in a loud voice intended to reach to the back of the line. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but if you're in line to pick up a car, this gentleman has gotten our last vehicle. A loud rumble of voices sounded from behind her. Slipping around Jack, Melinda stepped to the counter. She held up her phone. I have a confirmed reservation. The rental agent pushed up black glasses that kept slipping down his nose. I'm sorry, we overbooked. I'd venture to say most of those in this line have a confirmed reservation. Melinda could have pressed, would have, if she thought there was a chance that it would get her a car, but it was obvious there were no cars to be had. Turning to leave, she paused at the conversation between Jack and Drew. I'll give you $100 if you give me your reservation, Jack offered, then slanted a glance at the rental agent. The man shrugged and pushed up his glasses. Doesn't matter to me who gets the vehicle. I'd like to help you out. Drew shook his head. But driving is my fastest way home. The train will get you to Trenton in about 90 minutes. Drew gave a reluctant nod. Yeah, but it can sometimes be a hassle. Though Jack nodded in agreement, something told Melinda he wasn't the type to give up easily. Jack pulled out a money clip and slipped out 5 crisp $100 bills. Is $500 extra in your pocket worth the hassle? Chapter 2. Drew's eyes widened. His gaze lifted from the cash to Jack's face. Are you serious? I want the vehicle. A smile stole across Drew's face as he plucked the bills from Jack's fingers. It's yours. Drew turned to the rental agent. He can have the car. The agent grinned. Smart move, my man. When Jack stepped to the counter to give the rental agent his identification, Melinda touched Drew's arm when he turned to stride off. You didn't have to give him your car. Drew merely chuckled and waved the bills in the air. Have a great Christmas. I know I sure will. The people in the line that had stretched and curved scattered to the other rental car booths as soon as the agent made his announcement. Now, a no cars available sign sat on the counter. Stepping off to an area that wasn't quite so noisy, Melinda called the resort. One more thing to get out of the way. Then she'd tackle how to get home. The cheery voice that answered had her hoping that somehow she could still salvage her trip. Being there over New Year's Eve would be fun, she told herself, almost as much fun as Christmas. "This is Tracy. How may I help you today?" "Hi, Tracy. This is Melinda Kelly. I have a reservation starting today." "Of course, Ms. Kelly. We're looking forward to your arrival. Are you at the airport?" "Not the one you're thinking of." Melinda smiled ruefully. "I'm stuck at JFK in New York City. Apparently, there is some kind of computer malfunction, and half the planes are grounded. I'm not going to be able to get there today after all." "I'm sorry to hear that, but absolutely no worries. I can move your arrival to tomorrow and—" "That's the thing. The airline is saying they can't rebook me until the 29th. Melinda resisted the urge to cross her fingers. "I was wondering if you could change my reservation to start then and go into January, same number of days, just shifting the arrival and departure times." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Oh, Ms. Kelly, I'd love to help you, but unfortunately we're fully booked well into January." "You don't have anything? Not even if I pay for an upgrade?" An upgrade would wipe out her savings. But she had really been looking forward to this trip, needed this trip, and wasn't willing to let it slip from her fingers. "Let me see what I can do. Please hold." Music filled the phone, and this time Melinda didn't cross just her fingers but her toes as well. "Thank you for holding. Did you find something for me?" Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jack coming toward her, but she focused on the call. "I'm so sorry. As I stated previously, we are fully booked. However, I do have some excellent news." "What kind of excellent news?" "I was able to refund the money you had put down, and you will not incur any additional charges for the late cancellation." Melinda hadn't thought beyond trying to get her reservation pushed back. If she had lost her deposit and had to pay a penalty as well. Melinda shut her eyes for a second. She didn't even want to think about the financial hit she'd have taken. "You okay?" Jack asked, while at the same time she heard Tracy say, "Miss Kelly, are you still there?" Her eyes flew open. "Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate the extra effort. Perhaps next year I'll be able to get there for Christmas." "I'm happy I could be of assistance." The warmth in Tracy's voice had Melinda wondering if the woman had heard the disappointment in her voice. "I wish I could have done more." "You were wonderful. Thanks so much." Melinda swallowed past the sudden lump in her throat. "Happy holidays." "To you as well." Melinda clicked off, then lowering the phone, turned to Jack. "Congrats on snagging the last car." Concern filled his blue eyes. "Is everything okay?" His gaze dropped to the phone she still held clutched tightly between her fingers. "Yes, well..." She slipped the phone back into her bag. "The bad news is the resort is booked well into January, so they can't push back my reservations. The good news is I get back my deposit and they won't charge me a late cancellation penalty." "What are you going to do now?" "You mean after I pick up the bag I checked?" He nodded. "I guess I'll find a place to stay in the city until I can get a bus back to Burlington tomorrow." Melinda thought of her friend, Faith, who lived with her husband in the city. Faith would welcome her with open arms even though now wasn't a good time for visitors. Faith was pregnant and due any day. Grandma Ginny, who was there to watch the twin girls when Faith and Graham went to the hospital, likely had the spare bedroom. Though Faith and Graham would happily make room, Melinda couldn't impose on their hospitality. Melinda recalled how excited she'd been when she rolled out of bed at dark 30 to catch the bus to the city. Another bus ride so soon had definitely not been part of her plans. "You don't have family who could come and get you?" Melinda shook her head. There was no one to take her mother's place at the diner, and her brother was in the middle of a lucrative construction job with a tight deadline. "I'll take you to Holly Pointe," Jack offered. "Did I hear you say Holly Pointe?" Melinda and Jack turned as one. For a single second, the man and woman standing there didn't register. Then she realized it was the couple who had stood behind them in the car rental line. The woman, who looked to be in her late 40s, wore an anxious expression and a summer dress the color of sunflowers. "Cammy, you can't just ask," the man with her began, but she gave her head a warning shake and stepped even closer to Jack. "Please." The brunette's gaze remained fixed firmly on Jack. Bill and I were headed to Mexico to celebrate our 25th wedding anniversary tonight. Obviously, that's not happening now. But if you could help us get back to Walker, that's where we live in New Hampshire, we'd both be so grateful. While it's a little out of your way if you're going to Holly Pointe, it's not that far. She paused to take a breath, but when Jack opened his mouth, she continued before he could speak. This way, at least, we'll be able to celebrate at home, instead of simply grabbing hoagies at the airport and waiting for the next bus in the morning. That would be a horrible way to celebrate. Melinda laughed, acutely aware that if she didn't accept Jack's offer, that's exactly how her evening would go. The next bus for Holly Pointe didn't leave until the morning. See? Cammy flashed Melinda a smile. Your girlfriend understands. I'm not his girl, Melinda began. Bill and I wouldn't be any trouble, would we, honey? Cammy's continued to push, her eyes pleading with Jack to agree to her request. No trouble at all. Bill glanced at his wife, and his expression softened. It'd mean a lot to both of us. To Melinda's surprise, Jack turned to her. What do you say? The smile Jack flashed her was so enticing, she almost said yes, before she realized she wasn't certain she understood the question. What was he asking? If she would accept a ride from him, or if she thought he should take Cammy and Bill. We'd be happy to pay for the gas, Bill said, as if thinking that added weight to the request. With you two living in Holly Pointe, Walker isn't that much out of the way, Cammy reiterated. Please help us get home. I really don't want to celebrate our anniversary in the airport. You're our only hope. Only hope was stretching credulity. They'd gotten here, Melinda thought, and likely could figure out a way to get back to Walker, same as she could. Though, as with them, having Jack drop her off would be much simpler. The reservation is for a small economy car, so it'll be tight quarters. Jack smiled. But the way I see it, the more the merrier. I told Bill I thought you were an okay guy. Cammy smiled at Jack. He thought buying off the kid was a jerk thing to do, but I said, hey, it's the way of the world. Money talks. Bill's face turned beet red. Jack stared at the woman, 2 lines forming between his brows. Melinda leaned close and whispered in his ear. I think she meant it as a compliment. Jack didn't attempt to explain himself or the situation with Drew. Instead, he simply began to walk. When he did, Melinda, she fell into step beside him, with the couple hurrying after them. Even after they reached baggage carousel claim, grabbed their checked luggage, and boarded the train that would take them to where the car waited, Melinda still found herself waging an internal debate. Should she accept his offer or not? What's the matter? Jack asked her in a low voice. He could have spoken in a normal tone. Cammy and Bill were paying no attention to them. They were focused on contacting the resort and canceling their reservations. I'm not sure getting into a car with a stranger is wise, Melinda told him. You won't be getting into a car with a stranger. He flashed a smile. You'll be getting in a car with 3 strangers. Though something tells me that we'll both know Bill and Cammy, especially Cammy, really well by the time we drop them off. We drop them off. He made it sound as if her going along was a fait accompli. Melinda's thoughts raced. She loved listening to true crime podcasts, and so many of them started this way, with a woman agreeing to do something her gut said was dangerous. The strange thing was, Melinda's gut was telling her to take the ride. After a few seconds, she nodded. I'll go with you. Just assure me that you're not a serial killer. If I had to guess, I'd say Cammy is the one you have to worry about. Jack laughed. The woman is intense. Melinda smiled and lifted her phone. Smile? She texted the pic to her friends Lucy and Kate back in Holly Pointe, along with a brief explanation of her plans and that, once in the car, she would activate Share ETA on her iPhone with them. Lucy's text came instantly. No, I will come and get you. The ding from Kate's response arrived a second later. Do not get into a car with a stranger. Melinda's heart warmed at their concern, but if she'd thought they could easily leave what they were doing to retrieve her, she would have asked. An older couple, also headed to Mexico, is coming with us. We'll drop them off in Walker, then head to Holly Pointe. I'll send you a pic of the rental vehicle and the license plates once we get it. After getting off the air train at the Federal Circle station, they soon reached the rental lot. The small import looked even smaller than Melinda had visualized. Jack studied the vehicle with a critical eye. At least it's got a luggage rack on top. Melinda took a picture of the car and its license plate. She was texting the pics to her friends when Cammy spoke. "What are you doing?" Cammy stepped so close that Melinda found herself backing up. She kept the explanation simple. "My friends, Lucy and Kate, asked for a pic of the car that will be bringing me home." "Your friends need to get a life." Cammy laughed and shook her head. "Cammy." Bill shot his wife a warning glance, then smiled at Melinda. "That sounds like something our daughter-in-law would make our son do." Jack's lips curved as he, along with Bill's help, hefted bags into the back and onto the top of the small car. "We really appreciate the ride," Melinda heard Bill say. "Glad to help out," Jack told him. "Be careful with my bags," Cammy called out, her voice rising. Melinda had been trying to think of who Cammy reminded her of. It suddenly hit her. The woman reminded Melinda of Lucy's mother, Paula Franks. Paula didn't handle stress well either. "We're being careful, honey," Bill responded in an even tone. Melinda had difficulty seeing Bill with Cammy. The two just didn't seem to fit. Bill, with his wire-rimmed glasses and slightly disheveled haircut, had a serious, studious air. Cammy was a cockatoo on steroids. Jack closed the trunk lid and motioned the four into the car. Time to get cozy. It was a tight fit, more for the two in the back, though Melinda moved her seat all the way up to give Bill more room behind her. "You know the way?" Melinda asked Jack. Jack shot her a wink. "GPS is my friend. I can tell you the best route to our house in Walker." From her position only a foot or two away in the back seat, Cammy leaned forward. "Once you get off 91, it gets a little tricky." Not tricky for GPS, Melinda thought, but said nothing. "I appreciate the offer." Jack smiled at Cammy. "I've been to Walker before, so I know the way, at least to the town." "Who are you visiting?" Cammy pressed. "I probably know him. Or her." "Cammy," Bill said. "What?" Cammy's voice rose as she turned back to her husband. "You know as well as I do that no one just happens to come to Walker. You only come if you know someone there." She turned back to Jack. "Who is it?" The muscle that had jumped in Jack's jaw earlier when he spoke with his mother jumped again. Sensitive area, Melinda surmised. Worse, yappy dog Cammy couldn't easily be shut down. "Cammy," Melinda turned in her seat and took charge of the conversation as Jack pulled out of the rental car lot. "Let's let Jack concentrate on getting us out of here. While he does, I'm curious how you and Bill originally met and got together. Did you have one of those meet-cutes? You know, like in the movies?" Before Cammy could answer, Melinda's phone began to play the Dancing Queen ringtone. Melinda smiled. "Kate." Melinda knew she should have anticipated the call. As soon as she'd settled in her seat, she'd turned on Share ETA. "Tell me you're not in the car with him." Worry filled Kate's normally calm voice. "If I told you that, it would be a lie." Melinda understood her friend's apprehension. Heck, she herself had gone back and forth on whether this was a smart move or not. Right now, being in the car with a stranger was okay, because Cammy and Bill were with her. But once they dropped the couple off in Walker, she would be alone with Jack. As Cammy squabbled with Bill over the heat flow in the back seat, apparently his seat got more of the air. But no, she didn't want Jack to pull over so they could change seats. She realized she was actually looking forward to the couple being gone. "Mel, please, you're putting your life in danger." "Did you complete your research?" Melinda knew enough time had passed that her friend would have already looked up Jack, something she herself hadn't had time to do. "Lucy and I both did. We've been texting each other since you notified us of your crazy plan." "That's good." Conscious that she wasn't alone in the vehicle, Melinda kept her response vague. "Tell me." "A family with that name owns a sawmill in Timberhaven. Appears respectable. The dad's name is Curtis McPherson." "Hold on a sec." Melinda turned to Jack. "What's your father's name?" "Curtis." He flashed a smile. Checking up on me, Melinda? Checking up on him? Filled with curiosity, Cammie's voice interrupted. Why would you do that? Melinda ignored the woman's question. What else? She sensed Jack listening even as he expertly navigated his way through heavy traffic. He's in the family picture on the Sawmills website, but it doesn't appear he's actively involved with the operation, Kate continued. Lucy found a Jack McPherson on LinkedIn who is a hedge fund manager in New York City. Nothing criminal anywhere, at least not that either of us could find. Melinda relaxed against the heated seat. That's good news. Since you appear to have made up your mind, all I'll say is stay safe. I'm really sorry your plans fell through, Mel. I know how much you were looking forward to this trip. Regret for what was obviously not meant to be wrapped around Melinda's heart and squeezed. Still, she managed an upbeat tone. There'll be other trips. See you soon. It may not seem like it now, but something tells me this will be a Christmas you'll never forget. Melinda slanted a glance at Jack's handsome profile. That won't be difficult. She shook her head and chuckled. Having my trip canceled at the last minute and then getting into a car with a stranger, well, let's just say this is one holiday I won't soon forget. Chapter 3. The roads Jack traveled were familiar. He'd lived in the city for a handful of years and had flown out of JFK more times than he cared to count. After his first year, he hadn't kept a car but rented one, or more often a car and driver whenever necessary. You seem to know your way around. Watch out for that cab, Cammie shrieked in Jack's ear from the back seat as she grabbed his headrest. Where is it? Melinda wondered what cab the woman referred to as none were even close to their car. I see it. Jack spoke in a confident tone intended to reassure. The last thing he needed or wanted was a neurotic backseat driver for the next 200 miles. Don't worry, Cammie, I live in the city. I know how to drive here. I'll get you home safely. Honey, Bill spoke in a calm voice. You need to chill out. Like Melinda said, that cab was nowhere close. Melinda glanced back as if unsure what drama might follow, but it appeared Jack had inadvertently given Cammie a new mystery to solve, and she latched onto it like a dog gone to point. You live here? Cammie asked. In Queens? Jack smiled. Close. In Manhattan? Upper West? If you live here, then why are you driving us home? Because I'm celebrating not having to go to Mexico. Because Melinda is an attractive woman. Because I have nothing better to do. The last he dismissed as soon as it surfaced. He had friends, and there were loads of activities in the city at this time of year. Even though he wasn't at all disappointed that he wouldn't be spending the holidays in Mexico, he was in the mood for something different, even if that was only a family cabin in the woods. It doesn't make sense, Cammie added when he didn't immediately respond. He knew the woman wouldn't give up until he answered her question, so he turned in his seat at the next red light. My family has a cabin in the White Mountains. I'm headed there. From Mexico to the mountains. Bill spoke before Cammie could comment, a smile in his voice. If I got to pick, I'd go with the mountains. You never wanted to go to Mexico, Cammie shot back. You're not even disappointed our plans blew up. I was okay with going. Bill sounded perplexed. You didn't get any pushback from me. Well, isn't that romantic? Sarcasm mixed with hurt in Cammie's voice. No pushback. I imagine New York is amazing at this time of year. Unlike Cammie, Melinda's tone remained cheery. It is, Jack admitted. I have friends who live here who I often visit, but I've never came during the holidays. The fact that she hadn't mentioned this before had Jack slanting a glance in her direction. I'm surprised you didn't call them. They would have picked me up, Melinda admitted. But Faith, that's my friend, her baby is due any day, which is why her and Graham didn't come to Holly Pointe to celebrate Christmas this year. She must have sensed his continued confusion because she added, they also have twin girls and don't need an unexpected house guest during this busy time. Jack nodded. Makes sense. Look, she pointed at the windshield. It's beginning to snow. What a surprise. His lips quirked in a wry smile. The snow and cold is exactly what I was hoping to leave behind this Christmas. She slanted another glance at the windshield just as the wipers kicked into service. Instead, I'm heading back into the thick of things. We could turn around, he heard himself say, only half joking. Head south. It won't be Mexico, but there are beaches in Florida. I appreciate the offer, she said, as if taking his off-the-cuff comment seriously. But my money is all tied up in the resort deposit. Until those dollars are back in my account, I'll be sticking close to home. Is that the only reason you're not urging me to turn around so we can enjoy the sun and sand of the Keys? I wish we were headed to the Keys. In the back seat, Cammy expelled a heavy sigh. There'll be other trips, Bill consoled. I promise. I suppose. Another sigh from Cammy. Melinda leaned back against the headrest as the wiper blades picked up speed. What are your plans when you get back to Holly Pointe? Jack asked. I'll probably go back to work in the diner. Melinda kept her gaze focused straight ahead as they continued on. I-95. Christmas is a busy time for all the businesses in Holly Pointe. You work in a diner? Waitressing mostly, but there isn't any part of the business I can't handle. Jack wasn't sure why he was so surprised. Maybe because if he'd been a betting man, he'd have guessed something in marketing. I can't believe they let you take vacation during December. That has to be the busiest month of the entire year. True, but I gave my mom plenty of notice. Your mother? Is she the manager? The owner. Before Melinda could say more, Cammy leaned forward in her seat, seizing center stage. I just realized that you asked me how Bill and I met, and I never answered your question. Jack concluded his other questions would have to wait. Cammy was off to the races, speaking quickly as if unsure how much time she had to get out all the information. Bill and I met our junior year in college. We were lab partners. Cammy paused for a moment. In the rear view, Jack saw her glance at her husband before she continued. He was smart and so patient with me. Science of any kind is definitely not a strength of mine. Cammy was so pretty and outgoing. Bill's lips tipped as if he was recalling that long-ago science class. I didn't think I stood a chance. Obviously, you did. Who asked who out first? Melinda asked, sounding genuinely interested. Cammy chuckled. 27 years ago, you waited for the guy to ask. Tell them the truth, Cammy. The amusement in Bill's voice caught Jack's attention. You asked me. Not on a date, Cammy clarified. I asked if you wanted to grab a coffee or something to drink after class. There was this cute coffee shop near campus, and it was freezing outside. I wanted a hot chocolate. I thought Bill might enjoy one too. I hadn't dated much, Bill admitted, and I never thought that anyone as pretty and popular as Cammy would be interested in me. But having her ask me to go to the coffee shop with her gave me the courage to ask her out. The rest, as they say, is history. We got married the December after we graduated from college. Cammy's voice turned dreamy, and she laid her head against Bill's shoulder. You were young. Melinda's comment mirrored what Jack was thinking. We were 22, Bill chuckled. Our son is now 22. It didn't seem young at the time, but I know that if he came to us now and said he wanted to marry his girlfriend, our knee-jerk would be to say he wasn't old enough. How old are you, Melinda? Cammy asked bluntly. I'm 30. Melinda spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. What about you, Jack? Jack hid a grin. For a second, he'd thought he was off the hot seat. He should have known better. 32. Have either of you been married before? Cammy asked. Before either he or Melinda could respond, Cammy tapped him on the shoulder. The exit to Clatonia is just ahead. Jack waited, assuming there was a point to the observation. I'm sure you're eager to get home. Normally, I'd be okay with pushing through without stopping, but I skipped breakfast and lunch. There's a lovely little cafe on Main Street. If we could just stop and grab something quick to eat, the rest of the drive would be so much more pleasant. In the momentary silence that followed as Jack considered the request, Melinda's empty stomach emitted a loud growl. Jack grinned. I'd say we have a second. He could have driven farther. The protein bar he'd eaten at the airport had sustained him until food was mentioned. Only now did he realize the two women weren't the only hungry ones in the car. Works for me. The exit off the highway came up quickly and he took it. Cammy and I have a distant cousin who lives in Clatonia, Bill informed them. We were here several years back for a family reunion. Unless Generous Bites, the place Cammy mentioned, has gone belly up in the last couple of years or changed ownership, it has a varied menu and good food. Sounds like a good place to check out. When it struck Jack that Melinda hadn't given the go-ahead, unless you counted the stomach growl, he glanced in her direction. Okay with you if we give it a try? Sure. She smiled and pulled out her phone, then shifted in her seat. What did you say the name of the place was? Generous Bites, Cammy and Bill said at the same time, then laughed. Thanks. Turning back to face front, Jack noted Melinda texting, undoubtedly letting her friends know of the side trip. He wasn't offended by her caution. Rather, he found himself admiring her cautious nature. Though Melinda appeared to be relaxing, he still had the sense that she was still not fully comfortable with being with him. He understood. He had two younger sisters, and he certainly wouldn't want them hopping into a car with strangers she'd met at an airport. Hopefully, as she got to know him, Melinda would understand that she didn't have anything to fear from him. After we order, Cammy announced, we can spend time getting to know each other better. Jack hid a smile. While Melinda didn't have anything to fear from him, he couldn't say the same about Cammy. Cammy stepped out of the vehicle the second Jack pulled to the curb, tossing orders over her shoulder. You guys grab a table, I need to hit the restroom. The woman was through the door of Generous Bites before Melinda and the two men had a chance to shut their car doors. Melinda paused on the sidewalk to study the exterior of the cafe. She approved of the pristine white clapboard siding, accentuated by a bright red door. The colored Christmas lights around the window and the wreath on the door sporting a perky green and white striped ribbon added a nice festive touch. The moment she stepped inside, with Jack holding the door, Melinda's already heightened senses were enticed by the aroma that included both the sweet and savory. The hardwood floor gleamed and the tables appeared to be made up of leftover pieces of salvaged wood. This place is darling, she murmured. Told ya. Cammy, who'd made quick work of her visit to the ladies' room, slipped her hand around Bill's arm. We always said we'd come back. I didn't think it'd be on our anniversary, but today is your anniversary? The hostess, a thin woman with a long face, bestowed a bright smile on Cammy and Bill. It is. We were supposed to be celebrating in Mexico, but... And she was off, Melinda thought, telling the woman practically every detail of the past 4 hours, ending with Jack being gracious and giving them a lift back to Walker. I supposed we could have pushed right through, Cammy admitted, but I was starving and Melinda's stomach kept growling so loudly we couldn't even talk. Melinda offered a faint smile when the waitress, who she'd learned through Cammy's conversation was named Lena, fixed her gaze on her. Lena patted Melinda's shoulder. Don't you worry. I guarantee when you leave here that tummy of yours will be happy. When Lena gestured to a table, then strode off to get the menus, Melinda leaned close to Jack. Be honest. Was my stomach growling that loud? He shook his head. Cammy is exaggerating. I only heard it that one time. Somewhat mollified, Melinda smiled, then took the chair Jack pulled out for her. The other three sat just as Lena returned with menus. I'll be back in a few minutes to get your orders. Lena glanced around the booth. Can I get you something to drink while you look? After taking their drink orders, Lena hurried off. The cafe was busy but not packed. Then again, it was nearly 2, hardly the peak of the lunch hour. I know what I'm going to have. Cammy set down her menu just as Melinda's phone, the one she'd set on the table beside her, pinged. Melinda responded to the text quickly, then picked up her menu. Unlike Cammy, she hadn't yet decided what to order. A second later, the phone dinged again. Inclining his head, Jack smiled. Friends checking up on you? Last time it had been Kate. This time it was Lucy. Melinda had texted both her location and that they were stopping for a meal, but they wanted to make sure all was well. Her heart swelled with love for these two women who cared so much. Melinda knew both were extremely busy this time of year. Kate oversaw a group of cabins that were popular among visitors and always booked out a year in advance, while Lucy owned the Barns at Grace Hollow, a gorgeous events venue at the edge of town. "Everything still okay?" Melinda smiled, wondering just when it was that Lucy had started using multiple question marks in her texts. Responding immediately because she knew her friend would worry if she didn't, Melinda texted back, "Just getting ready to order. I'll text you when we're back on the road." Once she got the thumbs up emoji, Melinda set her phone back down on the table. "They must think you're a really bad judge of character." Melinda looked up, startled by Cammie's comment. "Who?" "Your friends." Cammie gestured to the phone with a hand tipped with bright pink nails. "It's like they think you're some 12-year-old kid with no common sense, or else they have nothing better to do than meddle." "Cammie, honey," Bill began, "my friends trust my judgment." Melinda heard the coolness in her tone, but was unable to warm it. "They simply want to make sure I'm okay." Melinda slanted a glance at Jack, whose attention was now riveted on the menu before shifting back to fix her gaze on Cammie. Her take on Cammie, though still in the preliminary assessment phase, was that Cammie was an outspoken, opinionated woman who often spoke before she thought. Still, she didn't like the implication, not regarding herself or her friends. She leaned forward and met Cammie's gaze head-on. "Jack is a stranger. I am their friend and they want to make sure I'm safe. It has nothing to do with my judgment, or with them having nothing better to do, in fact, quite the opposite. Both are busy career women who are taking time from those busy schedules out of concern. You and I both know that some men can seem nice but not be." The vehemence in her tone didn't surprise her. Melinda didn't let anyone diss her friends. Cammie blinked. The slight smile lifting Jack's lips told her he was listening. She wondered if he'd find it as amusing if he was the one Cammie was zeroing in. "Jack and I just met today," Melinda continued. "If you were alone, Cammie, wouldn't Bill be concerned about you getting into a vehicle and traveling hundreds of miles with someone you just met? Wouldn't he want to keep track of you on that trip?" Cammie blinked, her gaze shifting from Melinda to Jack, who had finally set down his menu. "I thought the two of you knew each other. I thought you were dating." She looked at her husband. "Isn't that what you thought, Bill?" Bill just shrugged. "Well, we're not friends. We're strangers." "Good to know." Cammie turned and smiled brightly. "Looks like Lena is here to take our order. Is everyone ready?" Chapter 4. Lena took their orders quickly and with great efficiency. She left with promises to bring tea and soda refills. Melinda saw the ordering as a brief respite from Cammie's promised interrogation. The trouble was, she couldn't figure out how to put the woman off without coming across as rude. She didn't mind talking about herself, sharing amusing anecdotes about her childhood and work life. The thing with Cammie, or at least what she'd observed so far, was she liked to dig deep. That, in Melinda's mind, was too much too soon considering they'd all just met. Even the age thing. She didn't mind telling how old she was, though hitting 30 had been jarring. What was next? How much she earned in a year? Or maybe the last time she'd had sex? Just the thought of that question made her smile, imagining the shock on Cammie's face if she answered honestly and said, "I assume you're single," Cammie began. Melinda didn't let her continue. "Why would you assume that?" "Well," Cammie blinked, obviously surprised by the question. "You were traveling to Mexico alone. I assume if you were married, your husband would be with you." By the time she finished speaking, Cammie's confidence had returned. "I could just as easily have been headed to meet friends for a girls' trip." Cammie gave a reluctant nod. "I suppose. Were you headed to meet friends?" Give the woman an inch and she asked another question, Melinda thought. "No, this was just a getaway from the cold for me." "You said you're not married now. Were you ever married?" Jack pulled out his phone and appeared to be emailing or texting. Since he was busy, Melinda was on her own in diverting Cammie. No, she couldn't depend on him. Jack was smart enough to know if Cammie got diverted, she would likely focus on him. No. Melinda kept her tone matter-of-fact. "I've never been married." To Melinda's surprise, Cammy shifted her focus to Jack. "Jack," Cammy said, then again more loudly as he continued to focus on his phone and didn't respond. "Jack." He looked up. "Is the food here?" Melinda admired his aplomb. He wasn't about to make this easy for Cammy. "Not yet," Cammy said, "though it shouldn't be long." "That's great," he said, "because I'm starting to get hungry. Stopping was a good idea, as was eating at this cafe. How long ago did you say it was that you last ate here?" 3 years, I think. Bill answered the question he posed to Cammy, but glanced at his wife, seeking confirmation. 3 years ago, this upcoming summer. Cammy smiled her thanks when Lena refilled her glass of iced tea. "Did Lena wait on you back then?" Jack asked. Melinda knew he couldn't possibly be interested in who had been her server 3 years ago, but he was playing it smart. Every question he asked Cammy took the place of one she'd be asking him. "It wasn't you," Cammy said to Lena, who'd paused by the table. "It was a tall woman with hair almost as carroty red as Melinda's." "Carroty red?" Melinda blinked, then frowned. She'd never been a Carrot Top, not even when she was a young girl, but she wasn't about to draw Cammy's attention back to her by commenting. "That would be Erin. She's the manager now." Lena smiled. "She isn't working today, but I'll tell her you came back and remembered her. She'll like hearing that. We get a lot of repeat business because of word of mouth." "Lena!" a loud voice called out. "Order is up." Lena flashed a smile. "Sounds like your food is ready, back in a sec." It really was only a second, or maybe it just seemed that way because Jack kept up a running commentary about what he'd ordered and what he'd almost ordered until the food was on the table. Melinda had gone with one of the specialty burgers with fries for her side. She picked up a highly seasoned fry from the plate in front of her and resisted the urge to close her eyes as the seasonings came together in an explosion of tantalizing flavors. "These are fabulous." Jack smiled. "Tell me how you really feel." She grinned and picked up another fry, except this time, instead of eating it, she studied it. "I wish my mother would consider something like this." "Your mother?" Cammy asked. "She owns a diner in Holly Pointe," Melinda explained. "A diner that doesn't serve burgers and fries." A look of mock horror crossed Jack's face. "Say it isn't so." Melinda chuckled, then dipped the fry into a small silver cup of ranch. "We have burgers and crinkle fries, not fries like this." She glanced down at her avocado burger served on a brioche bun. Not only was the grilled patty topped with avocado crema, there was avocado in the burger as well. "I think our patrons would love something like this, but my mother isn't big on changing up the menu." Melinda normally would have expected Cammy to jump into the conversation, but a moment earlier, their son had texted to make sure they'd arrive safely in Mexico. Cammy and Bill were now involved in a 3-way text with him while attempting to eat. "How many years has your mother owned the cafe?" Jack asked. "Over 25. Melinda popped the fry into her mouth. "I guess if it ain't broke, why fix it?" Melinda smiled at the phrase that was her mother's favorite comeback when she offered a suggestion. The truth was, what worked 25 years ago, or even 5 years ago, wasn't working. At least not as well as it once had. While Rosie's Diner remained a favorite among the seniors in Holly Pointe, where else could you get a cup of coffee for $1? Visitors and even many locals weren't beating down the door in droves as they once had. "I suppose." Melinda kept her tone offhand. The details of her mother's recent business struggles and her resistance to change was no one's business but family. "You don't sound convinced." Melinda gave a slight shrug, then took a sip of her Coke, liking the nice jolt the caffeine had given her system. "Thank you for stopping. I'm beginning to feel almost human again. I didn't realize how hungry I was until we walked through the doors." He glanced around. "This place has a comfortable ambiance. Nothing fancy, but a cool vibe." A cool vibe is exactly what Rosie's Diner needs. "Have you thought what changes you'd make if you were in charge?" "Rosie's is my mother's baby, and she's nowhere near ready to turn it over to me." "Would you take it if she did?" The question reminded her of something Cammy would say and made Melinda smile. "I'm not sure." "Why the hesitation?" He took another bite of his burger and chewed. "The restaurant business is tough. Long hours, high cost of supplies, continual staffing issues." "Surely you don't have trouble retaining staff in a small town." "Holly Pointe isn't a one-restaurant town. There are lots of other businesses, always looking for reliable help." Melinda nearly added that servers went where the tips were, and as business had taken a downturn, they'd flocked to places like Jingle Shells and Holly Jollies, where business was brisk and tips were good. "We have a lot of senior business. They come in to eat and often stay to play cards. Many are still living in the 1960s or 70s in terms of tipping. They seem to think $1 is a fair tip." "That has to be difficult." Jack's gaze turned thoughtful. "I mean, though you're providing a community service by functioning as a gathering place for seniors, you and your servers still need to make ends meet." "Exactly." Melinda let her gaze sweep the dining area. "I've spoken with Sam, he's our city manager, about turning the empty VFW hall into a senior center. It could be a place where those in the community could go during the year to meet up and play cards. Maybe put in a pool table or shuffleboard table. It would be good for the building and good for the community. And it would get them out of the diner." She laughed. "Exactly. I'm glad you accepted my offer." Melinda inclined her head. "Having you along has made the drive much more pleasurable." Dropping the burger to his plate, his expression sobered. "I hope you're not worried about me anymore. I'd really hate for you to make this long drive concerned you'd made a mistake getting in a car with me. I'm just a cautious person by nature. Have you ever had anything happen to make you feel that way?" Jack spoke cautiously as if making his way across a particularly treacherous minefield. "You're asking if I've ever been attacked." He offered a slow nod, his gaze never leaving her face. "I haven't, and I'm well aware that, despite being cautious, bad things can still happen. I simply try to minimize my risk." "What can I do to make you feel more comfortable?" "Can I see your driver's license?" Sitting back, he gave her a quizzical smile. "My driver's license." It was clear by his response that while he'd made the offer, but hadn't expected her to come back with a specific request. "That way, I know for certain that the name you gave me and the story about where you live is true." Before she finished speaking, he pulled out his wallet and slipped out the driver's license, handing it to her. "This photo is surprisingly good." Of course, it was hard to take a bad picture when you had good bones, a mass of dark hair and arresting blue eyes. His lips quirked upward. "Thanks, I guess. I never thought much about the photo." "You would if they got the lighting wrong, and you looked like a ghost." Before placing the license into his outstretched hand, Melinda took note of his name, age, and New York address. He slipped the license back into his wallet, then held out his hand. "What?" she asked, puzzled. "I gave it back. I want to see yours." "Why?" "I could say because I want to make sure you are who you said you were. But the truth is—" "The truth is," she prompted. A grin spread across his face. "I want to see what you look like as a ghost." The dishes had been cleared from the table and they were done, except for getting the bill, when singing coming from across the room had them turning in their seats. Lena strode toward them carrying a piece of chocolate cake as big as a dinner plate topped with white frosting and crushed candy canes. A candle flickered in the middle. Two other servers, a man and a woman, flanked her offering broad smiles as they sang, "Happy anniversary to you," slightly off-key. "It's this lovely couple's 25th wedding anniversary today." Lena spoke in a loud tone that filled the dining area. "Let's give them a big round of applause." Applause, along with a few whistles, had tears filling Cammy's eyes as Lena set down the dessert, and her two associates added plates, forks, napkins, and a cake knife. "Thank you." Cammy brought a hand to throat, and her eyes filled with tears. "This is unexpected and wonderful." "I cut you a piece big enough for all of you to share." Lena glanced around the table. "How about some coffee to go with the cake? The cake and coffee are on the house." We'd love some, and thank you for all this. Bill swept an arm that included not only the dessert, but Lena and her associates. Enjoy. Lena smiled, then left to get the coffee. I know you said you were going to celebrate when you got back to Walker. Melinda accepted the generous piece of cake that Cammy dished up and handed to her. How are you going to top this? Bill glanced at his wife with a twinkle in his eye, then brushed a kiss across her cheek. I've got something in mind. Cammy's giggle reminded Melinda of her teenage niece. No need to explain further. Melinda picked up a fork and found herself fighting a pang of envy. Her father had died when she was a baby. Her mother's second marriage had been a mistake and hadn't lasted. What's your secret? The question was out of Melinda's lips before she realized what she was asking. Lena returned with the coffee, then left them to their conversation and dessert. Cammy shifted her gaze and lowered the fork that had been on its way to her mouth. She glanced at her husband. Love and a willingness to admit when you're wrong. Never letting the sun set on your anger, Bill added. You remembered. Pleasure spread across Cammy's face. Remembered what? Melinda asked. A maid at the motel where we spent our wedding night told us that the secret to a long and happy marriage was to never let the sun set on your anger. Cammy turned to her husband. I think we've done a pretty good job in that regard. I can only think of 1 or 2 times where that didn't happen. Bill reached over and covered her free hand with his, giving it a squeeze. Here's to another 25. Melinda looked away when Cammy dropped her fork to wrap her arms around Bill's neck for a kiss. Instead, she focused on Jack eating his dessert. Have your parents been married a long time? She asked, wondering why she felt like Cammy when she was only asking a simple question. Jack thought for a moment. 35 years. Are they happy? Melinda wasn't sure why she was asking or why it mattered. Yes. Jack added a nod. Not only are they still in love, they're good friends and they respect each other. Melinda recalled his tense expression when he was speaking with his mother. Is your family close? Yes. Jack picked up the fork, an indication that he had no more to say on the matter. I want to believe in happily ever after, but... Before she could say more, Cammy broke in. It's starting to snow outside. We probably should get back on the road. I wouldn't want you two to get stuck. Jack grinned. Why do I get the feeling that this is more about your eagerness to embrace the anniversary celebration Bill has planned at home than snow-packed roads? Chapter 5. They dropped off Cammy and Bill in Walker, then Jack pointed the car toward Holly Pointe. They were 3 hours from Melinda's hometown when the snow began falling in earnest. Thankfully, the number of vehicles on the road were now confined to a few large trucks and their car. Jack's fingers gripped the steering wheel and his gaze remained firmly fixed on the white curtain in front of them. The conversation the two of them had enjoyed after dropping off Cammy and Bill had dwindled as keeping the vehicle on the road demanded Jack's entire concentration. A ping had Melinda looking down at the phone in her lap. Jack didn't even glance over. Melinda quickly read the text. State police say don't travel. Whiteout conditions. Major accident outside of Frost and Road. Closed to northbound traffic. They should be hitting Frost in a matter of minutes. Melinda turned to Jack. We should take the next exit. Before he could respond, she told him what Kate had said in her last text. Just in time. He took an exit that Melinda hadn't even known was there until they were right on top of it. This is the last exit before Frost. Melinda expelled a breath. I couldn't read the sign. Do you know what town this is? Keeping his gaze on the road, he spoke to the windshield. If it's the last one before Frost, and I'm pretty sure it is, then it will be Wilbur. We shouldn't have stopped to eat. Though it was pointless now, Melinda wondered if they'd have gotten ahead of the storm if they'd continued on. Jack lifted a shoulder. We were hungry. Have you ever been to this town before? Probably. Probably. When I was in grade school, my grandfather loved taking us to small-town diners, or, if there was no diner, to the bar that served food. His lips quirked upward. Long answer to your question is I was likely here but don't remember it. I wonder if we'll be able to find a couple of rooms, Melinda mused. I sure don't want to sleep in the car. That makes two of us. Jack slanted a quick glance in her direction. If you can get reception, why don't you see what lodging there is and which ones have a couple of rooms available? Are you sure we're headed toward Wilbur? Jack gestured with his head. There was a sign a mile back, barely visible, but yes, that's where we're headed. The only place Melinda found that had a vacancy was a B&B in town. She asked if the woman could hold a couple of rooms for her, but lost the connection before she could receive confirmation. Hoping for the best, Melinda plugged the address into her phone. Turn right at the next light. Jack slanted a sideways glance. They had 2 rooms. I think so, but we got cut off and now her phone is ringing busy. Melinda resisted the urge to sigh. If not, we'll just have to go with plan B. Which is? Have you ever slept in a car? He laughed and turned right at the light. I'm sorry. Regret blanketed the older woman's face. We only have 1 room available. I don't mind sharing, Jack began, even as Melinda gave her head a little shake. Though Jack believed his driver's license and her time in the car with him had convinced Melinda he wasn't a serial killer, it was clear that she wasn't about to share a room with a man she'd just met. You take the room, he told Melinda, then turned to the woman with the tight brown curls who'd introduced herself as Claudia Castens, and the man at her side as her husband Kent. Though Kent, a balding man who appeared to be in his early 50s, had been with her when she opened the door, it was clear, by how he hung back now, that this B&B stuff was her purview. It had also been clear to Jack the instant he saw the old 2-story home why a room was still available. Though the porch was clear of clutter, the exterior needed painting, and there was nothing to indicate this was anything more than a single-family home. All but 1 room is taken then? Jack asked in a pleasant, conversational tone. If he was going to be relegated to the car, he was going to spend as much time in the warmth as possible. We only have the 1, Claudia admitted, then quickly added. For right now, anyway. Once our son Grant leaves for college next fall, we'll open up his room to guests. Claudia cast a look back at her husband. Kent works for a small manufacturing plant here in Wilbur. Business has been slow, and since orders are down, most of those who worked the floor were laid off for December. That's difficult, especially at this time of year. The sympathy in Melinda's voice was reflected on her face. I'm not just saying that, either. I really do understand. The online marketing firm I'd worked for sold to a larger company in early November. I received word just a few weeks later that, as of December 1st, I no longer had a job. Jack wondered why she hadn't mentioned that before now. He knew about her job at her mother's diner, so there had certainly been plenty of opportunity to mention this. Then he realized she was under no obligation to tell a stranger her life story. There were many things about him that she didn't know. Sorry to hear that. Sympathy filled Kent's deep voice. I still have a job, but going without a paycheck for a month, especially at this time of year, bites. Tell me about it. Melinda's lips lifted in a rueful smile. She glanced around. You've got a lovely home. I'm glad you had the 1 room available. Melinda shifted her focus to Jack then, the look in her hazel eyes brooking no argument. We'll take shifts in the car. I'll set an alarm for 4 hours, then come out and get you and we'll switch. No way was he letting her sleep in the car. She may have changed into the clothes she's packed for her return to snowy Vermont once she left the Mexican sun, but jeans and a long-sleeved tee weren't made for a night in a car. Jack thought quickly, considering options, discarding one, then quickly moving to another. As the couple had come from a living room where the television still blared, they probably wouldn't go for him sleeping on the sofa. He thought of the window visible on a 3rd level. What about your attic? Jack kept his tone casual, feeling his way. We cleaned it out good last fall, Claudia admitted. I think the only thing left is some old camping equipment. We thought about making it another bedroom for guests, but the city told us it needed a second way out in case of fire. Claudia glanced at Kent. We weren't sure we'd be able to recoup the investment. I understand. There's a lot of material and labor involved in constructing a fire escape. Jack paused. At the moment, I'm more worried about freezing to death than dying in a fire. I'd be grateful if you'd let me rent your attic for the night. When Claudia hesitated, Jack pressed forward. I did plenty of camping with my family growing up, not to mention all the times my brother and I pitched a tent in our bedroom. Sleeping on the floor is not a problem. He flashed what he hoped was a persuasive smile. It's worth $200 to me. To sleep on a floor? Claudia's voice rose, and at any other time, her expression would have been laughable. We only charge $75 a night for a room with a bed. Because you've been told you can't rent out that spot and you'd be making an exception for me, the $200 is worth it to me. I'd appreciate it since Melinda will insist on spelling me in the car. I really don't want her out in the cold. Claudia's expression softened as her gaze settled on Melinda briefly before shifting back to Jack. You can stay in the attic, but I'm not taking any money from you. Kent will get out Grant's sleeping bag for you, and you can pretend you're camping. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Relief washed over Jack. Now he wouldn't have to argue with Melinda about splitting time in the car. His gaze shifted to the small bag Melinda had brought in and his backpack. If you could pay the $75 for the room before we show you upstairs. 2 bright spots of pink dotted Claudia's cheeks. We got burned once, and I totally understand. Melinda's voice rang warm with reassurance. She shook her head when Jack reached for his wallet. I'm paying for the room I'm sleeping in. Jack held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. She'd allowed him to pay for lunch. He could already tell he had no chance of winning this argument. Scooping up his backpack, Jack turned to Kent. Ready when you are. The bed boasted a down comforter and a mattress that Goldilocks would have decreed perfect. Melinda supposed she could have ventured up to the attic to check out Jack's digs, but instead she sat on the bed and texted her friends on a group chat. Lucy had married Trevor, an old friend from her childhood, last January. After Lucy confirmed Melinda was safe, she explained she and Trevor were at a party at Sam and Stella's, another friend's home. When Lucy said goodnight, she and Kate switched to a private chat. You're not at the party, Melinda texted. She knew that Kate would have been invited. I thought about it, but I've been swamped with the cabins. There was truth to that, Melinda knew, but it wasn't all. Mostly couples? The extra question marks she added made Melinda think of Lucy, and she couldn't help smiling. Even Zach and Derek were bringing dates, came Kate's reply a second later. Since Derek was her brother, Melinda knew the woman he was dating. It had been one of the reasons she'd decided to spend the holidays in Mexico. While she was happy that her mother and Derek were currently involved with someone, being with the group made her feel like the odd woman out in her own family. If I was there, we could have gone to the party together. You should be in sunny Mexico lounging on the beach. Yep, Melinda quickly agreed. How's the stranger? So far, so good. Melinda thought of Jack. Yes, the drive had been pleasurable. I did more research. His family is rolling in dollars, and so is he. Doesn't surprise me. Melinda thought how he'd got in the car and then how willing he was to pay top dollar to sleep on an attic floor. They texted back and forth for another 10 minutes before ending the conversation. Both had had full days, and Melinda had hardly slept the night before. Not only because she'd had to get up early to capture the commuter bus to the airport, but because she'd been so excited to start her vacation. Plugging in her phone to charge, Melinda slid under the covers. She must have fallen asleep instantly because when she opened her eyes, sunlight streamed through the open window. After taking a quick shower, she pulled on the clothes she'd worn last night, the only warm ones she'd packed. She headed for the stairs with her suitcase. Laughter and voices filtered up the stairs, and the tantalizing scent of coffee and something more had her quickening her step. A boy who looked about 17 brushed past her on his way out the front door. Sorry, he said when his shoulder clipped hers. Snow to push. He was out the door before she could reply. Must be Grant, she thought, and turned in the direction of the kitchen where she found Claudia, Kent, and Jack sitting around the table. Jack pushed back his chair and stood. Good morning. How did you sleep? When he rounded the table, Melinda thought for one horrifying instant that Jack was going to kiss her. When he only pulled out a chair, she wondered why that particular thought had crossed her mind. "We're a little informal here this morning." Claudia was now on her feet. "I made my coconut almond French toast casserole. My entire family raves about it, but if you don't like coconut or have an issue with nuts, we have several different cereals, or I can—" "The casserole sounds intriguing. I love both coconut and almonds, and I'm a huge fan of French toast." Melinda eyed the amounts on the men's plates and wondered if there was any left. She liked the way the casserole looked on the plates, with a sprinkling of powdered sugar and berries on the top. It was something that she could see going over well at her mother's diner. "You're in for a treat." Claudia motioned for her to have a seat. "Coffee?" "Please." Melinda sat, then smiled. The bed was very comfortable. Only then did she remember that one of them at the table hadn't slept in a bed last night. Melinda cast Jack an apologetic glance. "Sorry, how was the floor?" "Surprisingly comfortable." His gaze slid to Claudia and Kent, and he lifted his cup. "Much, much better than a cold car." "Speaking of cars," Kent spoke up, "I told Grant to brush yours off while he's out there scooping the drive." "Have the plows been through?" Jack asked, just as Claudia set a large slice of casserole before Melinda. Not wanting to interrupt, Melinda smiled her thanks to Claudia, a smile that widened as soon as she took her first bite. The buttery coconut almond crust was the perfect contrast to the fluffy texture of the bread. Melinda could see why this dish was a family favorite. "The plow came through around 6:30. We're on a major roadway, so we always get done first." Kent took a bite of casserole and chewed thoughtfully. "You know how it is in these parts. Doesn't take long after a storm for things to get back to normal." After growing up in Vermont, there was plenty Melinda could say about the weather and roads, but everyone around this table was as familiar with how things worked in the winter months as she was, so she focused on savoring the amazing food and drinking the strong, dark coffee. "You mentioned this morning that you're from northern New Hampshire." Kent looked at him with interest. "Where exactly?" "Timber Haven." Kent glanced at his wife. "Small world." "You know the town?" Jack asked, fork poised in the air. "Our eldest son, Scott, lives there." Claudia smiled. "His wife, Sarah, is from the area." Claudia shifted her gaze to Jack. "Her name was Sarah Millison. Sarah Castins now." Jack appeared to consider the name, then shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Sarah is a lovely girl." Claudia took a sip of coffee. "She teaches middle school." "What about Scott?" Melinda asked. "Is he also a teacher?" "No. Right now, he's working for Atomic Car Parts. He's been trying to get on at Timber Haven Sawmill," Claudia confided. "They're the largest, and according to Scott, the best employer in town, but openings are few and far between." "Scott is a hard worker and very self-motivated," Kent chimed in. "He'd love to get into anything to do with parts, but he can't even get an interview with Glen Oaks." "Glen Oaks?" Melinda asked. "Sorry, Scott has mentioned him so often, it's easy to think everyone knows who he is. Glen is the head of human resources at Timber Haven." Kent's gaze met hers, and Melinda saw the pride in his eyes. "My son would be an asset to any organization. He just needs a chance to prove it." Melinda glanced at Jack. If her intel was correct, the sawmill was his family business. She wondered if he would mention the connection. "Any idea why he can't get an interview?" Jack's tone remained casual, displaying only mild interest. "Scott doesn't know. I mean, he's never been in any trouble. He's always gotten great performance evaluations wherever he worked." Kent shrugged. "The only thing we can figure is not enough experience and no in." Jack arched a brow. "In?" "No one inside the sawmill who can vouch for him. You know, for his character, his work ethic, stuff like that." Kent shook his head. "We're just not people who have connections like that. Sarah's folks are teachers, so—" "No in," Melinda filled in the rest of the sentence. "Exactly." Kent expelled a breath. "But our boy is persistent. I've told him, you just keep trying. Maybe they'll get sick of seeing your application and hire you." Or tell him to quit applying, Claudia refilled their coffee cups. Or that, Kent agreed. Will you be seeing Scott and Sarah at Christmas? Jack asked. We're not sure what we're doing just yet. Claudia took a long sip of coffee. Our younger boy, Grant, is playing in a basketball tournament in Clatonia this weekend. That, along with Kent being out of work, has thrown a wrench into our holiday plans. If you have a day free, you might want to consider a day trip to Holly Pointe. There are so many activities for teens and adults. Something for everyone, Melinda added. Is that where the two of you will be celebrating Christmas? Claudia rose, then returned to the table to refill everyone's coffee mugs. I'll definitely be there. Melinda explained about her Mexico vacation plans falling through and gave a brief synopsis of how she and Jack met. I didn't realize the two of you were strangers. Claudia chuckled and shook her head. No wonder you didn't want to share a bed. Riding in a car with someone I'd just met was enough of a risk for me, Melinda said in an equally light tone. She has nothing to worry about with me. Jack smiled at her, giving her his full attention for the first time this morning. Melinda met his gaze and felt the punch. When she felt herself blushing, she pushed back her chair and rose. This was so good, but we should be getting on the road. Melinda turned to Claudia. Before we go, I'd love your casserole recipe, if you don't mind sharing, that is. I have it in a recipe file, one that was my mother's. Melinda's mother also had a recipe file and had so far, anyway, resisted putting all her favorites into a computer file. I understand. Melinda tried to hide her disappointment. It's a lot to write out. How about I text a picture of the recipe to you? Claudia grabbed a piece of paper from the counter, then rummaged through a junk drawer for a pencil. All I need is your phone number. Perfect. Melinda scribbled down her number and handed the paper back to Claudia. Now, I need to pay you for the room. Even though last night, when Claudia had made a special point of wanting to be paid in advance, she'd been interrupted by Grant bellowing from his bedroom, and she'd told Melinda she'd just get the money from her in the morning. Do you take credit cards? Melinda asked. Or I have cash if that's what you prefer. Claudia glanced at her husband. Now that I know your circumstances, I hate to take your money. Melinda remembered the talk last night and knew, with Kent out of work, that the couple could use the money. She shook her head. I insist. Claudia studied her for a long moment. I'm guessing by that look in your eye, it's not going to do me any good to argue. You're right, it won't do you any good. Melinda softened the words with a smile. But you... Claudia leveled a gaze on Jack. I will not accept any money from you for sleeping on the floor. Understand? Yes, ma'am. Jack nodded. I understand where you're coming from, and I won't argue with you. Melinda had just gotten settled in the car when she surprised Jack by reaching for the door. He placed his hand lightly on her arm. Where are you going? I left my charger in the room. Jack pushed open a door. Your feet got wet just getting to the car. Crank up the heat and pretend the snow is white sand and that the sun shining down is hot on your face. I've got a good imagination. She smiled back at him. Not that good. I'll be right back. I left it plugged in next to the bed, she told him. Jack gave 2 quick raps on the front door. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Melinda left her charger, he told Claudia when the woman opened the door. I'm glad she remembered it now, and not when she got home. Claudia motioned him inside. Do you know where she left it? He nodded. Since it appears you know where it is, you might as well go upstairs and get it. Jack glanced down at his feet. You sure? Positive. After carefully wiping his boots off on the mat just inside the door, he climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. Claudia's response, or rather lack of response, told Jack that she hadn't entered the bedroom yet, or she'd have seen what he'd slipped in there right before he'd walked out the door. Jack found the charger exactly where Melinda had said he'd find it. He couldn't believe he hadn't noticed it when he'd left the note on the nightstand, along with 2 $100 bills and his business card. The note was a simple thanks for taking them in and instructions to have Scott call Glen Oaks and say Jack had recommended him. He knew they wouldn't take the cash, knew they'd push it back at him, but he also knew that they really needed the money. And Scott, well, the boy deserved a chance. If he really was as solid a worker as Kent believed, Timberhaven would be lucky to have him. A win-win for everyone concerned. While it was on his mind, Jack texted Glenn. "Hi, Glenn. Scott Castins will be calling you. I'd appreciate you finding a place for him." The X. Then, with charger in hand, Jack descended the stairs and headed outside to Melinda. Chapter 6. They'd driven 20 miles when Melinda's phone dinged. Jack grinned. "Someone wants to make sure you're still alive." Melinda's thumbs flew as she answered Kate's text, then shifted her gaze back to Jack. "Holly Pointe got snow, but Kate says the roads have been cleared so there shouldn't be any delays." "If there is a delay, you'll have some explaining to do." Melinda rolled her eyes. "They're not like that. They just want me home safe." "I'll get you there safely." "What are you going to do then?" Melinda settled back against the heated leather seat, enjoying the warmth and surprisingly smooth ride over snow-packed roadways. He slanted her a sideways glance. "What do you mean?" "Your entire family is having fun while you're left back here." "You sound as if spending the holidays is a chore, when it's anything but." He smiled. "I enjoy winter, and it doesn't seem like Christmas to me without snow on the ground." She nearly mentioned missing his brother's wedding, but didn't want to rub salt in the wound, so tried to focus on the positive. "Do you have close family that you can be with?" "Afraid not." He sounded almost cheery, but how could that be? "What about friends?" "Are you worried about me, Melinda?" His teasing tone hit her wrong. She lifted her chin. "I just know how lonely the holidays can be." "You're right," he agreed, his expression turning serious. "I have a few friends left in Timberhaven, but they'll be spending this last week before Christmas with their families, or with their girlfriends." "No old girlfriends hanging around in New Hampshire, hoping for your return?" His fingers tightened almost imperceptibly on the steering column. If she'd had something more interesting to watch than him, she might not have noticed. "They're all married or about to be married." Melinda inclined her head. "Did you ever get close?" He hesitated for a long moment, uncertain what to say or unsure how much to share. "I was engaged once." "What happened?" "She changed her mind." His tone turned brisk and matter-of-fact. "She couldn't imagine living in New York City. I was just getting my firm going and couldn't abandon everyone I'd just hired." Melinda wondered why they wouldn't have had that talk before they got engaged. Then again, why hadn't she told Alex she didn't love him long before he proposed? "I'm sorry. Is there a chance you'll get back together?" "Nope." "I'm sorry," she repeated. A muscle in his jaw jumped. "I'm not." His words might say one thing, but Melinda had been down this road before and understood how much a breakup could hurt, even when you knew the split was for the best. Silence filled the interior of the car for several heartbeats before he spoke. "What about you? What about me?" "Ever take that trip down the aisle?" "Nope." "Ever come close?" Melinda considered how much to say about her relationship with Alex, a man she dated when she lived in Burlington. "I dated someone who asked me to marry him, but I said no. It was then I realized that while I liked him a lot, I didn't love him, not the way a woman should love a man she would marry." Her heart twisted, recalling the hurt on his face, and then how he'd urged her to take more time. But it was clear to Melinda that more time wasn't going to change her feelings. She'd broken it off, and in doing so, knew she'd broken his heart. "Do you and your former fiancé stay in contact?" she asked Jack. "She has someone new in her life." He slanted a sideways glance. "How about your almost fiancé?" "No." There was no further talk of ex-lovers and regrets during the rest of the drive. Looking back on that time, Melinda couldn't say exactly what they discussed, other than conversation never lagged. Jack had lots of interesting stories of growing up in Timberhaven and his years in New York City. "It sounds as if you really like working as a hedge fund manager." She tried to keep the doubt from her voice, but must not have been successful because he smiled. It's interesting, fast-paced work. Good humor ran through the words as if he sensed her skepticism. I enjoy discussing market strategies with my team, reviewing financial news, and analyzing market trends. Actually, there isn't any part of the business I don't like. Financial, stuff had never been a strength of Melinda's, but she liked the way his eyes lit up when he spoke about his job. She believed everyone should share a passion for their life's work. Do you have your own firm? I do. Built it from the ground up. Pride filled his voice. Timber Haven Asset Management. Her smile widened as she made the connection. You named it after your hometown. The other names I considered were already trademarked. Jack relaxed against the back of his seat. This one was available, and once I decided on it, it felt right. Even though I don't live there anymore, Timber Haven will always be home to me. Did you ever consider working for the sawmill? Not really. I enjoy advising the family on financial matters, but I love what I do now. I would think that such a demanding job would make it difficult to get away. Melinda cocked her head. Don't you have to stay on top of market developments, stuff like that, every day? Of course. But I have a life too, and this is about as good of time as any for a vacation. Without any prompting, he turned at the fork in the road that would take them to Holly Pointe. The stock markets in the U.S. are closed on weekends as well as on Christmas Day. In addition, market activity tends to be lower during the last 2 weeks of the year. His attention to his phone while they were at the airport now made sense. Can you work from anywhere? Conceivably, Jack admitted, especially now that I've built my team and have a solid network of institutional investors. The only thing is, being in the city gives me greater access to deal flow opportunities. Deal flow opportunities? Melinda wasn't sure what that was and didn't ask. Do you think now that you've got your firm up and running, you'll ever move back to Timber Haven? Hard to say. Another conversational dead end, Melinda thought. Then again, small-town life wasn't for everyone. Sometimes she wasn't sure it was for her. Other times, she couldn't imagine living anywhere but Holly Pointe. She settled back into the seat and sipped the very delicious latte. Jack hadn't balked at her request to swing through a coffee drive-thru attached to a convenience store in the last town on their way to Holly Pointe. She was going to stick to only a drink, but when he ordered 2 donuts and offered her one, well, what could she do but eat it? The donut might be history, but the latte remained. Her lips curved, and she took another sip. What about you? Have you always lived in Holly Pointe? For a second, Melinda found herself lost in a sugar-induced fog, then realized he'd asked a question. I went away to college, then took a marketing job in Burlington. She smiled. Now I'm back. Why did you return? Melinda offered an exaggerated sigh. How did I know that was coming? He grinned. If you knew it was coming, you should have an answer ready. My mom had knee issues and eventually had to have a total knee replacement. She needed help with the diner and around the house. Jack inclined his head. Any other family nearby? It's just my brother and me, but he's a local contractor and busy. He's also a single father, so doesn't have much free time. Realizing how that sounded, Melinda hurriedly added, Derek helped out a lot, as did his daughter, Cameron, but there was nothing keeping me in Burlington. Once you came back, you stayed. She nodded and took another sip of her latte. It's home. At this time of year, it's magical. I remember coming with my family to Holly Pointe during the Christmas season, at least once or twice when I was growing up. I don't recall specifics. Even if you did, I think you'd be surprised how much it has changed. The community is constantly searching for new ways to enhance the Christmas experience. More tourists equals more money in their pockets. Spoken, Melinda thought, like a true finance person. That's some of it, sure, but it's more than that. Melinda struggled to put into words the community feel. Several years back, Holly Pointe was voted the capital of Christmas kindness. Most of the locals truly embrace the holiday spirit and want to share that with visitors. Perhaps I'll be able to see that spirit in action for myself. If you're interested, I'd be happy to give you a quick tour when we get there. Melinda's lips quirked upward. Maybe while we're clomping around in the snow, we can pretend we're walking the beach in Mexico. Melinda texted Lucy and Kate the second the car passed into the Holly Pointe town limits. "Let's catch up over breakfast tomorrow," Lucy texted back. "We could check out Sugar Plums Cafe. Please say you'll come." Sugar Plums. One more new cafe to compete with Rosie's. Melinda didn't want to give business to a competitor, but she knew how it would go if they met at Rosie's. Plus, she was curious about Sugar Plums. Perfect time to catch up. Kate's text came on the heels of Lucy's. "See you both at 8?" "I'll be there," Melinda promised, and found herself smiling. Jack slowed the car as they reached the main street. There was fresh snow here, but the streets and sidewalks were clear, and the merchants were open for business. Melinda gestured with one hand toward the diner. "That's my mom's cafe." "Rosie's Diner." He read the name on the vintage sign. "Looks nice." It looked festive, Melinda acknowledged, with its colored lights and window decals, but also in need of updating. She recalled Generous Bites in Clatonia, with its brightly colored door and eclectic menu. The food is good. Even though she was well aware of all the improvements needed, she would not diss her mother's business. "I'm betting it's better than good," Jack smiled. "You don't stay in the restaurant business for over 25 years if you don't offer stellar food and service." "Very true," Melinda agreed. "Would you prefer to drive around and see the sights, or walk, at least the downtown business district?" "After being in the car all these hours, I'm surprised you have to ask." Melinda smiled. "I was thinking more of the cold." Jack's gaze shifted to the dash. "It's 29, practically a heat wave." "How could I forget you're from this part of the country?" Melinda chuckled and pointed. "There's a parking spot." When she got out of the car, Melinda realized that with little wind and lots of sunshine, it did feel balmy. Still, she found herself wishing for a heavier coat. After glancing down the street in the direction of the diner, Jack turned to her. "Do you want to stop in and let your mother know you made it home safely?" Melinda chuckled. "I'm sure she thinks I'm in Mexico." "Oh." Confusion blanketed Jack's face. "I thought you texted her." "There was no reason. She couldn't have left the diner to come and get me. Besides, she's busy with Carl." "Who's Carl?" "I guess you could say Carl is her boyfriend." Melinda paused, the word feeling awkward on her tongue. "My mother is 63. Her and boyfriend in the same sentence is decidedly odd." "Do you like him?" Melinda offered a non-committal shrug. "He's okay. He's a clown and makes balloon animals for hospitalized kids. He does magic tricks and he makes her laugh. She's never been much for dating and she seems happy enough with him, at least for now." Before Jack could respond, Melinda gestured to Memory Lane, the antique store sitting across the street from Rosie's Diner. "They have a bit of everything but specialize in vintage Christmas ornaments, children's toys, and holiday memorabilia. The stock changes constantly, so it's always fun to wander around and see what's new. Let's do it." "Do what?" "Wander and see what's inside." He inclined his head. "Unless you're in a hurry?" "Not in a hurry." She stepped to the door of the shop. "My calendar for the evening is completely open." "What a coincidence," Jack smiled. "So is mine." Melinda reached for the brass door handle, but Jack was faster, reaching around her to pull it open. He stepped back. "After you." The shop smelled faintly of pine, likely from the large fir decorated with the antique ornaments she'd mentioned. The pleasant scent mingled with the cinnamon sticks tied with ribbons and had Melinda smiling as she stepped further into the shop. "Melinda!" Douglas James, portly with a shock of white hair, stepped from around the counter, a big smile on his face. "This is a surprise. I thought your mother told me you were in Mexico enjoying fun in the sun." That was the plan. Melinda offered Doug, a high school classmate of her mother's, a rueful smile. A computer snafu affecting the airline flying me in squelched that plan. "I'm sorry to hear that." The man's pale blue eyes, sitting behind silver wire-rimmed spectacles, shifted to Jack. He stuck out a hand. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Doug James, owner of this fine establishment." "Jack McPherson." Jack gave the man's hand a shake. Then reaching over, Jack picked up a Star Wars action figure. I haven't seen one of these since I was a kid. They're very popular. This one won't last long. Doug. The feminine voice came from the back of the store. I want this snow globe, but it's too high up. I'm afraid I'll drop it. On my way, Doug called out, then turned back to Melinda and Jack for just a second. Nice seeing you both. Seen enough? Melinda asked. Jack nodded but continued to gaze at Luke Skywalker in his iconic X-Wing pilot gear. Are you a Star Wars fan? Big time. Jack set the figure down. My brother and I had them all. We shared them. Shared? My father was big on cooperation, not competition. Jack's eyes took on a faraway look. We're close in age and tended to like the same things. Is this the brother who is getting married? Jack nodded. Are you still close? We were until... He frowned. What about your dad? Melinda blinked. What about him? You haven't mentioned him. An older couple who Melinda didn't know held the door for them on their way out before stepping inside the store. Does he live in Holly Pointe? Jack asked when they were on the sidewalk. He died shortly after I was born. My mom married when I was in grade school, but they divorced a long time ago. She's been alone ever since. There was a question there. That's how she liked it. Melinda shrugged. I mean, I thought that was how she liked it. Appears I was wrong. They continued down the street, strolling side by side past shop windows encircled in twinkling lights, while Christmas banners hanging from the antique street poles lining Main Street fluttered in the breeze. Carolers dressed in period apparel sang to shoppers crowding the sidewalks, while at the far end of the street the lights on the town's tree brightened the night sky. Melinda paused in front of a bookstore, its front window encased in fairy lights. Yule Books has been in this same spot for as long as I can remember, though it has changed ownership several times. When Melinda started to walk on, Jack stopped her with a hand on her arm. Since neither of us is in a hurry, let's check it out. Sure, I've got time. Not time to wander into every store on the main street and others in the business district, but a few minutes to spare. They wandered around the shop. Jack perused the nonfiction area, then brought a hardback of billion-dollar whale to the counter. The college-aged clerk, another person Melinda didn't recognize, glanced at the front of the book and read the subtitle aloud. The Man Who Fooled Wall Street. She looked up and smiled warmly at Jack as she rang up the purchase. I'm guessing this isn't about a whale. Jack only chuckled and handed her a credit card. Are you interested in finance? The clerk asked. I am. What about you? Jack asked, sounding genuinely interested. I'm going to be a teacher. The clerk handed him a sack with the book tucked inside. I bet you'll make a great one. Jack then turned to Melinda. Ready? Once outside the shop, Melinda considered where to take him next as a gust of wind sliced through her light jacket as if it didn't exist. Hunching her shoulders against the cold, she swiveled to ask what he was interested in seeing when she found him staring. When his gaze lingered on her lips for half a heartbeat, blood surged through Melinda's veins like an awakened river. For a second, she thought he might kiss her. For a second, she thought she might let him. Then Jack pointed to Jingle Shells. That looks fairly new. It's very popular. All the dishes have food names like Frosty the Snow Manicotti and Fa La Lasagna. The interior has a fun, trendy vibe. Melinda's gaze lingered on the number of customers standing in line waiting to be seated. They're definitely a competitor. We noticed an immediate drop in revenue once they opened. Jack studied the exterior of the building. It's got a good look. Tourists love everything about it. Have you considered making any changes at the diner? Melinda started to bristle at the implication that there were changes to be made, then remembered she'd alluded to that fact herself. I have lots of ideas, but my mom is resistant. As long as what she's doing works, that's the thing. Melinda stopped herself. Forget it. The diner isn't my business, it's hers. The decisions concerning it are hers to make. Jack opened his mouth, then shut it, apparently reconsidering whatever he'd been about to say. This gave Melinda the opening she'd been hoping for. How about we go back to the car and I can show you the rest of the town from the comfort of a car with the heater on high? Sounds like a plan. When his gaze landed on her once again, she felt a blast of heat, a warmth that sustained her all the way to the car. Chapter 7. Once in the car, they drove by Landers Tree Farm, then past the hill everyone used for sledding. Though it wasn't yet dark, the lights were already on and the fresh snow on the ground appeared to have brought out the kids. Looks like a popular place. It's where everyone goes to sled. They also have snow bowling competitions and races. Melinda pointed. Turn right at the next intersection. She directed him to Spring Lake that sat at the edge of town where two middle school-age teams currently battled for hockey supremacy. To her surprise, the lights had been turned on here as well. Pond hockey is huge here. It's big in Timber Haven as well. Do you play? Everyone plays. Dustin Bellamy comes to Holly Pointe every Christmas with his wife and twin boys. While he's here, Dustin teaches classes for beginners and coaches the older kids. Surprise skittered across Jack's face, obviously recognizing Dustin's name. Having a former NHL MVP has to be a draw. Truer words. Melinda smiled. Now for the town's crowning glory. Turn left at the next intersection, then right. The barns at Grace Hollow soon came into view, lighting up the night sky with its golden glow. Nestled between tall pines, the two barns stood tall and majestic. Constructed of reclaimed lumber, stone, and steel, they drew the eye. Wow. Jack slanted a glance at her. Impressive. She smiled, pleased he found the barns as amazing as she did. The barns at Grace Hollow. Jack read the sign at the end of the long drive. What are they? There are certainly a lot of cars in the lot. Events venue, Melinda explained. The style is very similar to the Big Sky Barn in Texas. The smaller of the two has lots of gorgeous stained glass. It's often used for weddings, but can be used for smaller events like anniversaries, retirement parties, graduations, stuff like that. The big one appears to be where all the action is. After finding a place to park in the lot, Jack cut the engine. Do you have any idea what's going on tonight? Melinda smiled. With Lucy being one of her besties, she knew everything going on in the barns. Holiday Marketplace. It runs every day in December. It's really cool. There are dozens of vendors selling everything from outfits for your favorite pet to emu oil. Emu oil? Jack arched a skeptical brow. You're making that up. Laughter bubbled up inside Melinda and spilled out. God's truth. Jack shook his head. Something for everyone? Want to go inside? He grinned. I thought you'd never ask. Jack glanced around the cavernous interior. Aisle after aisle offered vendor booths, selling everything from yarn made from pet hair to handmade candles, sporting names like Peppermint Swirl, Sugar Cookie Bliss, and his favorite, Cozy Fireplace. I can't believe you bought that candle, Melinda teased when they stepped away from the booth and began to stroll the aisle. He lifted the sack and grinned. Where else am I going to find a cozy fireplace and a candle? Melinda. The woman dressed all in black with a mass of blonde hair held back from her face with a sparkly band, threw her arms around Melinda. Jack watched with interest as the two talked at once. Then Melinda turned and gestured for him to step closer. Lucy, this is Jack McPherson. And this, he surmised, was the Lucy who'd kept Melinda under surveillance during the drive to Holly Pointe. He offered her a warm smile. It's a pleasure to put a face with a name. Lucy's gaze searched his face. Then she smiled. Thank you for bringing her home safely. She's good company. Yes. Lucy slanted a glance at Melinda. Yes, she is. Then she returned her attention to Jack. What do you think of the barns? So far, I've only been in this one, but it's incredible. From the way her lips curved, the response appeared to please her. She turned to, You should show him the baby barn. Jack cocked his head. Baby barn? Not real babies. It's what we call the smaller one. It was all lit up. Melinda shot her friend a quizzical look. I thought there was probably an event going on. Not tonight. The staff is getting it ready for tomorrow night's ugly sweater mixer. A smile blossomed on Melinda's face. I forgot about the mixer. Melinda shifted her attention momentarily to Jack. This is the first year for it, she told him before her attention returned to Lucy. Have you seen a good response? More tickets sold than I anticipated, which makes me happy. Lucy smiled. People can still buy tickets at the door, and by the number of ugly sweaters that Trudy has sold in her festive front booth, I'm anticipating a large turnout. I wondered why there was so many people lined up to buy ugly sweaters. Jack shook his head. Some of them were really ugly. The uglier the better is what I say. Lucy then shifted to Melinda. You're coming, aren't you? I mean, now that you're back in town, there shouldn't be anything stopping you. I'll definitely be there, Melinda assured her friend. Do we need to stop back at the festive front booth? Just saying the name made Jack smile. Melinda inclined her head and shot him a questioning glance. So you can pick up your ugly sweater for tomorrow night, he explained. She waved a dismissive hand. I already have several. He arched an eyebrow. You collect ugly sweaters? In a manner of speaking, my brother used to give one to me every Christmas. Though she rolled her eyes, Jack saw the fondness for her sibling reflected in the hazel depths. They're quality sweaters, but they are but ugly. They really are. Lucy patted her friend on the shoulder. My favorite is the one from a couple of years ago. Which one was that? Melinda asked. They all blur together. The rockin' around the Christmas tree one with a reindeer sporting an oversized pair of sunglasses and a Santa hat? Lucy paused, then added, the reindeer's eyes sparkle with sequins. Don't forget the glittering snowflakes, twinkling stars, and dangling ornaments. Melinda shook her head. Sounds festive, Jack said, trying not to smile. It's actually quite cute. Lucy paused when the walkie-talkie on her hip squawked. Jack had trouble making out the words, but Lucy appeared to understand. She shot the two of them an apologetic smile, then gave Melinda another fierce hug. I've got to go. I'm so glad you got back safely. Once she released Melinda, Lucy turned to him. Thanks again. Oh, and if you have time, stop over and inspect the baby barn. I think the decorations are super cute. She hurried off then, her brows pulled together in concentration as she made a call on her phone. Does she manage this venue? Jack asked, trying to put the pieces together. I guess you could say that. Melinda smiled. She's the owner. When Melinda offered to show Jack the smaller barn, she wasn't sure if he'd be interested. Though there was certainly a good amount of daylight left, she hated the thought of him driving along wooded roadways after dark. Not your concern, she told herself. Despite her worry, she had to admit, but only to herself, that she was pleased when he said he'd like to take a look at the decorations. I can't imagine how a person would decorate for an ugly sweater mixer, he admitted, as they crossed through the enclosed walkway connecting the two venues. I can't imagine either, Melinda murmured, then quickened her steps to greet an older woman with tight gray curls who stood watch outside the interior entrance to the smaller barn. Eileen, this is a nice surprise. I didn't know you worked here. Just helping Lucy out during December. I've discovered retirement isn't all it's cracked up to be. Eileen offered a rueful smile. I miss the daily contact with people, especially those I don't know, like this handsome gentleman at your side. Melinda turned to Jack then and made short work of introducing him. Instead of going into detail, she simply said he was a friend from New Hampshire. For as long as I can remember, Eileen oversaw the Holly Pointe cabins. The ones we passed leading out of town? Jack may have glanced at Melinda for confirmation, but it was Eileen who responded. Those are the ones. Eileen glanced down and flicked a piece of lint from her shirt. When she looked up again, her carefully composed expression gave nothing away. The previous owner sold to Schaefer Brothers out of Boston. They wanted to make a lot of changes, and I thought it was time to go. Sympathy blanketed Jack's face. That had to be a difficult decision. It helped that Kate Sullivan took over for me. My friend Kate, Melinda told Jack. Yes, those two have been good friends for eons, always together at all the holiday celebrations. Eileen paused and her brows pulled together in puzzlement. Why did I think you were in Mexico? Long story. Melinda kept her tone light. I'm eager to see the decorations for the party tomorrow. Lucy told us to come over and check them out. I believe they just finished, or maybe are just finishing up. Eileen pushed a button on the wall that opened the door leading to the barn. Prepare to smile. Moments later, she and Jack stood, gazing in disbelief at the scene spread out before them. For a couple of seconds, Melinda simply stared, unsure how to respond. Jack finally cleared his throat. I've been to lots of parties, but have never been to one with such, eye-catching decorations. They definitely do catch the eye. It's the kind of scene where it's hard to look away. Melinda glanced up to the garlands strung across the walls and around the entrance. Made out of mini ugly Christmas sweaters attached by a red ribbon with green polka dots, the sight made her smile. The tacky Christmas lights are my favorite, Jack said with utmost seriousness, his gaze lingering on the colorful string lights with mismatched and oversized bulbs and flashing lights strung around the bar area. Melinda gestured to an area labeled DIY Ugly Sweater Photo Booth. The backdrop was a fabric of bright and clashing colors. A sign encouraged participants to strike an ugly pose. I predict that's going to be a big hit. I'd say that's a definite. Jack studied her for a long moment. You were right. I'm right about a lot of things. She offered him a cheeky smile. Which right are you referring to? This town really does have a lot to offer over the holidays. Oh, Jack, Melinda placed a hand on his arm. You ain't seen nothing yet. There it is, the Candy Cane Christmas house. Melinda's hand swept out as if trying to encompass the entire spectacle laid out before them. Jack stared, blinked at the mammoth 3-story Victorian house. It had turrets that rose to the clouds. It had towers so tall that even Rapunzel's hair couldn't have reached the ground. Add to all that was enough lights blazing to take down an entire city's electrical grid. Quick, Melinda prompted. First impression. The one word that came immediately to mind fell from Jack's lips like the white icicle lights hanging from the eaves. Bright. Melinda chuckled and reached for the handle of her car door. Wait until you see the inside. Once they'd left the barns at Grace Hollow, Melinda had directed him here. She hadn't told him where they were going or what they would see, only that she was certain he would find it unforgettable. She'd been right. Again. Instead of immediately heading to the front door, they stopped on the sidewalk. On the walkway leading to the porch, lighted candy canes shone their brightness on the path. The greenery that wrapped around the porch railings up ahead not only contained a plethora of red bows, but more lights. He turned to Melinda. What is this place? Only one of the busiest spots in Holly Pointe during the holidays. She took his arm as they strode down the walkway to the porch. Locals and tourists come here to bake cookies together, to make ornaments and wrap gifts for underprivileged children and soldiers. There are classes in candy making, wreath making, and gingerbread house making. Santa comes here on a regular basis to pose with kids of all ages for pictures with the house as a backdrop. Seniors can be found here several nights a week in December, playing Christmas bingo. By the time she finished recounting all that went on under the massive roof, Jack's head swam. Behind the awe and admiration for anyone bold enough to take on such an adventurous venture, his financial side clicked in. How is all of this financed? The electric bill has to be huge and the supplies for all the classes would add up. Melinda paused when they reached the porch and inclined her head, her brows now furrowed in thought. I know that people pay for the classes and that Ginny and Mary, who teach most of the classes, do it out of love for the community and don't expect to be reimbursed. I believe they receive some sort of community funding under some sort of dedicated funds in the budget. If Sam were here, he could probably answer your questions. Sam? Sam Johnson. He's the city administrator and he and his wife are friends of mine. Melinda shrugged. I'd say you could ask him yourself when you see him. But since you're leaving, the funding will have to remain an unsolved mystery." Melinda reached for the door handle, but Jack placed a hand on her arm. "No need to go inside." Jack kept his voice low. "If they have a class or something, we'll be interrupting." "No worries." She flashed a bright smile and turned the knob. "If there is something going on, we'll simply join in on the fun." Chapter 8. 10 minutes later, Melinda sat beside Jack at a large rectangular table in the front parlor of the Candy Cane Christmas house. Gingerbread pieces were displayed on the cake board in front of them. There were more lights in here, the brightest of them on the oversized Christmas tree that reached to tall ceiling. Decorated with an abundance of glittery ornaments and twinkling lights, it definitely drew the eye. The mantel of the fireplace boasted elaborately designed greenery with ribbons, sparkling ornaments, and more lights. "Thoughts on how to begin?" Melinda's question appeared to pull Jack's attention back from the sparkling, crown-shaped tree topper, encrusted with faux diamonds, gemstones, and glitter, that Mary Pearson, the owner and proprietress, had pointed out was new this year. His gaze dropped to study the pieces laid out before them. Then he glanced back at Melinda. When the woman said someone had canceled and there was an extra gingerbread house to decorate, I thought the house would come already assembled. He gestured with one hand to the others at the table, who'd already begun decorating their houses. Remember how Mary said the couple had canceled after the gingerbread had been baked, so they didn't bother to put it together? Melinda picked up a piece of the dense cake. "More fun for us. This way we get to decide on the design and layout of our house. We'll consider it a bonus." Despite the bold statement, Melinda sensed an undercurrent of doubt. That didn't surprise her. Because of his strong business and financial background, Melinda had expected Jack to be someone who liked order and all his ducks in a row. That's the way Mr. Culver, the accountant her mother used for her business, was. But she was discovering Jack could be a go-with-the-flow kind of guy, too. Melinda cocked her head as she studied the piece in her hand. There are any number of layouts we could go with other than the classic cottage, but we've gotten a later start than the others, so I suggest we stick to the basic. "I agree," Jack said. "But just out of curiosity, what are some other designs?" "Well," Melinda brought a finger to her lips and thought, "there's a candy castle. We build it with turrets, towers, and drawbridges. Or a tree house where the house is nestled within the branches of a gingerbread tree, or a candy shop where we fill the walls inside with colorful candies, lollipops, and candy canes, or the festive chalet where—" "Stop," Jack held up a hand. "I never realized there were so many options. You're right. Best to stick with the classic cottage. Are you sure you have time for this?" While Melinda had observed firsthand that Jack was an excellent driver, darkness wasn't far off. "I mean, Mary didn't give us much choice, and by the time this sets up and we finish, it'll be dark. I don't know what the roads are like where you're headed, but here they're snow-packed and could be icy." The warmth of Jack's hand closing over hers had Melinda's thoughts stuttering. His blue eyes met hers and held. "I wouldn't have agreed if I hadn't wanted to do it with you. As far as the drive, I'm not worried." If he wasn't worried, she wouldn't be either. A flush of pleasure had her smiling as she picked up a piece of gingerbread. This is going to be so much fun. The excitement that wove its way through Melinda's words like a pretty ribbon was genuine. How long had it been since she'd taken time to do something like this? With all needed supplies in front of them, including royal icing acting as glue to hold the gingerbread pieces together, it didn't take much time for them to have the walls and roof in place. "I brought you a couple of items to help that royal icing harden more quickly." Mary set a tiny fan on the table, then handed Jack a hairdryer. "You'll want to keep this on cool." "Thanks, Mary." Melinda knew that Ginny Blaine normally handled the gingerbread stuff, but Ginny was in New York with Faith, Graham, and the girls. "How are you holding up without Ginny?" Mary's sweet smile, when combined with her lithe frame, white hair, and pale blue eyes, gave her an ethereal appearance. I'm happy she could spend this time with Faith and Graham. I texted Faith a couple of days ago, Melinda told her. No baby yet. You'd have heard. Mary rested a hand on Melinda's shoulder. I'm sure you're one of the first she'll call. He's due any time. Melinda smiled, thinking how excited Graham and Faith, as well as the twins, were about the new baby boy. I said to Ginny, wouldn't it be wonderful if he came on Christmas? You know, it's going to be a full moon. Christmas moon, Melinda murmured, the first time that's happened in 30 years. Christmas moon? Though he kept the dryer on the icing, Jack shifted his gaze to them. A full moon on Christmas, Mary explained. It's supposed to symbolize new beginnings. Mary, the woman at the other end of the table called out, when you have time, could you come over here? We have a problem. Be right there, Mary called out, then placed a hand on Melinda's shoulder. Your cottage is going to be weak. Normally, we like to have them set up overnight, or at least for a couple of hours before you begin to decorate. Using the fan and the hair dryer is an old trick to help it set up more quickly, but be very gentle when you decorate. Working in tandem, they added gumdrops and tiny candy canes to the exterior, being careful not to put too much pressure on the structure. Melinda took the frosting bag. She could already see the intricate design she planned to create on the front of the house. She turned to Jack. When you use a frosting bag, it's important to apply firm, even pressure, but you don't want to squeeze it too hard or... Without warning, the bag exploded in a frosting explosion, covering part of Jack's face and most of his shirt front. Conversation ceased at the table. Melinda inhaled sharply. With a finger, he wiped the frosting off his face with the side of his finger, then stuck it into his mouth. Tasty. I'm so sorry. Frantically, she looked around on the table for a clean cloth. Finding none, she started to rise when she felt his hand on her arm. I'm fine. Really. Let's keep going. They kept going after Mary brought him a cloth to remove the icing from his face and get most of it off his shirt. The house was nearly complete and looking pretty darned good, but it needs something else. Jack studied the structure, then at the supplies set out on the table before them. What about the sprinkles? Add a bit more color to the roof? Great idea. She gestured to Sprinkles. You get the honors. Picking up the container, Jack began enthusiastically shaking it. Sprinkles fell like snow over the top of the house. Just a little more, Melinda suggested. Jack gave the container an enthusiastic final shake. His eyes widened in horror when the lid popped off, resulting in an avalanche of colorful sprinkles. The weight proved more than the weakened structure could handle, and it collapsed in on itself. Melinda couldn't help it. She burst into laughter. Jack's laughter came just as quickly. Well, that was fun. The thing was, Melinda thought, as they said their goodbyes a half-hour later, it had been fun. In fact, she couldn't recall the last time she'd enjoyed a date so much. Date? No, she reminded herself as she got into the small import. This wasn't a date, just her showing Jack around town. Then why, Melinda thought? Couldn't she keep from wondering if there was going to be a goodnight kiss at the end of the evening? By the time Jack pulled up in front of Melinda's house, he found himself reluctant to step out from the car and say goodbye, probably because he knew that once he left, it would be the last time he'd see her. Thanks again for the tour. You're very welcome. I'm sorry about the implosion. Still, he couldn't help but smile, remembering how they'd laughed and ate gumdrops and sprinkles off the mangled gingerbread. I'm not. Melinda leaned back in her seat, making no move to unfasten her belt. It added a little excitement to the evening. Yes, Jack agreed. It's not often you completely demolish a gingerbread house. If we're not careful, Santa is going to put a lump of coal in our stocking this year. Jack laughed. That'd be disappointing and messy. I guess it would, Melinda chuckled. If you'd been here longer, I'd have introduced you to Kenny Douglas, our resident Santa. I can't imagine him putting a piece of coal in anyone's stocking, not matter how well deserved. He and his wife run the Busy Bean coffee shop, and he is the perfect Santa. Not only does he look the part with the long white beard, but he's the nicest, kindest man you'll ever meet. While she continued to tell him about Kenny and the special Santa activities in Holly Pointe, Jack murmured encouraging sounds and tossed out an occasional, "Oh, really?" in order to keep her talking. He liked the way her eyes lit up and her animated expression as she told him about the snowman parade and how Kenny, dressed as Santa, arrived on a sleigh pulled by actual reindeer. Santa used to arrive in Holly Pointe the weekend after Thanksgiving, but since so many people have family in town for Thanksgiving, now he comes that weekend and at the snowman parade. Makes sense. Jack had heard before how Holly Pointe did Christmas up right, only now was he beginning to understand what that meant. So, even though some times are set in stone, you're still flexible. Yes, but we try to be aware that some people plan their trips here around specific activities, which means we wouldn't want to change the date of the snowman parade. Melinda's gaze grew thoughtful as she appeared to be thinking of other examples. Normally, the mistletoe ball is held the weekend before Christmas. This year, it's being held on Christmas Day, in the evening, of course. Mistletoe ball? It's our biggest holiday event and is held at Grace Hollow. 90% of the profits are donated to the University of Vermont Cancer Center. 10% stays in Holly Pointe to address local healthcare needs. While giving so much to charity is admirable, that means that Lucy makes nothing over hosting the event. She could charge for the event space, but she wants more money to go to the cancer center. The food vendors and others are paid. Once their costs are taken out, that's the amount that is donated. Jack nodded. Makes sense. That's why the decision was made to do the ugly sweater mixer this weekend. It gives those who may not be able to stay for the mistletoe ball on Christmas the chance to enjoy a holiday party in Holly Pointe. How do you know so much about all of this? I've lived here all my life, remember? She smiled. I've also served on a number of planning committees. A momentary silence filled the cab of the car, a kind of watchful waiting, as if both of them were deciding next steps. For once, Jack, who prided himself on always being 3 steps ahead of everyone else, found himself unsure and off balance. Well, I suppose this is goodbye. Melinda assumed he would just drive off once she forced herself to get out of the car and shut the door. Instead, he cut the engine, then hopped out and joined her on the sidewalk. He took her hands in his. Thank you for the tour. She discovered she couldn't tear her gaze from his mesmerizing blue eyes. Thank you for driving me home. Then it struck her. She hadn't paid him for gas. The knowledge broke the web that had tethered them together. Pulling her hands from his, she reached into the bag slung over her shoulder and pulled out her wallet. I'm sorry, I forgot about the gas money. His warm hand closed over hers. I don't want nor need your money, but I appreciate the offer. Jack stood close now, so close she could see the gold flecks in his blue eyes. Are you sure? Because I'm positive. His tone left no room for doubt. Though she knew she was behaving like a love-struck teen, she couldn't seem to stop herself. You should come back sometime. Stay a few days. His gaze remained fixed on her face, a tiny smile lifting his lips. Without shifting his gaze, he brushed a strand of hair back from her face with a gentle finger. I just may do that. His voice, that deep husky rumble, did strange things to her insides, the same way it had all evening. If you do, be sure and stay through Christmas. That way you can really see what makes Holly Pointe special. Her heart began an erratic rhythm that made her feel lightheaded. That's when you get the magic. Jack smiled. Melinda wasn't sure what got into her. Maybe it was knowing this was the last time she'd ever see him. If she didn't do it now, she'd always wonder what it would have been like. Giving in to desire, Melinda leaned forward and kissed him on the mouth. His lips were warm and he tasted deliciously sweet, like a mixture of candy canes and gumdrops. When his arms stole around her, it felt so natural to wrap her arms around him. Melinda couldn't say how long they stood there with their arms wrapped around each other, kissing. She only knew that when she finally stood on her porch, waving goodbye, she realized that 48 hours with him had not been nearly long enough. Chapter 9. That night, Melinda found her dreams filled with thoughts of Jack. Only they weren't in Holly Pointe, they were in Mexico enjoying sun and sand. She woke alone to snow falling and a sense of sadness. She'd wanted that step away from reality, had really needed it. Not just because a visit to the warm was always nice this time of year, but the loss of her online marketing job had meant she'd recently been spending more time at the diner. She loved the diner and all the customers, both the familiar ones and the new ones in town for the holiday. What she didn't love, and what had really started to chafe, was her mother's resistance to change and Melinda's own lack of purpose. Like she'd told Jack, she'd brought up possible additions to the menu, only to get those shot down. This, despite the fact that her suggestions would not have significantly added to the budget for supplies. The same thing had happened when she had spent hours looking at various diner designs online, then came up with several possible changes to the Rosie's Diner exterior that would have brought it into the 21st century, instead of keeping it back in the 1990s. While she could understand her mother wanting to preserve the feel of the diner, they also had to appeal to a whole new generation of customers. Customers who had, more and more, been frequenting other cafes and restaurants in town. Last summer, her mother had appeared interested, even taking time to sit down and go through the possibilities on the computer images Melinda had put together. Derek had tossed in his support for the idea, saying he'd do the renovation work for just the cost of materials. For several days in August, Melinda had thought her mother might agree. Then Rosie had started dating Carl and was suddenly too busy to consider the options. Melinda had pressed, but her mother had told her to drop it. There would be no changes. When Rosie added that Carl loved the diner just the way it was, Melinda was forced to grit her teeth to keep from saying Carl was simply the man Rosie had been dating since the beginning of the summer. He didn't have a vote. Then Melinda realized neither did she. Heaving a resigned sigh, Melinda did what she always had done when facing any obstacle. She pushed forward, which meant getting up and dressed for breakfast with friends. Since she'd slept in, she got herself together in record time. Melinda had to admit that it felt strange meeting at Sugar Plums. When she called her mother last night to tell her she was back, she'd also mentioned she was meeting Lucy and Kate for breakfast. Telling her mother that they were meeting somewhere other than Rosie's, well, that conversation had gone about as she expected. Now, sitting at a white lacquered table with the sun shining in through the windows of Sugar Plums, she felt herself begin to relax. The large windows provided glimpses of the snowy landscape outside. The frosty patterns on the glass added a touch of whimsy and made the vinyl clings on the windows at Rosie's seem tacky. Unlike the smell of frying meat and strong coffee, the air in Sugar Plums was filled with the comforting aroma of freshly baked gingerbread, cinnamon, and spiced cider. As she inhaled deeply, Melinda wondered if the scent was piped in or if those were actual smells coming from the kitchen. That tree is amazing. Lucy took a sip of her eggnog latte and studied the large fir, adorned with an array of whimsical ornaments and shimmering tinsel. It makes the one in my cabin look positively tacky, Kate said with a sigh. Your tree is gorgeous. Melinda reached over and squeezed Kate's hand. Assuming she'd be out of town and what would be the point, Melinda hadn't gotten a tree. Now, seeing how adorable the unicorns, mermaids, and dragon ornaments were, wondered if she should pick up a few new decorations before putting up her own. I can see why this place is stealing away our customers. Glancing down at her coffee mug in the shape of a snowman, Melinda sighed and voiced the comment that her friends were too polite to utter. This place definitely rocks the Christmas vibe, Lucy admitted, studying the interior of the cafe with a businesswoman's eye. I love the specialty lattes and mochas. I'm definitely going to have to come by and try the cranberry mocha. Their regular coffee is good too. Kate lifted her reindeer mug and took a sip. The servers dressed as Santa's helpers are a bit much, at least for me. Melinda watched their server Mary bustle about in her elf hat and sweater adorned with snowflakes. "You're right. A little too cutesy for my taste," Kate agreed. Lucy's lips quirked upward. "It'd be kind of fun to see your servers wearing ugly Christmas sweaters." "I wouldn't mind. I think it'd be cool, and I bet the customers would like it." Melinda thought of the diner. "That'd be something we could—" She stopped herself. "Forget it. Mom would never go for it." "I still think it's a fun idea." Lucy set down her cup, her gaze focused on Melinda. "Now, enough business talk. It's time to move on to a more interesting topic." "Such as?" Melinda could see her friend had something on her mind. That much was obvious. "I want you to tell us all about Mr. Jack McPherson. Don't spare the specifics. While I feel I got a good grasp on him from my research, nothing beats first-hand knowledge. Am I wrong?" The mischievous twinkle in Lucy's blue depths made Melinda smile. "What is it with married people anyway? You all seem to have this fascination with your single friends' lives." "I'm not married," Kate interjected without giving Lucy a chance to respond, "and I'm very interested in what went on in that car." "Don't forget the night they spent together in Wilbur," Lucy reminded her. "Oh, I haven't forgotten." Kate leaned forward, resting her forearms on the table. "Dish." "Well, we had hot sex all night long on the floor of this empty attic and—" The sound of their young server clearing her throat had them turning. Mary's bright smile appeared frozen on her face. "I just wanted to let you know your food should be out shortly." "Thanks, Mary." Lucy beamed at the girl who, after casting one last quick glance at Melinda, backed quickly away. Her face! Melinda shook her head and chuckled. "Gives her something interesting to talk to her friends about." Kate waved a dismissive hand. "Back to the hot sex on the attic floor. Please tell me you at least put down an old sheet or something. Rolling around on a dirty floor isn't that great of a visual. If we would have had hot sex, we would have put down a sheet." Melinda cocked her head. "Satisfied?" "For now." Kate smiled. "Continue." The owner of the B&B, which was really more of a private home with a spare bedroom, asked if we wanted to share a bedroom since they only had one open. "Because I knew the two of you would have my head if I slept with a guy I just met, I got the bed. He got the attic." "He got the bed in the attic," Lucy clarified and took a long sip of her latte. "He got the floor." Melinda cast a look at Kate. "But they gave him their son's old sleeping bag." Kate grimaced. Poor guy. He didn't seem to mind. In fact, Melinda recalled, Jack hadn't once complained. Lucy gave an approving nod. "He's a good sport." "Yes, I guess he is." Melinda shrugged. "One thing surprised me, though. You'd told me how his family owned Timberhaven Sawmill. Well, the older son of the couple who owned the B&B, who were incredibly sweet, by the way, lives in Timberhaven and is trying to get a job at the sawmill but apparently can't even get an interview." Lucy took another long drink of her latte. "I'm sure they get a lot of applicants." "The thing is, Jack's family owns the sawmill. He could have helped the boy by making one phone call." Melinda frowned, still puzzled that Jack hadn't offered to put in a good word. Maybe there's a reason the guy isn't getting an interview, much less being hired. Kate, always the practical one, offered an alternate opinion, likely based on her experience managing a group of cabins at the edge of town. Her job involved not only the financial aspect and overseeing booking, but hiring and supervising the cleaning and maintenance staff. There might be something in his background that's a red flag. The parents say no. Melinda recalled vividly Kent's comments in defense of his son. "The parents are often the last to know." Lucy shrugged. "I just know from all the hiring and firing that I do at Grace Hollow is that sometimes you do a little digging and a skeleton pops out." "A skeleton? It'd be nice if it popped out around Halloween." The impish gleam in Kate's eyes gave her away. Lucy rolled her eyes. Melinda laughed. "Okay, so maybe that was the reason Jack didn't offer to help, but he's clearly used to going after and getting what he wants." "Examples, please." Kate made a come-on gesture with one hand. Melinda told them about the incident with the rental car, and then about him offering the Castons $200 to sleep on their floor. "Doesn't that seem rather self-centered?" Yes, but I don't see a problem. Lucy set down her now empty latte glass. In fact, I'm betting if you'd had the money and didn't want to sleep in a car, you'd have done the same. Maybe. Probably. After a second, Melinda admitted to herself she would have likely done the same, except she'd have made the Castons take the cash, even if it was for sleeping on the floor. It doesn't matter. He's likely in the White Mountains by now. Would you like to see him again? Kate asked. I would, but I'm not holding my breath that will happen. Melinda didn't want to talk about Jack anymore. It only made him miss him, which was crazy considering they'd only met 48 hours ago. Shift the focus, Melinda told herself. I'm super excited about all the events this weekend. My ugly sweater is ready to horrify and amuse tonight. Kate relaxed against the back of her chair. If I'm feeling particularly adventurous, I may even don the hideous Christmas shoes I made. They would be the perfect accompaniment to the sweater. What do these hideous shoes of yours look like? This was the first Melinda had heard of them. I call them my festive faux fur fiasco shoes. Kate chuckled as if just the name made her smile. I was bored one night and took a pair of plain canvas shoes and glued faux fur trim around the edge. The fur is in shades of red and green. Sounds interesting. Melinda spoke cautiously. They do sound hideous. You should definitely wear them. Lucy set down her cup. Speaking of tonight, I can't wait to see both of you at the mixer tonight. Wouldn't miss it. Melinda glanced at Kate. Kate agreed to let me tag along with her. You two will have lots of fun. Lucy smiled. She might go with me. Kate's lips lifted in a slight smile. But I'm pretty sure I won't be the one driving her home. Melinda shot her friend a quizzical glance as Mary set down her Santa's berry parfait. Served in a Santa glass, the layers of creamy Greek yogurt, mixed berries, and crunchy granola was garnished with a sprig of fresh mint and a dusting of confectioner's sugar. That looks nice and healthy, Lucy said before Kate could clarify her comment. Unlike this, Lucy gestured to the plate holding her tinsel toast, thick slices of artisan bread slathered with creamy Nutella, topped with sliced bananas and a sprinkle of toasted coconut. I think if Goldilocks were rating our breakfasts, she'd say that Melinda's was too healthy, Lucy's was too rich, and mine is just right. Kate lifted her fork and gazed appreciatively at her plate, containing a veggie omelet with whole wheat toast and fruit. Put that fork down. Melinda pinned Kate with her gaze. Before you dig in, you need to explain that comment. What comment? Though her expression remained innocent, Kate's lips quirked up enough to let Melinda know she was right to push. I'd like to know who you think I would accept a ride home with tonight, even though I came with you. Melinda waited for some remark about her obviously being open to getting into a car with anyone since she'd accepted a ride from a stranger at an airport. Lucy looked up, then flicked a tiny bit of Nutella off her red lips with the tip of her tongue. I was wondering that, too. Jack McPherson, was all Kate said before bringing a bite of omelet to her mouth. Not possible. He's gone. The realization brought with it another wave of sadness. Melinda really had enjoyed yesterday. He's probably in his family's cabin in the White Mountains by now. This time, Kate couldn't hold back the smile. He's in a cabin, all right, but the one I'm thinking of is right here in Holly Pointe. For a second, the crunchy granola stuck in Melinda's throat. She lifted her coffee and washed it down. He stayed? He did indeed. He's nice and cozy in reindeer rest. This time, Kate smiled full out. He stopped in last night to see if we had any open cabins. I just had a last-minute cancellation, so I rented him RR through the end of the year. But he only took it after making sure we had high-speed internet. Lucy's brows pulled together. I thought you had a waiting list for cancellations. I do, but I didn't feel like calling to see if those on the list were still interested. Kate shrugged. I made an executive decision to rent it to him. The way I see it, one good turn deserves another. The one good turn being? Melinda prompted. Kate chuckled. Why, bringing you back to Holly Pointe to enjoy Christmas with us, of course. Chapter 10. Jack glanced around the cabin he'd just moved into and gave a nod of satisfaction. The 3-bedroom was larger than he needed, but he liked space, and the rates had been very reasonable. As Kate had indicated, it came fully furnished, not only with linens and blankets, but a kitchen with all the necessities, including a coffee unit that was decidedly high-tech. The only thing missing was the food. Melinda had pointed out the market when she'd given him the tour of Holly Pointe highlights. He decided he'd swing by there in the next couple of days. Not that he planned to buy much. He'd already decided that he would eat most of his meals out. Jack saw that as a win-win. Not only would he be adding money to the coffers of local businesses, he wouldn't have the bother of cooking. Glancing at his watch, he considered what time it would be at the resort. 1 hour behind. 10:30, there wasn't too late to call, and that way he'd have it out of the way. The way he'd ended the conversation with his mother had left him unsettled. She was doing her best to navigate the treacherous waters between the 2 sons she loved. He admired her for it. If she would just quit pushing me. Yet he knew that dogged determination was part of her personality and the reason she'd been so successful, along with his father, in building the sawmill into the business it was today. Pulling his phone from his pocket, Jack stared at it, then selected her name from his favorites. He knew regret would just hang over him if he didn't make the call. "Jack." Relief sounded in his mother's voice. "It's good to hear from you. Where are you?" "Holly Pointe, Vermont." Just saying the name of the town made him smile. You know, the capital of Christmas kindness. He dropped into an overstuffed chair that sported a moose print. "I remember taking you kids there." His mother's voice warmed. "It's a lovely town." "They certainly go all out for Christmas." "Yes, they do." Puzzlement filled her voice. "But I don't understand why you're there." Jack kept his tone offhand as he propped his feet up on the matching hassock. "I took 3 people home whose flights were also canceled. 2 lived in Walker, 1 here in Holly Pointe. I thought you might stay in the city. Since I planned to be out of town anyway, I thought I'd go to the cabin for a few days." "That's a good idea." His mother's voice dropped. "I'm sorry I didn't believe you about your flight being canceled. It's just that I knew you didn't really want to come and—" "It's okay." Jack cut her off, not wanting to get into wedding talk. That computer glitch put an end to a lot of people's holiday plans. "So you're staying in Holly Pointe tonight, then heading to the cabin tomorrow?" "That was my original plan, but I may hang around here for a while. See what the hype is all about." "I hate that you have to be there alone. Things like that are more enjoyable with a friend." His mother paused for just a second, not nearly long enough for him to change the subject. The last thing Jack wanted was anyone feeling sorry for him. "Is the guy you dropped off there nice?" The hopeful note in her voice had guilt surging. "Perhaps you and he—" "Mom." Now he did interrupt. "Seriously, you don't need to worry. The people in this town are very friendly. I'll be fine. I plan to immerse myself in local activities." Jack wasn't sure why he didn't tell his mother that it was a woman, not a man, who he'd brought to Holly Pointe, unless it was because ever since Sam and Natalie got together, she'd been pushing for him to find someone special, as if that would make everything okay. "It sounds like you're going to have a wonderful Christmas even though you won't be with us." His mother's voice thickened with emotion. "That makes me very happy. I'll tell you all about my experiences here next time I see you." Jack was considering the best way to end the call when his mother spoke. "Your brother was disappointed that you wouldn't be here, but I told Sam that you had tried, told him all about the problems at the airport. He understood." What did she expect him to say to that, Jack wondered. It's getting late. Forget ending the call graciously, he thought. Time to simply end it. "Good night. Tell Dad and everyone to enjoy the weather there." "I will. I love you, Jack." "Love you too." Jack clicked off then and dropped the phone onto the small table next to the chair. Idly, he shifted his gaze out the window and saw that it was snowing again. He smiled. Having the flight canceled and being unable to rebook until the 29th had been an answer to a prayer. He didn't mind being in Holly Pointe. In fact, he thought, glancing around the cabin, This might just end up being a good Christmas after all. Jack rose the next morning with the sun, his brain already filled with a list of things he wanted to accomplish. Starting his day at dawn allowed him to stay ahead of market developments. He began today, as he did every day, by reviewing the overnight news and preparing for the trading day. As he was still technically on vacation, his team would be the ones to review portfolio performance and coordinate trading activities. Still, Jack preferred to stay informed. The internet worked well and he couldn't complain about the speed. These group of cabins nestled in the woods at the edge of town had been his last hope for finding a place in Holly Pointe to stay. He decided he wasn't ready to leave, not Holly Pointe nor Melinda. She was the first woman since Natalie that he'd found himself interested in on more than a superficial level. There was a depth to Melinda that he'd only begun to explore. It seemed an odd time to walk away. Her suggestion to come back to Holly Pointe to experience the Christmas magic had been another factor in his decision to stay. Jack knew himself well enough to know that if he didn't stay now, he'd likely never make it back. Finding a place to stay cinched his decision. He would start his day by checking out Rosie's Diner. Then he would check off the items on his list. A list that included buying winter weather clothing, including a coat and some warm boots. After food and shopping, he'd take a trip out to Grace Hollow, visit festive frumps, and pick himself up an ugly sweater. It was almost embarrassing to admit that he'd spotted one that seemed perfect, considering the circumstances that had brought him here. The sweater he was thinking of featured a wacky winter scene with a snowman wearing sunglasses, a Hawaiian shirt, and flip-flops. The snowman was surrounded by palm trees, seashells, and a beach umbrella. Knitted waves and sun motifs added to the quirky design. The fact that he and Melinda should be enjoying the sun and waves told him the sweater was perfect. Though he doubted anyone else would snap it up, with the mixer being tonight, he didn't want to take any chances. He considered texting Melinda and letting her know that he'd stayed, but he had a lot to accomplish today and had no doubt that her friend Kate had already given her the heads up. The short walk to Rosie's went quickly, and when he stepped inside, Jack was greeted with a rush of warm air, the smell of frying meat, and the happy sound of laughter and conversation. The two servers, one a middle-aged woman with dark brown hair and a sleeve tattoo, and the other, a perky blonde who looked barely out of her teens, moved efficiently, taking orders and bringing food out from the kitchen. A teenage boy cleared and wiped down tables. To his calculating eye, business appeared brisk. All but 2 tables were currently occupied. The older woman, who Jack guessed must be Melinda's mother, greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome to Rosie's." She inclined her head. "How many today?" "1." Jack had learned that in many eateries, eating solo often resulted in speculative glances. But if Rosie thought it strange that he was eating alone, it didn't show. "I hope you're enjoying your stay in Holly Pointe so far," she said as she showed him to a table for 2 against a far wall. "So far, so good," he told her. "This is a nice place." "Thank you." Rosie handed him a plastic menu. "We have great food and the best coffee in Holly Pointe. That said, can I get you a cup while you check out our menu?" "Sure. Sounds good." He smiled and studied her more closely, trying to see any trace of her in Melinda. Rosie's auburn hair was really more of a brown mixed with gray. Though it held a decided red cast, it couldn't compare to Melinda's rich red tones. Her eye color was brown, not hazel. The only resemblance he could find was in the oval face and the wide mouth. "Coming right up." She turned back toward the kitchen, stopping on her way to get his coffee to talk to a group of elderly men drinking coffee and taking up 3 smaller tables that had been shoved together. She returned seconds later with a white ceramic cup that sported a thin green line around the top rim and a full pot of coffee. Setting the cup on the table, she filled it, leaving room for cream, then smiled. "Mallory will be over in a sec to get your order. Enjoy." He noticed that on her way back to the area behind the counter, she refilled the older men's cups. Studying the menu, Jack realized 2 things. If there was a place to save money, it would be with charging more than $1 for coffee with unlimited refills and raising the prices that seemed stuck in the 20th century. After giving his order to Mallory, who ended up being the young blonde, Jack sipped his coffee and glanced around. The place had a kitschy kind of charm. He was certainly no expert in restaurant management and decor, but he could see how much could be accomplished, even with minimal changes. His breakfast of eggs, toast, and hash browns with a side of bacon filled him up. Nothing fancy, just good old-fashioned diner food. He thought about his father and all the places just like this they'd visited when he was a kid. Pulling out his phone, he took a picture of the diner and sent it to his father with a quick text. "Checking out a diner. Food gets an A+. How was your breakfast?" Jack looked up, and there was Rosie, doing what a good owner or manager should be doing, making sure guests were happy with the service and with the food. "Food was great," he gestured to his now empty plate. "Mallory kept me well supplied with coffee. I had a good experience." "I'm pleased to hear that." "You're the owner?" Jack asked before she could step away. "I am." She held out her hand. "Rose Kelly. Everyone calls me Rosie. I don't believe we've met before." "Jack McPherson. You're right, we haven't met before." He gave her hand a firm shake and offered her an easy smile. "I'm here through Christmas." "Well, you couldn't have picked a better time to visit." Rosie's lips tipped upward. "At this time of year, there's magic in the air." "Have you lived here long?" The diner had cleared out since he'd arrived with only him and the group of men remaining. "All my life." Jack brought his never-empty coffee cup to his lips. "How long have you owned the cafe?" Rosie laughed, and he was reminded of Melinda. "Feels like my entire life." She expelled a heavy breath. "Owning a cafe is hard work." "I've known a few people in the restaurant business." Jack sipped his coffee. "They said it's a 24/7 job." It is, and when you start to receive mailings from Medicare and Social Security, you begin to wonder if this is all there is to life, or if this is how you want the rest of your life to go. Rosie laughed again. "Then again, this is what I know, and it's what I really love." She gestured to the group of men. "These guys are all retirees, and I know most of them from high school. They were several years older than me. Many of them are divorced or have lost their spouses. Many of their kids live far away. I enjoy seeing them come in every day to drink coffee and socialize. I like knowing I'm making their lives better. You're providing a service to the community." "I guess in a way I am." She paused and studied his face. "What do you do for a living, Mr. McPherson?" "Please, call me Jack," he told her. "I'm a hedge fund manager in New York City now." A thoughtful look crossed Rosie's face. "I bet you know a lot of financial types." "I know my share." He tried to figure out where she was going with this, but came up empty. "Know anyone interested in buying a cafe?" Jack kept his face expressionless. "Are you interested in selling?" "I'm not sure," she admitted, "but I'm starting to think changes need to be made, and I'm not sure I want to tackle that much work." "Have you spoken with your daughter about this?" But the question remained unspoken. He wasn't about to get in the middle of mother and daughter. "If you give me your contact information, I'll pass that along to Laura Edwards, a woman I know who specializes in restaurant turnaround." Jack paused. "Laura is amazing. She has considerable experience and expertise in the restaurant industry. Best of all, she understands the challenges and opportunities involved in both the renovation and the acquisition process." "Sounds like just the woman I need to speak with. Be right back." Rosie returned with a weathered business card that included all her contact information. "I'd like to speak with her as soon as possible." "Were you thinking before the holiday or after?" As soon as possible, Jack knew, meant different things to different people. Before, if possible. Rosie gave a little laugh. "But I know she's probably busy with her own Christmas plans, so after works, too." Answer received and understood. Jack smiled. "Knowing Laura, it will likely be sooner than later. She's always working." "Like I said, whenever it works." Rosie's eyes now held a hint of sadness. "Sounds as if she's a hard-working young woman. While I admire that quality, I hope she takes time to smell the roses. It's not something I did, and it's definitely something I regret." "Smell the roses?" Jack nearly chuckled aloud. He couldn't imagine Laura Edwards taking time for anything but work. Even if she doesn't get back to me, thank you for the referral." "Oh, she'll get back to you," he said with a brash confidence born of experience. "And I'm happy to help." "Well, I appreciate it." Rosie studied him for a long moment. "Is there a Mrs. McPherson?" He laughed. "If you're referring to my mother, yes, there is." Rosie joined in his laughter. "It's too bad you're not sticking around longer. I have a daughter who could use a nice young man like you in her life." Chapter 11. After a morning that included work, breakfast, and shopping, Jack decided to make one final quick stop before heading to Grace Hollow. After placing his purchases into the trunk of his car, he strolled into the Busy Bean coffee shop. Standing in line gave him time to leisurely study his surroundings, as well as the people working efficiently behind the counter. The interior of the coffee shop, with its rustic wooden furniture and cozy armchairs, practically begged guests to settle in and stay a while. The soft, warm lighting cast a comforting glow and was obviously designed to make the place feel like a home away from home. Local artwork and photographs on the walls showcased the town's history and talent of its residents. Across the room, Jack spotted a bulletin board displaying flyers of upcoming community events. Jack smiled when his gaze landed on the Christmas tree. Instead of what he considered regular holiday ornaments, there were folded coffee filters shaped into snowflakes, miniature coffee cup ornaments, and garlands made of tiny coffee beans. At the top of the tree, a festive red bow sporting a coffee-related pattern added a nice pop of color. The three behind the counter, one man and two women, added to the holiday feel with their Santa hats and red aprons. Jack recognized Kenny immediately. Even if he hadn't been behind the counter of the shop Melinda had mentioned he owned, no one looked more like Santa Claus than this guy. With his flowing white beard and mustache, rosy cheeks, and a laugh that stopped just short of a ho-ho-ho, he was definitely Santa's doppelganger. As he drew closer to the counter, Jack focused on the task at hand, studying the selections on the large white board. Though he wasn't big on flavored drinks, at this time of year, it seemed a shame not to try one. Melinda had been right. Names matter. When he stepped forward, he'd narrowed his choice down to two: the reindeer roast, a dark roast coffee, and Santa's sip, which contained espresso. But he wasn't sure what else. "Welcome to the Busy Bean, young man." Kenny's voice boomed and his eyes twinkled. "What can I get you?" Jack was glad there was still a line of people behind him, or he had the feeling Kenny would have known everything about him by the time he walked out the door. "What does the Santa's sip have in it?" "For that drink, my gorgeous wife over here," Kenny gestured to a woman with a round face and salt and pepper hair busily working the coffee machine. "We'll top off the espresso and steamed milk with a generous dollop of sweetened whipped cream, then sprinkle it with a pinch of cocoa powder. If you'd like, she can also drizzle some peppermint syrup or chocolate sauce over the top. Do you want my opinion?" On the verge of sticking with the tried-and-true dark roast, Jack gave a wary nod. "Step outside your comfort zone this Christmas. Go with the Santa's sip with both the peppermint syrup and chocolate sauce." Sounds more like a dessert than a drink. Still, Jack found himself tempted. "You don't like dessert?" There it was again, a twinkle in the old man's eyes. "Let's go for it." Kenny beamed. "That's the spirit." As Jack paid for the drink, he felt as if he'd passed some kind of test. Instead of drinking the beverage on his way to Grace Hollow, Jack took a seat in one of the armchairs. As he sipped his drink, the delightful aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the gentle hum of conversation surrounded him. Setting his drink down on the table beside the chair, Jack pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found who he was searching for. 3 rings sounded before a feminine voice answered. Laura Edwards. "Laura, Jack McPherson." "Jack, this is a surprise. I thought you were in Mexico for the holidays." He didn't find it at all strange that Laura knew of his trip. Even though he didn't recall mentioning it to her, Laura considered keeping up with everyone in her financial sphere her business. Change in plans? He saw no need to go in detail. Laura was a busy woman, and he still had an ugly sweater to buy. "I have an opportunity you might be interested in." I'm all ears." After giving her what information he had about the diner and about Rosie's request, he texted her a copy of the woman's weathered business card. If you want to connect with her right away, she's up for that. She also made it clear she'd understand if you were busy and wanted to wait until after the holidays. "You know me, Jack. I'm never too busy to seize an opportunity." Lara paused. "I do have one question. It isn't clear to me if she's interested in my thoughts on renovation or if she's ready to sell." "I don't honestly know which way she's leaning." Jack took another sip of the delicious drink. "I'm sure you'll have a clearer picture after speaking with her. I'll give her a call right now." "Sounds good, but..." "But what?" Her husky voice deepened. "What is it you're not telling me, Jack?" "Just whenever you call, make sure you have plenty of time." Jack recalled his conversation with Rosie in the diner. The woman loves to talk. After leaving Sugar Plums, Melinda kept checking her phone, hoping for a call or text from Jack letting her know that he was still in Holly Pointe. She couldn't help wondering how long he intended to stay. Despite him paying Kate for the rest of December, she knew that outlay didn't mean that much to him. He likely paid more than that in the past for a single night at a posh hotel, which meant he could already be halfway to the mountains by now. Or maybe, and she liked this option best, he decided to act on her suggestion to experience all Holly Pointe had to offer at Christmas time. Perhaps, since he'd missed the family trip to Mexico, he decided there was no better time than now to see what the hype was all about. The high-speed internet question was a bit puzzling, though it appeared to add weight to him staying. Even though he'd said this was a slow time, he seemed too focused on his business to step away totally. And hadn't he told her he could technically work from anywhere? Melinda still hadn't heard from Jack by the time she opened her closet to get ready for the party that evening. She took her time studying all her ugly sweater options. Even though she rolled her eyes each year when she opened another package containing one from her brother, the exasperation was only for form. She liked their tradition. The sweater that finally got the nod sported a bold and exaggerated image of a grumpy gingerbread man. The gingerbread tie-in weighed heavy in its favor during the selection process. The G-man had crossed arms, a frowning mouth, and mismatched candy buttons. It seemed apropos that surrounding him were scattered gumdrops, frosting drips, and candy cane accents. Melinda smiled, recalling how when their gingerbread house had collapsed, she and Jack had sat in stunned silence for several seconds before bursting into laughter. Once they'd regained their composure, they'd eaten gumdrops straight off the roof. She couldn't recall a more enjoyable experience. With her clothing choice out of the way, it was time to focus on her hair and makeup. She was just pulling on her boots when she heard the honk of Kate's car horn. Less than 5 minutes into the drive to Grace Hollow, Melinda casually asked Kate if she'd seen much of Jack today. "I didn't see him at all until I saw his car go past my cabin a couple hours ago." Kate slanted her a sideways glance. "You didn't hear from him?" "If you wouldn't have told me he'd rented a cabin, I'd have thought he was in the White Mountains." Melinda tried to keep the disappointment from her voice, but couldn't quite manage it. "I really thought he'd call or text me today." "That is strange. Based on how well you got along on the drive here, and the fact that he stayed, I'd have thought that too." Melinda shrugged. "Maybe we didn't get along as well as I thought we did." Then she remembered the laughter, conversation, and kisses they'd shared. No, there had been chemistry and interest, and not just on her side, but she refused to waste 1 second more of the day, or rather the evening, thinking about Jack McPherson. The parking lots at Grace Hollow were filled to overflowing, and it took Kate several minutes to find an open space. Some of the cars likely belonged to last-minute shoppers visiting the Christmas marketplace, but Melinda bet a good number were here for the mixer. The first friends she and Kate spotted across the room when they stepped into the smaller barn was Dustin Bellamy and his wife, Krista Ankrum, surrounded by admirers. Then again, the former NHL star and his supermodel wife ended up being the center of attraction wherever they went. As they, along with their twin boys, had arrived in Holly Pointe the night before Melinda had left for the airport, Melinda hadn't had a chance to welcome her friends back to Holly Pointe. Across the room, she spotted her brother wearing the red Grinch sweater that was his go-to whenever ugly sweater and party were spoken in the same sentence. Zach, Derek's partner in their construction firm, wore black. At first it seemed an odd choice, but even from this distance she could see the color provided the perfect backdrop to the chaotic tangle of colorful Christmas lights across his chest that blinked like a generator on steroids. Melinda was surprised both men had taken time off from work to play, knowing the tight deadline they had on their current project. Then she remembered Derek telling her that he wanted to show his daughter the importance of a balanced lifestyle, which obviously meant working hard during the day and taking time off to play in the evening. She looked around for Derek's girlfriend, Shiloh, but didn't see her. Perhaps her and Cameron were getting a pic taken together at the DIY ugly sweater booth. Melinda immediately dismissed the thought. While she had no doubt Cameron and her friends would take advantage of the photo booth, she couldn't imagine her niece opting to get a pic taken with her dad's girlfriend. Then again, Cameron appeared genuinely fond of Shiloh. As if merely thinking of her beloved niece conjured her up, Melinda heard a squeal right before she found herself enveloped in a mega hug. "Melinda, I hoped you'd be here." Cameron gave her a hard squeeze before stepping back. There was so much of Derek in his daughter, Melinda thought. The same coloring and, more than that, the same grit and determination that had allowed Derek to raise a child alone when he'd been still in high school. "I love your sweater." Melinda smiled at her niece, especially the reindeer's googly eyes. "It doesn't suck," Cameron agreed. "Language, Cameron." Melinda forced a stern tone, but her twitching lips gave her away, and they both laughed. It was what Rosie said any time her kids or granddaughter said anything she considered offensive. "I heard about your trip blowing up." Cameron made a face. "Now that really sucks." "It does," Melinda readily agreed. "But I'll schedule another trip, maybe this spring." "If you need a travel buddy," Cameron pointed to herself. "Just remember, I'm available." "Hey, don't forget about me." Kate, who'd stepped back for the reunion, spoke now, her tone teasing. "You'd come with us, Kate," Cameron assured her. "The three of us would have a blast." Out of the corner of her eye, Melinda noticed Derek still hanging with the guys. "Is Shiloh here?" Cameron shook her head. "She's singing at Holly Jolly's tonight." "That's cool." Kate lifted her hand and waved. "Eileen is motioning to me. I'm going to go say hi. I'll catch you two later." That was only one of the many things Melinda liked about Kate. They could attend a function together, but not be joined at the hip. "You know where to find me." Melinda glanced down at her sweater. "Just look for the gingerbread man." Kate smiled, and a second later was weaving her way through the crowd toward the woman whose job she had taken over last year. "So, what's with the gig at Holly Jolly's?" Melinda asked her niece. Cameron shrugged. "Shiloh loves performing. She was supposed to come with us tonight, but she got this opportunity and couldn't turn it down. Now that you mention it, I remember hearing she had a good voice and once hoped to sing professionally." "That's what she still wants," Cameron told Melinda. "Amy is graduating mid-term. She got a scholarship to NVU and is moving to Linden next month right after she graduates." Shiloh's sister Amy, a senior this year, and Cameron, a freshman, played in the Good Hope marching band together. "Amy going off to college means Shiloh is finally free to pursue her own dreams," Cameron added. "What about her and your dad?" "Temporary," Cameron pronounced with a dismissive wave of one hand. Shiloh's dream never included settling down with a guy and his kid in Holly Pointe. Though Cameron liked Shiloh, she didn't seem all that upset by the breakup. Melinda tried to recall what she knew about her brother's girlfriend, or rather, apparently, his former girlfriend. She was young, only 24, which made her 8 years younger than Derek. The two had originally met at a band boosters meeting for parents of kids in the marching band. Shiloh wasn't Amy's mother, but had taken on that role at 16 when their mother died of sepsis. While their dad continued to provide a roof over their head and food to eat, his job as an over-the-road trucker meant he was gone more than he was home. "Shiloh is nice, but I never thought she and my dad were a forever thing." Cameron's observation pulled Melinda from her reverie. But she made him laugh. I liked seeing him happy. Melinda had to hide a smile. Sometimes her niece sounded more like 40 than 14. Have they split up then? I guess. I mean, she and Amy aren't spending Christmas with us anymore. Why not? They're flying to Nashville on Christmas Eve and coming back the 3rd. Shiloh is planning to move there, and Amy wants to help her find a place to live. They just decided all that at the last minute? Melinda thought how long it had taken her to plan her trip. Spontaneous was definitely not in her DNA. Last week, their dad won a good amount of money gambling, and he gave... Cameron paused, then waved wildly. Melinda turned, recognizing the group of girls making a beeline in their direction as her niece's friends. Cameron, I'm going to head over and say hello to Krista. If you want... Relief skittered across the young girl's face. I'll catch you later. Sounds like a plan. Melinda wandered in the direction where Krista stood, looking gorgeous in a blue sweater featuring a whimsical winter wonderland theme. Ugly? No. Nothing Krista wore could ever be ugly. Melinda had nearly reached her when she spotted Jack standing in the bar line chatting with Dustin. When she saw Jack's sweater, Melinda snorted out a laugh. It was a snowman in a Hawaiian shirt and flip-flops, the same ugly sweater they'd joked about after seeing it at the festive front booth. The easy conversation she observed between him and Dustin didn't surprise Melinda. Jack possessed the ability to relate to anyone. When Dustin turned to order, she saw Jack's gaze shift to scan the partygoers. When it landed on her, their gazes locked, and those amazing lips that had tasted like gumdrops widened into a smile. Feeling the punch, Melinda smiled back, suddenly warm all over. Do you know the guy with my husband? Melinda turned toward Krista. The former supermodel might now be a mother and in her 30s, but she'd retained the gorgeous looks that had put her on the countless magazine covers. His name is Jack McPherson. He and I were on the same flight to Mexico. Melinda gave a little laugh, or rather, we were supposed to be on that flight. That's right. You were going to spend the holiday in Mexico. With a casually elegant gesture, Krista flipped a strand of dark hair over her shoulder. What happened? Melinda quickly explained all that had transpired, ending with Jack apparently deciding to stay in Holly Pointe. Krista's lips curved. He stayed here because of you. I don't think that's it, or not the entire story. I had to hear from Kate that he'd rented a cabin. My guess is he decided to stay because he wanted to see what Holly Pointe was like at Christmas. Yes, and I'm Santa Claus. Then, can I have a ride to Mexico on your sleigh, Santa? Krista laughed, appearing delighted by Melinda's flippant tone. His desire to experience a Holly Pointe Christmas may be part of the reason he's here, but it's not all. You're the real attraction. Maybe. Melinda had to admit, but only to herself, that the idea gave her a little thrill. Bring him with you to our after party. After party? The mixer ends at 10. Dustin and I are having friends over to our cabin afterwards. Come. Krista lifted a hand as Melinda opened her mouth. The only reason I didn't invite you before was you were supposed to be out of town. I came here with Kate. Kate got an invitation, one that she turned down. Bring her, and yourself. Krista slanted a glance toward her husband and Jack. If I'm not mistaken, Dustin will have already invited Jack. If not, bring him too. Melinda's gaze followed Krista's where the two men continued to chat as if they were old friends. It was a skill, that ability to become part of a group with very little effort, a way of making others like and trust you. She had no doubt that was a necessary skill in Jack's line of work, one he'd honed to perfection. It will be nice for you, having Jack around to spend time with over the holidays. Krista was one of the most independent and self-assured women that Melinda knew. She'd built a successful career as a model, then segued that popularity into a popular syndicated television show, Down Home with Dustin and Krista, which was why hearing her suggest that any woman needed a man at her side over the holidays took Melinda by surprise. I'm perfectly comfortable going to events by myself or with a friend." Krista's cobalt blue eyes softened as she laid a hand on Melinda's arm. "I didn't say that very well. I simply thought that this year, with your brother and mother coupled up, it might be fun for you to have someone at your side, just for Christmas. It certainly would be nice for Jack since he doesn't know anyone here." "He's a social guy. I don't think he'd have any trouble finding women or men to spend time with while he's in Holly Pointe." "I'm sure not." Krista spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "But I've watched him watching you. From those smoldering looks, it's clear to me that you're who he wants to spend time with. Is it that he doesn't interest you?" "Oh, I'm interested, but what's the point?" Krista arched an eyebrow. "The point? He doesn't live here." "All the better if you're not looking for anything permanent." Krista's red lips curved. "This could be your resort romance minus the messy sand and hot sun. You can enjoy each other's company without the expectation of more. How often does one get that opportunity?" Melinda considered. When she'd planned her vacation in Mexico, she had to admit she'd hoped she might meet an unattached guy there. Someone to dance with and maybe share a few kisses with under the stars. Perhaps if the flights hadn't been delayed, she'd have met Jack at the resort, and they'd have spent time there together. "You're right." Melinda shook her head and offered a self-deprecating smile. "I'm overthinking again. It's easy to worry about being hurt." "My feelings I can handle," Melinda admitted. "It's always the guy's feelings that concern me." Melinda could see the puzzlement on Krista's face. Because she felt she needed to explain but didn't want to tell the world, she lowered her voice. "When I lived in Burlington, I dated this guy. I liked him a lot and enjoyed our time together, but when he told me he loved me, I couldn't say it back. He said I broke his heart." Krista's brows pulled together. "Are you seriously concerned that over the course of a few days, Jack will fall madly in love with you and you will break his heart?" Laughing, Melinda shook her head. "Said that way, it does sound ridiculous." "Not ridiculous," Krista chuckled. "Just unlikely. Then again, anything is possible." Chapter 12. Every time Melinda attended a party in Holly Pointe, she felt like Hollywood royalty. Of course, she'd never admit that aloud. But hearing people call out her name, give her hugs, and snap pics with her made her feel special. It was as if she was right where she was meant to be. She just finished talking with Kenny and Norma when she felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned and inhaled sharply. "I thought that was you across the room." She spoke casually, her tone displaying none of the excitement that had her stomach jittering. Jack grinned. "When I saw you in the gingerbread sweater, I said to myself, now there's a woman worth knowing." "You already know me," she said in a droll tone. "Oh, Melinda, we've just scratched the surface." He was right. While she'd learned much about him during the drive and during the tour of the town, there was still much to know, not only for her, but for him. "Your sweater makes me smile and think of what if." His brow arched. "What if we would have gotten on that plane?" She paused, considered. "Even though we were headed to the same destination, unless we were seated next to each other on the flight, I bet we never would have met." "That would have been a shame." Jack cocked his head. "Do you hear that?" Melinda frowned and intently listened. "I hear conversation and laughter. What am I supposed to be listening to?" Taking her hand, he brought it to his chest. "My heart. It's beating so loudly I thought for sure you could hear it." Even as Melinda's insides melted, she forced a solicitous tone. "Do you have a heart condition?" "I do," he said, his expression remaining serious. When his lips twitched, she narrowed her gaze. "Be honest." "I'll always be honest with you, Melinda." Jack lowered her hand but didn't release it. Instead, he linked her fingers loosely with his. "I don't physically have a heart condition. I'm in perfect health. But I looked forward all day to seeing you again, and I'm giving it to you straight when I say my heart began pounding when I finally caught you alone." "What do you mean, caught me alone?" "You're the belle of the mixer. Each time I considered approaching you, you were surrounded by friends and admirers." You could have approached anyway. I watched for an opportunity. In the meantime, I kept busy talking with various people. I saw you speaking with Dustin. He's a good guy. He invited me to their after-party. I assume you're going since he said you're one of their closest friends in town. You and Dustin were talking about me? Melinda wasn't sure how she felt about that. Only in the most general of terms. He inclined his head. You are going to the after-party? I thought I'd drop by. He gave her hand a squeeze. Good. Who else did you meet or speak with tonight? Without realizing where she was headed, Melinda looked up and realized they'd reached the photo area. Krista. Isn't she gorgeous? She is beautiful and she seems nice. He smiled. But I find I'm partial to redheads. The sweet sentiment arrowed straight to her heart. Feeling flustered, Melinda ignored the comment. Who else? There was still a line for the photo area, and neither she nor Jack appeared in any rush to strike an ugly pose. Kenny and Norma. I met Kenny earlier today when I stopped into the Busy Bean. Jack shook his head. You're right. He looks just like Santa Claus, or at least how I imagined as a kid Santa would look. Told ya. He paused. I also spoke with your mom and Carl. Melinda, who'd been watching a group of 5 in their early 20s, do what she dubbed a jingle bell jump. While someone videoed them, they sprang into the air with both feet, knees raised high, while shaking imaginary jingle bells in each hand. The only way she guessed, that's what they were doing, was they yelled joyfully, "Jingle all the way," as they jumped. Jack's head cocked to one side. What are they doing with their hands? I think they're shaking imaginary jingle bells. Huh. He studied the group, then smiled. They're certainly having fun with it. There you are. We've been looking for you all evening. Melinda turned, and there was her mother and Carl wearing bright red matching ugly sweaters. She blinked at the large, whimsical, chubby Santa in the center of the sweater, his rosy cheeks emphasized by red sequins. Seeing one of the sweaters with the fluffy white beard Jingle Bell had and a black belt with a shiny buckle would have been eye-popping enough. But 2 together? Well, it was all Melinda could do to keep a straight face. Carl, a tall man in his late 60s, was an attractive older guy. The only lines on his face seemed to be smile lines. From what Melinda had witnessed, the former data analyst had embraced retirement. Hi, Carl, Melinda said pleasantly. Mom. Carl smiled at Jack. And who is this young man? Rosie spoke before Melinda had a chance. That's Jack McPherson. He's the one I told you about. Rosie offered Jack a warm smile. I see you and my girl have been introduced. Melinda smiled at Jack. Actually, this is the guy who drove me back from the airport in New York. Why, you didn't tell me that this morning. A delighted smile spread across Rosie's face. Here I said I hoped you would have a chance to meet Melinda, and you already had. Puzzled, Melinda shifted her gaze to Jack. Why didn't you tell my mom we knew each other? Oh, honey, Rosie chuckled. I was so excited that he knew someone in the restaurant industry that I didn't give him a chance. Everything in Melinda went cold. Laura called me already. Excitement filled Rosie's voice. In fact, she's on her way here now. I told her I'd be at the mixer this evening and invited her to drop by. I forgot to ask. Carl turned to Rosie. Did she give you her description so we know who to look for? Rosie smiled. She'll probably text me, but if she doesn't, I figure she'll be the one without an ugly sweater. Carl seems like a nice guy. Jack kept his voice casual, though inside he felt a stirring of unease. He hadn't thought Laura coming to Holly Pointe to consult with Rosie was a big deal. But now, seeing the tight set to Melinda's jaw, he realized it was. He's okay. Melinda fixed her gaze on Jack. When Carl and Rosie had stepped forward to do what they called a Santa belly rub, where they puffed out their stomachs and rubbed it with both hands while emitting hearty ho-ho-hos, Melinda had done as her mother asked and taken numerous pics, all with a smile on her face. Then it was their turn. Instead of striking their own ugly poses, Melinda had suggested to Jack that they get something to drink. They'd barely gone 10 feet when the questions began rapid fire. Pop, pop, pop. Why didn't you tell me you not only met my mother, but hooked her up with someone in the restaurant industry? And who is this person, Jack? Why is she coming to Holly Pointe now? What's the rush? Which question do you want me to answer first? Any of them. She made an impatient motion with her hand. I just need answers. I ate breakfast at Rosie's this morning, and your mother came to my table. Some of the tension in Melinda's shoulders appeared to relax. She always does that when she doesn't know the person. She mentioned how demanding the restaurant business could be and admitted changes needed to be made. Jack paused, pulling the conversation back into focus. After finding out what I did, she asked if I knew anyone in the restaurant industry who could give her some guidance. I mentioned Lara Edwards. Who is this person? I'm not certain of her exact title, but she's a restaurant turnaround specialist. Lots of experience in the industry. She sounds expensive. I honestly don't know what she charges, Jack admitted, then shrugged. But that would be between her and your mother anyway, if they decide to work together. Why is she coming here so quickly? Lara is a real go-getter. She works all the time. Lots of things shut down this week, and I imagine she had time. Again, how quickly they met, or if they meet at all, was out of my hands. Melinda inhaled audibly, then let the breath out slowly. You're right. This is between my mother and this Lara person, not you. I thought if the two did get together that you'd be happy. Melinda pulled her brows together. You wanted your mother to consider possible changes to the diner, and now it appears that's what she's doing. I know, and I am happy about that. Melinda glanced over his shoulder and frowned. What is he doing now? Jack turned to see Carl entertaining a large group by making reindeer antlers, candy cane wands, and Santa Claus hats out of balloons. When Eileen, the woman he'd met when he was with Melinda, put a balloon Santa hat on her head and the group clapped and cheered, Jack grinned along with Carl. Look at all those happy smiles. Jack and Melinda turned to see Lucy standing beside a dark-haired man with an athletic build that Jack didn't recognize at her side. Why is he doing his balloon stuff tonight? Melinda asked. We asked him to, the man responded. We thought it would evoke a sense of playfulness and whimsy. Lucy slipped her arm through her companion's, the same way Strike an Ugly Pose does. Good choices. Both seem to be popular. Jack extended a hand to the man. I don't believe we've met. I'm Jack McPherson, a friend of Melinda's. The man extended his hand. Trevor Sherwood, Lucy's husband. It's good to meet you. Jack glanced around the bustling venue. Do you work here with Lucy? Trevor laughed. I do what I can to help out, but Trevor is an artist. Pride filled Lucy's voice. What kind of artist? Jack asked. I carve wood. Trevor slanted a glance at his wife. Lucy likes my stuff well enough. So do a lot of others, Lucy said. Trevor is being modest, Melinda added. His stuff is incredible. Dustin and Krista have featured him on their show. I'd like to see your artwork sometime, Jack said. Trevor smiled. That can be arranged. Lucy's phone dinged. She immediately answered, bringing it to her ear, and listened. After dropping it back into her pocket, she heaved a sigh. Duty calls. Security is reporting we have a couple of drunk guys who want to join the party without paying. Do you need help? Jack asked. Thanks, but I think we can handle it. Lucy's gaze shifted from Jack to Mel. Will we see you at Dustin and Krista's later? Are you going to be able to make it? Surprise skittered across Melinda's face. We'll be late arrivals, but we'll be there, Lucy told them. Once the party shuts down here, we'll head over. We've got a good cleanup crew. They'll take care of things here. Lucy and I have vowed to make time with family and friends a priority. Trevor shot his wife a wink. Even if it means getting up at 5 a.m. to make sure everything is ready for the Tinsdale family reunion that will be in here tomorrow. There's no one I'd rather be up with at 5 a.m. than you. Lucy smiled into her husband's eyes. Leaning over, Trevor kissed Lucy lightly on the lips. Right back at you. The two were gone in a matter of seconds, leaving Jack and Melinda alone again. He met Melinda's gaze. "Is everything cool between us? You're referring to this thing with my mom?" He nodded. "Yeah," she said, then smiled. "We're cool." While Derek enjoyed a good party as much as the next guy, he had to admit he was ready to call it a night. There was no reason to stay. His friends were all coupled up. Shiloh wasn't here. Cameron would be spending the night with a friend, so he didn't have to worry that by leaving early, he'd be pulling his daughter away from the fun. He'd planned to attend the after-party at Dustin and Krista's, but now was leaning towards simply heading straight home. Derek took another sip of his beer and gazed out over the partygoers. Everyone appeared to be having a good time, including his sister, who was spending time with a guy Derek hadn't met. He shoved down his brotherly, protective instincts by reminding himself Melinda deserved some fun, since she certainly wasn't getting it in Mexico. Derek supposed he could go over and at least welcome Melinda back, but he couldn't summon up much enthusiasm. He knew part of the reason for his funk was the breakup with Shiloh. Even though he knew they wouldn't be together forever, she'd been fun, and he'd enjoyed her company. Still, he was happy she was pursuing the dream that had been put on hold when her mother died. Is it the drink or the party? Derek turned toward the feminine voice, one he didn't immediately recognize, just like he didn't recognize the woman standing there in a holiday sweater that sported a mischievous Santa with one hand in a cookie jar. Though it certainly qualified as an ugly sweater, it looked anything but ugly on her. Then again, he had the feeling this woman would look good wearing a burlap sack. She was tall, her heeled boots bringing her close to his own 6-foot height. The copper highlights she'd had applied to her brown hair provided a nice contrast and created a stunning visual effect. But it was her beautiful face, the intelligence in her warm brown eyes that captured his attention. Okay, and the dynamite figure even a bulky sweater couldn't hide. The drink or the party? Derek cursed the stammer. What was he, in middle school? She tipped her face up. Which put the scowl on your face? Derek blinked. I was scowling? She nodded and sipped her glass of wine. Definitely scowling. He shrugged. I guess I'm not really in the mood for an ugly sweater mixer. Taking another sip of her drink, she gazed at him through lowered lashes. What are you in the mood for? I don't really know. He'd answered honestly, instead of falling back on a pat answer that said nothing. This is the first one of these I've attended, she confided. From what I've observed, lots of people find it enjoyable. Wearing ugly clothing isn't really my thing. Then why come? I could ask you the same. She took another sip of white wine. My friends are hosting, he admitted. Everyone I know is here. My girlfriend and I just broke up, and while it's for the best, I guess I'm feeling down and thought time around friends would help. Derek couldn't believe that he'd not only confided his feelings to a stranger, but any guy knew that discussing a former girlfriend with someone new was the kiss of death. Then again, he wasn't looking for a new relationship, and something told him this woman wasn't either. Although she was friendly enough, she clearly held back. I've been there before. Her tone remained light. It gets easier. He nodded, acknowledging the truth of the statement, then cocked his head. You're not from Holly Pointe. You say that with such certainty. Her lips curved as she studied him over the rim of her wine glass. Maybe I am from here. Derek shook his head. If you were, I'd know you. She laughed. You're right. I'm not from around here. I actually came here to meet up with someone. Now, this, Derek thought, made sense. No wonder she hadn't been flirting with him. She already had some other guy. He wasn't sure whether to be relieved or disappointed. Who is he? He? The brunette shook her head. It's a she. Her name is Rose Kelly. Do you know her? Chapter 13. Before Derek could respond and say Rosie was his mother, Melinda appeared with the mystery man at her side. His sister smiled broadly at him. Just the guy I was looking for. Then Mel turned to the brunette. I don't believe we've met. I'm Melinda Kelly, Derek's sister. I'm Laura Edwards. Laura turned to him, interest sparking in her dark depths. Kelly, as in Rose Kelly? I was about to tell you that she is my mother. He gestured to Melinda. Our mother. Okay, so you're Derek. Lara let the name linger on her tongue as if savoring it for several seconds before shifting her gaze to Melinda. And you're Melinda. Yes. Melinda placed a hand on Jack's arm. This is Jack. No need for introductions. Stepping close, Lara brushed a kiss across Jack's cheek. Jack and I are old friends. Derek wasn't sure who was the most startled by the gesture, him or his sister. You're the one who's going to advise my mother on changes that can be made to the diner. Melinda's gaze shifted from the woman to Jack, then back to Lara again. Changes to the diner? Derek frowned. Why is this the first I'm hearing about this? It wasn't that he cared what his mother planned to do to the diner. The place was hers to do with as she pleased. He just wasn't used to being left out of the loop. His mother bringing in a stranger to advise her made no sense, especially this close to Christmas. Your mother and I have only had the briefest of conversations. We're exploring options. Lara smiled brightly. Now, if you could point her out to me, I'd love to introduce myself. She and her friend Carl are right over... Melinda paused. They were right there by the bar. Why don't you and your brother catch up while Lara and I will go in search of your mother? Though spoken as a question, the comment must have been meant as a statement, because Jack took Lara's arm and the two strode off together. For several seconds, Derek could only stare at the disappearing backsides of the two. Lara, he couldn't help noticing, had a very fine backside. Pulling his gaze away, Derek whirled. What the hell, Melinda? Language, Derek. Screw that. He swiped the air with his hand. What does that woman want with our mother? And how does that guy you were with... Jack, she offered. Yeah, Jack. Where does he fit? Taking her brother's arm, Melinda pulled him into a quiet corner, or at least as quiet of a corner as the venue offered. Jack is the guy who gave me a ride back to Holly Pointe after my flight was canceled. He was going to Mexico for his brother's wedding. He lives in New York City. Yet, he offered to drive you all the way here? Derek narrowed his gaze. Something stinks. He's from Timberhaven. His parents have a cabin in the White Mountains. When the flight was canceled, he decided to spend Christmas in the mountains rather than stay in the city. Melinda went on to explain how she'd showed Jack around town and how he'd decided to stay. What's his tie-in with Lara? From what I understand, he was at the cafe. Mom started talking how she wanted to make some changes but didn't know where to start. Jack mentioned he knew someone. Derek didn't bother to hide his confusion. Why didn't Mom simply go to you? Your background is in marketing. You have all these great suggestions. I don't know, Derek. Mom doesn't think I know what I'm talking about. I admit it stings to have her willing to take suggestions from a stranger, but if it helps the diner, I'm for it. The puzzle pieces still weren't falling into place for Derek. Why is she doing this now? It's only days before Christmas. You know our mother. Once she decides to do something, it's always full speed ahead. Melinda's gaze shifted to where Lara and Jack now stood beside Carl and their mother. Something in the way she looked at Jack had Derek wondering if there was something going on between the two. He recalled how Lara had greeted Jack. Do you think there's something between Jack and Lara? Melinda blinked, and only then did Derek realize that her mind hadn't gone in that direction. I don't think so. Melinda spoke hesitantly, then more surely. No, there's nothing there. They seemed friendly enough. They did, but I got the feeling from Jack it's a kind of mutual admiration society. They're both workaholics. Derek gave a laugh. We sure know how to pick 'em, don't we, Mel? Surprise skittered across Melinda's face. Jack is just someone who gave me a ride. Don't give me that. I know you. Derek chuckled. You like him? Melinda considered protesting, then simply shrugged. He's fun, interesting, and different than other guys I've dated. Just don't get too involved. Derek gestured with one hand. Holly Pointe isn't his world. I'm not going to fall in love with him, if that's what you're warning me against. Melinda smiled, then sobered. I heard about Shiloh moving to Nashville. I'm sorry. Nothing to be sorry about. I knew last spring when we started dating that she wanted to move as soon as her sister graduated. You'll miss her. I will. Shiloh is nice and she's fun to be around, but I don't love her if that's what you're asking, and she didn't love me. It's all good. Derek let his gaze slide to where Lara stood. The way I see it, everything happens for a reason. Shiloh ending things now means that I'm free to explore other options. His gaze remained on Lara. He only turned when he felt Melinda's hand on his arm. What? She's not for you. She doesn't live here. She's totally focused on her career. Melinda, chill. Derek slung his arm around her shoulder. It doesn't always have to be about forever. Sometimes it's just about enjoying the present. Have you ever noticed that the only women your brother is interested in are those who are unavailable? Melinda paused, her hand on the door to Kate's car, ready to step out. She pulled the door shut and sat back. On the way over to Dustin and Krista's cabin in the mountain, she and Kate had talked about everything, except Derek. This comment, coming out of the blue, left Melinda off-balanced and struggling to find her footing. I need some examples, she finally managed. Instead of answering immediately, Kate took off her glasses and polished the lenses with a cloth from the console, then put them back on. It goes way back. Melinda cocked her head. How far are we talking? While her brother had dated a lot in high school, another world ago when you were in your early 30s, since Cameron was born and he became a full-time father, Melinda could count on one hand the girls, women, Derek had dated. Elin, for starters. Kate's brows knit together. She was destined for bigger and better. That was apparent back in middle school. Her parents lived here, sure, only because of her dad managing the ski resort. But for her, their only child, the focus was always on her eventually getting into an Ivy League school. Back then, you don't think about the future. It's all about the present. Melinda had liked Elin. Her brother, well, she really believed that Derek had loved her, at least as much as a 17-year-old knew how to love. Their relationship would have ended at graduation. Then she got pregnant, and all of a sudden he was a single dad at 18. Derek tried to keep Elin involved in Cameron's life, Melinda murmured, thinking back. But she really wanted the baby adopted. When he insisted on invoking his parental rights, she simply relinquished her rights and moved on. Every time Melinda looked at Cameron, at the loving, smart, and caring girl her niece had become, she knew Elin had given up so much. What is she now, some big-time producer in Hollywood? Kate asked. Last I knew. Melinda didn't want to discuss Elin, not with Kate or with anyone. She was still Cameron's mother and would always be. Melinda knew Derek still hoped that in the future his daughter could meet her mother, not for Elin's sake, but for Cameron's. That was nearly 15 years, Melinda began before Kate interrupted. He doesn't date for years, then he chooses Shiloh to hook up with. Kate shook her head. I don't know that hookup is the right wording. Melinda kept her tone even. Something was going on here, but darn if she could figure out what it was. They bonded over parental responsibilities and began dating. Now, she's leaving, isn't she? Kate met Melinda's gaze. Do you see where I'm going with this? Kate's voice rose, and Melinda placed a comforting hand on her friend's arm. I don't see, she admitted. Shiloh is history, moving to Nashville. Once again, he picked someone who doesn't love Holly Pointe and Cameron as much as he does. 2 women in 14 years is hardly a pattern. Melinda kept her tone light and offhand. What about tonight? Kate's voice rose even higher. I was on my way over to speak with him, ask if maybe he wanted to ride over with us to the party, and do you know who he was getting cozy with? Melinda struggled to recall who her brother had been with when she'd seen him throughout the evening. If she had to say, there had been no one in particular he'd spent time with. Certainly no one he'd been getting cozy with. Just the thought of her rugged brother and the word cozy in the same sentence made her smile. Who? That new woman from New York. Lara Edwards? He couldn't take his eyes off her. Kate raked a hand through her short bob. She lives in New York, Melinda. Melinda didn't think it was the time to mention that New York wasn't on the other side of the country. Him getting involved with her would be as crazy as you getting involved with Jack. Kate pushed open her car door. It makes no sense. Melinda recoiled, but Kate didn't appear to notice. On the short walk up the steps to the cabin, the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. She wondered why she hadn't made the connection immediately. Kate had always been attracted to Derek. She enjoyed Cameron and planned to make her home here in Holly Pointe. In her mind, she and Derek were the perfect couple. Yet, now that Shiloh was out of the picture, instead of turning to Kate, he was flirting with someone new. It would have to chafe. Then again, Melinda had learned with Alex, you couldn't make yourself love someone, or even be attracted to someone, even if on paper they were your perfect match. Jack, well, she was attracted to him. And Kate was right about one thing. With his home being in New York, a relationship with him would have to be just for the here and now. Melinda! Kate, hold up! She turned to see Jack sprinting up the steps. I thought that was you two ahead of me. Melinda smiled, drawn in by the warmth of his smile. Kate might be right about many things, but sometimes you just had to go where your heart took you, at least for a little while. Chapter 14. Nestled amidst the picturesque landscape, the cabin that stood before them ablaze with lights offered a luxurious retreat from the sometimes harsh winters with its stylish yet homey feel. At least 5 times as big as the 932-square-foot house Melinda rented, this second home provided the couple with ample room for relaxation, entertainment, and unwinding in utmost comfort. They reached the front door, and Jack glanced at Melinda. "Do we knock?" Kate answered his question by turning the knob and pushing open the door. "We walk right in." Jack paused inside the entryway, and Melinda wondered if he was comparing this cabin with the one his parents owned in the White Mountains. She realized he'd never said if that cabin was primitive, luxurious, or somewhere in between. Though she'd been here numerous times before, Melinda took a moment and tried to see the home through his eyes. On the main level, the moment you stepped inside, you were greeted by a grand entrance that led into a large, open space. The design seamlessly blended rustic charm with contemporary elegance and fit the couple to a T. The soaring ceilings created a sense of airiness and grandeur. During the day, the entire back wall of windows would allow natural light to flood the room, while offering breathtaking views of the surrounding natural beauty. At the heart of the main living area, a magnificent fireplace drew the eye. Crafted from local stone, it exuded warmth and served as a focal point for cozy gatherings, like the one they were having this evening. "That chandelier is amazing," Jack murmured, the first words he'd uttered since crossing the threshold. "It's a favorite of mine." Melinda lifted her gaze. The stunning chandelier made of antlers added a touch of rustic sophistication and gave a nod to the surrounding wilderness. In Melinda's mind, the interior design struck a nice balance between sophistication and comfort. Plush, oversized sofas and armchairs were arranged strategically around the room, inviting guests to sink in and unwind. The furnishings, featuring rich earth tones, complemented the cabin's natural surroundings. "I love the open concept," Melinda gestured. The layout seamlessly connected the main living area to a gourmet kitchen and a dining space that was able to accommodate both intimate dinners and larger gatherings. "It's nice. What do you think, Kay?" Jack, who turned to speak to Kate, found she had already moved to greet some friends. His gaze returned to Melinda. "I hope I didn't intrude." "Not at all." Melinda waved an airy hand, as if Kate moving away without a word was no big deal. In truth, it surprised her. Kate normally had better manners, but her concern over Derek and Lara seemed to have thrown her off kilter. As their host and hostess were currently surrounded by other guests, Melinda took Jack's arm. "Let me show you the back deck." He smiled and kept his feet firmly planted. "While I like the cold as much as anyone, I prefer to stay inside this evening." Then we're on the same page. Melinda tugged him to the double doors leading outside, but made no move to open them. There's a fire pit and a hot tub, plus loads of outdoor seating. It's the perfect spot to stargaze on a clear night. When the temperature is warmer, Melinda continued, Dustin and Krista occasionally come back to Holly Pointe in the spring and summer when their schedules permit. Last fall, Krista hosted a baby shower for Stella, one of our friends. The weather was perfect and we sat outside, played games, and talked. I normally don't like baby showers, but this one was fun. I don't believe I've met Stella. Jack paused, his brows knit together as if he was sorting through names in his head. No, definitely not. She and her husband Sam have a baby boy, Kevin. His parents are in town, and I thought they might have them watch Kevin and come to the mixer, but I guess they decided to hang with family instead. Do you spend a lot of time with your family? Jack took a glass of wine from a tray, a passing waiter dressed all in black, except for a Santa hat. Melinda shook her head, and the waiter moved on. Was that a no to alcohol or a no to hanging with the family? Melinda chuckled. I'm fine with no alcohol. My family is quite close. We're usually together for the holidays, other special occasions, and any time in between. He pointed with the hand holding the glass of red to where Rosie stood speaking with Lara. How are you feeling about that? Melinda couldn't help recalling Derek's comments. I'm happy Mom finally seems open to input. The thing is, I had some good ideas, and I can't help but wish she'd have given them serious consideration. I understand where you're coming from. Melinda couldn't hide her surprise. How could you? I offer financial advice to my parents and siblings. They've taken some of it with good results. He took an absent sip of wine. The thing is, they have a financial advisor in Timberhaven that they seem to trust implicitly. He knows his stuff, but is very conservative. Looks like we're in the same boat. He smiled. No boat I'd rather be in. A ping sounded on Melinda's phone. She frowned. I thought I'd silenced it. Excuse me a second. But when she pulled the phone from her purse to silence it, she saw the text. She read the text and then reread it, then shot off a quick reply. Something important? Melinda dropped the phone but didn't silence it. My friend, Faith, started having contractions this evening. She and Graham thought it was baby time, tut the contractions have stopped. So, getting closer, but it's looking like no baby tonight. She's the one who lives in New York City with her husband, the one with the twins. That's right. It didn't surprise her, he remembered. In his line of work, attention to detail was crucial. They come back here frequently, but right now, their home is there. Did they grow up in Holly Pointe? Neither of them did. Graham lived and worked in New York, and Faith at one point lived there too. She worked as a senior account analyst for Benton Lewis. That's one of the top accounting firms in the city. I know, she was successful, but she didn't like living there or working in an office. Mary Pearson, the one who owns the Candy Cane Christmas house, is her grandmother. Well, Faith came here and started her own business. She met Graham when he was here 1 year over Christmas. What does he do? He's an ad exec for 45 North. The recognition in Jack's eyes said he was familiar with the firm. They're building a good life for themselves and their family, but I know Faith would love to be back in Holly Pointe. Is that a possibility? I know that's what they're working toward, but some jobs you can do remote. The one he has, well, it's a little more difficult to do. My former fiancé wouldn't even consider moving to the city. And it sounds like you wouldn't consider not living there. Melinda kept her tone light. The way I see it, we all make choices every day based on our priorities. The thing is, if neither of you loved each other enough to find a compromise you could both live with, I'd say you're better off apart. As the after-party continued, Jack found himself fully relaxing. Though there had been a fun and festive air at the Ugly Sweater Mixer, it had been noisy and crowded. Where he was now was an entirely different world. This was different. This cabin offered a sanctuary where a person could escape the world and unwind in luxurious comfort. He'd spent most of his time this evening with Melinda. Cognizant that these were her friends, he made sure not to monopolize her. When Lucy arrived and Melinda hurried over to see if she'd heard about Faith's false alarm, Jack wandered to a long farmhouse-style table that held appetizers and desserts. "It's a nice spread," Jack declared to no one in particular. "Lucy's catering company gets the credit." Jack turned, and there was Dustin, still wearing the same ugly sweater he'd worn at the party. "It all looks so good. I'm not sure which to choose." That, Dustin pointed to a beautifully arranged board, is what Lucy called a Vermont cheese board, locally sourced artisanal cheeses, such as goat cheese, aged cheddar, and tangy blue cheese. There are freshly baked baguette slices, apple slices, and a selection of honey jam and candied nuts for pairing. "You sound like an advertisement," Jack chuckled. "I have to admit I'm sold." "We also have Brussels sprouts wrapped in bacon." Jack raised a hand. "Hard pass on the Brussels sprouts." Dustin laughed. "Okay, enough about the food. I'm glad you could make it tonight. You've got a lovely home." "Thank you. We love it. This cabin feels like home." Dustin glanced around. "Krista and I wanted that for ourselves and our boys whenever we're here." "Do you come to Holly Pointe often?" "Several times a year. More, if we can manage." Dustin rocked back on his heels. "This town is where Krista and I first met. It's also where we reconnected after so many years apart, so it will always have a special place in our heart. If we could make living here full-time work, we'd do it, but our show is out of Tennessee, and that's where we need to be." "Wouldn't you miss all that a city has to offer?" "Some of it, but this isn't horse and buggy time. We can fly wherever we want, whenever we want." Dustin shrugged. "How do you like your taste of small-town life?" "It isn't new to me. I don't know if I mentioned that I grew up in Timber Haven, New Hampshire. It's very much like here." Jack grinned, without the emphasis on Christmas. "You'd be hard-pressed to find any community that focuses this much on Christmas." Dustin chuckled. "Ever think of moving back?" "Not really." The second he answered, Jack realized it was the truth. When Natalie had told him she couldn't see herself living in a city the size of New York, he'd never considered how he could make living in Timber Haven work so she could be happy too. All he'd been able to think about was that Natalie refused to see his side. Now he realized he had also refused to see hers. Melinda had been right. They'd both refused to bend, and they were better off apart. His brother loved his life in Timber Haven. The truth was, Sam and Natalie were better suited than he and she had ever been. Why had he found it so difficult to accept their relationship? They hadn't gotten together until long after the breakup. Jack didn't love Natalie anymore. He now accepted he never loved her the way a man should love a woman he'd been about to marry. Even from the beginning, the punch of attraction hadn't been there. Not the way it was with Melinda. His gaze sought her out, and when she turned and their eyes locked, Jack realized that he was falling for another woman in love with her hometown. "I'm taking one of these for the road." Melinda grabbed a gingerbread molasses cookie. While the chocolate peppermint mousse cups were calling her name, she demurred. The cookie would travel easily in the car. "Take several," Krista urged, leaning against her husband and smiling up at him. "Otherwise, we're going to have to find a place to hide them from Jackson and Jet tomorrow." "Where are the boys?" Melinda realized with chagrin she hadn't given a single thought to the whereabouts of the couple's twin sons. "Mary has them. They were thrilled to stay at the Christmas house." Krista smiled. "She promised they could decorate gingerbread houses." Melinda caught Jack's eye and smiled. Unlike theirs, she hoped the houses the boys decorated were still standing by the time they finished. Most of the guests attending the party had already left, leaving just a handful and those in the process of leaving. "It's been a long time since I closed down a party." Melinda covered a yawn with her fingers. "I have a feeling that 10 a.m. is going to be here before I know it." "What's going on at 10?" Jack asked. "Snowman building contest." Kate strolled up, her wool coat slung over her arm. "Can anyone come?" Lara asked, coming from the bedroom where the coats had been stored. For some reason, Melinda had thought Lara left after she finished speaking with Rosie. Then Melinda saw the way her brother was looking at Lara, and it all made sense. Everyone is welcome, Melinda answered. Just dress for being in the snow. We're meeting in the field just to the north of the main road that leads into town. Is there an address I can put in my GPS? Lara asked. You know the sign that says, Welcome to Holly Pointe, the capital of Christmas kindness? Lara nodded. Right by there. There'll be so many cars and people around, you won't be able to miss it. If you have snow pants, I'd recommend wearing them, Kate said. I don't have any of that gear with me. Lara gave a little laugh. In fact, I don't even have a room yet for tonight. Can you recommend a motel in town? Silence descended on the group for several heartbeats. The rooms in town have been sold out for weeks, Melinda told her. There may be something in Jay Peak at the ski resort, though the resort also tends to book up over the holidays. You can stay with me, Derek offered. We have an extra bedroom. Lara looked at him and smiled. Thanks, but I don't think so. I've got space in my cabin, Jack piped up. Melinda and Kate exchanged glances. I've got a sofa bed, Kate said, and some extra snow pants. I think we're about the same size, so what I have should fit you. Derek's gaze shifted to Kate, and Melinda watched it linger. It was almost as if he was seeing Kate for the first time. As if aware of his scrutiny, two bright patches of color appeared on Kate's cheeks. You wouldn't mind? Lara asked. I don't want to impose. I wouldn't have offered if I minded. Kate smiled. It will be fun. I'll give you my address or you can simply follow me home. Thank you, Kate. Lara shifted her gaze to Dustin and Krista. It was lovely meeting both of you. I hope you'll consider giving me a call. We've got your card, Dustin smiled. It was great meeting you. It appeared that Jack was right. Lara really was a go-getter. She'd come to this party to talk to one client about her services, but had apparently explored other possibilities as well. Melinda turned to Kate. Since Lara is following you, why don't you head straight home? Derek can drop me off. Jack stepped forward before her brother could respond. I can take you home. Perhaps she should have hesitated, but Melinda smiled and immediately accepted Jack's offer. That works. In a matter of minutes, she and Jack were in his car headed down the steep drive. I hope you know that my inviting Lara to take over one of my bedrooms was simply a nice gesture, Melinda said. One friend to another. Relief washed across his face. Exactly. I didn't want there to be any misunderstanding over which woman I'm interested in. Why, Jack McPherson, Melinda said in her best throaty whisper. Are you saying you're interested in me? He chuckled. If I haven't made that clear, you have. She considered for a split second the wisdom of speaking from the heart, then took the plunge. I hope I've made it equally clear that there was only one man I wanted to spend time with tonight, and that was you. Melinda knew the sudden warmth that filled the interior of the car had nothing to do with the blast of heat pouring out from the vents. When Jack took her hand, then brought their joined hands to place a kiss on the top of her hand, Melinda's blood turned to molten lava. They drove the rest of the way to her house, with her hand resting in his. The simple flesh-to-flesh contact had her heart racing. He started to pull the car into the driveway, but seeing the snow that had fallen since she left, chose to park out front instead. That will need to be scooped. She heaved an exaggerated sigh. You realize if I was in Mexico right now, the heaviest thing I'd be lifting would be a margarita glass. But we wouldn't have met each other. His voice turned husky. And I wouldn't be sitting here with you now. She nodded, wondering how she could tell him that she was starting to believe they'd have found each other, if not at this Christmas, at some other time. But even in her mind, that sounded schmaltzy and sentimental, so she simply reached for the door handle. This has been, aren't you going to invite me in? The hopeful gleam in his eyes nearly undid her resolve. Or maybe it was the heart-stopping smile he shot her. Based on how he made her feel, Melinda knew what would happen if she let him come in. Though she had only recently met him, she wanted him, wanted to feel his hands and mouth on her bare skin, wanted to wrap her legs around him and draw him close until there was no distance between them. Jack would be a kind and considerate lover, just from what she knew of him. She had no doubts. But she needed to take this slow, for her heart's sake, as well as his. "Melinda?" he prompted, reminding her she hadn't yet answered his question. "Not tonight." Disappointment flared in his blue depths, but he didn't argue. Then he smiled. "At least, will you keep me company here in the car for a little while?" Melinda smiled, her heart picking up speed at the mischievous gleam in his eyes. "What do you have in mind?" He pulled her to him, enfolding her into his arms, then kissing her long and slow and sweet. Melinda threaded her fingers through his soft hair. "You know what? If this is what you have in mind, I'm in no hurry to go inside." Chapter 15. December 23rd dawned clear with a crispness in the air that had everyone at the snowman competition dressed in layers and wearing waterproof gloves. Melinda showed up earlier than necessary because she knew her mother was a judge and wanted a chance to speak with her before the others arrived. She hadn't counted on Carl being there, but realized she shouldn't have been surprised. Like Mary and her little lambs, lately anywhere that Rosie went, Carl was sure to follow. Sauntering up to the two, Melinda offered both a smile. "I heard the category question finally got decided." Since Melinda planned to be gone during the competition, she hadn't voiced an opinion on how many categories there should be, but there had been much discussion on the issue. "How many did you end up with?" "3. Rosie glanced down at the sheet of paper attached to a clipboard. "We have Most Creative Snowman, Tallest Snowman, and Best Snowman theme." 3 seems like a good number. Melinda gave an approving nod. "I assume you have criteria for each category?" Melinda didn't really care about the criteria. She was stalling, which made no sense because any minute contestants would be arriving. "Of course we do." Rosie looked at her daughter as if she'd lost her mind. Creativity, craftsmanship, use of accessories, and overall aesthetic appeal. All of the flyers and online information encouraged participants to bring their own materials and accessories to decorate the snowman. Carl jumped into the conversation just as Melinda opened her mouth to ask about Lara. But the planning committee thought it'd be a good idea to have some basic supplies available on site. Carl gestured to several bins located behind the judging table. "We have scarves, hats, carrot noses, buttons, and broomsticks for those who may need them." "Is it just the two of you judging?" Melinda heard the sound of engines approaching. "Genevieve Scott, the art teacher at the high school, will be joining us. She should be here now." Rosie cast a worried glance in Carl's direction. "Perhaps we should call her." "I'll do that now." Carl smiled at Melinda. "Excuse me while I step away for a second." "You're excused." The second Carl was out of earshot, Melinda turned to her mother. "Quick question. How did things go with Lara?" A wary look crossed her mother's face. "What did she tell you?" "She didn't tell me anything." Melinda fought to keep her tone casual. "That's why I'm asking you." "We're still exploring options." "What does that mean?" Melinda pressed. "It means we're still exploring options." "Why are you being so secretive?" Despite her best efforts to control it, Melinda's voice rose. "I'm your daughter." "This is not the time nor place for this discussion." Rosie gestured to a large group composed of children and adults approaching, then waved over a dozen or so high school students wearing Santa hats and holding clipboards headed in her direction. When the teens reached her, Rosie raised her voice to be heard. "After checking the participants' registration status, please escort or direct them to the designated area noted next to their name. If they are wanting to register today, send them over to the judging desk and we'll get them signed up. Make sure to remind everyone of the rules and time limits. Thank you." With a buzz of excitement rippling in the air, the teens sprang into action. "Jen is on her way," Carl informed Rosie. "She had car trouble, but finally got it started. She said she'll be here in 5 minutes." The line of same-day registrants was growing, and Melinda saw the window to ask her questions had passed. "It looks like you could use some extra hands." She gestured to the line. "Tell me how I can help." "Did you expect this many people?" Jack shook his head as he gazed out over a field filled with creative snowmen designs. A gray-haired reporter from the Montpelier Times-Argus had brought a photographer with her to cover the event. "This is better than I anticipated." Melinda smiled. "Alice, you should know not to underestimate Holly Pointe." I know. I won't make that mistake again," the reporter said, motioning for her co-worker to follow her to where Dustin and his family had constructed a snowman with a superhero twist. A cape had been crafted out of a bedsheet, and small branches created superhero arms and hands. "It's clever how they used non-toxic paint to give the snowman a heroic costume," Melinda said to Jack. "Using rocks to create a superhero emblem on its chest is pretty inspired. I'm sorry you didn't get to participate." When Jack had arrived and seen how swamped they were, both with those checking in who had registered and the ones who'd waited until the last minute, he jumped in to help. "I didn't mind. The kids you have working are great, but there were just too many people for them to handle." "Well, I appreciate the help." Leaning over, Jack brushed her lips with his. "Always happy to help." The feel of his mouth against hers had her remembered the kisses that had steamed up the windows of his car last night. "Melinda," Kate came over sounding out of breath, "come and see the snowman family we created." We, Melinda knew, was her, Derek, Cameron, and Laura. It hadn't surprised her when Laura had shown up this morning with Kate as she'd spent the night, but when they'd joined her brother and niece, well, all Melinda hoped was that Derek didn't pay too much attention to Laura. That hadn't happened. Each time she'd glance in their direction, it had been Derek and Kate working together. Laura had mostly stood back and watched, occasionally functioning as their gopher when they needed a few accessories from the bin. "Come and see, Jack," Kate urged. "It turned out super cute." When they walked up, Derek was putting stones around the dog's neck to look like a collar, while Cameron was fine-tuning the cat's eyes. In addition to the two pets, there was a mother, father, and a child. "Wow," Melinda stared. "They're all decorated differently. To reflect their personalities." Cameron shot a glance at Kate. That was Kate's brilliant idea. "Well, you've certainly gone beyond the traditional 3 stacked snowballs." Admiration sounded in Jack's voice. "We've entered it in the creative snowman design." Cameron brought her gloved hands together. "I hope we win." "I hope you do too. Even if you don't, this is an amazing entry." Melinda met her niece's gaze. "You should be proud." In the end, Dustin and Krista's snowman superhero didn't win, and neither did her brother and Kate's snowman family. Instead, a group from Massachusetts vacationing in the area won for their snowball rock band. Melinda had to admit their trio of snowmen positioned as a rock band, complete with miniature instruments made from snow and sticks, was impressive. One snowman was obviously the lead singer with a carrot-nose microphone. The other played a snow guitar while the third was on drums, using snowball drumsticks. Rosie encouraged everyone to check out all the entries, take pictures, and post their favorites on social media. Obviously following the script given to her by Stella Holly Pointe's PR person, Rosie had the teens pass out coupons good for a cup of hot cocoa at any of the freestanding coffee carts set up along Main Street. "Smart move," Laura nodded agreement. "It gets everyone to the shops and makes even those who lost feel like winners." "Everyone did win," Cameron corrected. "We may not have won the prize, but our entry rocked. That doesn't feel like losing to me." Kate slung an arm around Cameron's shoulder. "Especially when we had so much fun doing it." "Are you going to get hot cocoa with us?" Cameron asked. "I'm afraid I have to head back to work." Kate made a face. "But just until 5. I'll definitely be at the Christmas caroling parade tonight." "What is that?" Laura asked. "It's just like it sounds," Melinda explained. "A community Christmas caroling parade where participants walk through the town streets singing classic Christmas carols. People can join in the procession or watch from the sidewalks." Kate smiled. "I'm going to join in the procession." "More fun, right?" Cameron said, and she and Kate fist bumped. "Will you be around?" Derek asked Laura. "Maybe. First I need to find a place to stay." You're welcome to stay with me as long as you're in town, Kate told her. I plan to leave for the parade right after I get off work, or we can just catch up there. I'm headed into the diner. Since I wasn't on the schedule and will be only helping out, I'll leave at 5 too. Melinda slanted a glance at the group. It'd be fun if we could all go together, but I understand that isn't always possible. How about anyone who wants, meet me in front of Rosie's at 5:30? Jack smiled. I'll be there. Works for me. Derek turned to Cameron. I'm going to try to get a couple of hours of work in this afternoon. Lissa and I are shopping this afternoon, Cameron reminded him. I'm going to the parade with them. If anything changes, just text. Derek gave his daughter's shoulder a squeeze. Understand? Understood. Derek's gaze shifted to Kate and then to Laura. I'll see both of you tonight. Feel like grabbing some lunch? Laura asked Jack. Sure. Where would you like to go? Laura's lips curved. Rosie's. Jack and Laura snagged one of the last open tables at Rosie's before the diner went on a wait. The small table for two nestled against a far wall was surprisingly private. If Jack had been alone, he would have waited to make sure he was seated in Melinda's section. Today, he would have paid money to be seated anywhere else. It felt weird to be waited on by the woman you wanted to be with while having lunch with another. Thankfully, Melinda understood that his relationship with Laura was purely professional. Like now, instead of scanning the menu to see what looked good, Laura studied the menu with an intensity that told him she was looking at the selection, the pricing, even the way the menu was configured. What can I get you? Melinda asked. Though her smile and tone was friendly, her section had been seated all at the same time. It was obvious, at least to him, they needed to decide quickly. Laura, how do you feel about me ordering for the both of us? Laura looked up, still making illegible notes on a tiny pad she'd pulled from her purse. What? Oh yes, that's fine. She'll have the spinach salad with the warm bacon vinaigrette. I'll have the club sandwich with fries. Jack slipped the menus back into their metal holders. Coffee for both of us. Got it. Melinda mouthed the word, thanks, then strode off before Laura even lifted her head. What do you think of the menu? Jack asked, bringing the glass of water Melinda had dropped off to his lips. On quick glance, there isn't much diversity and the pricing appears low. Laura set the menu aside. She waited until the coffee cups had been filled before saying more. When I do an analysis of a business, it's complete and thorough. That's why I charge what I do. Let me guess. Jack tapped a finger against the Formica tabletop. Rosie balked at your rate. I'd say the woman is stuck in the 90s, except I don't believe you could get a thorough analysis for the price she's willing to pay even back then. Jack could hear the barely controlled exasperation. Did you explain everything the assessment would include? I tried, but she got this glazed look in her eyes as soon as I began listing off what would be included. Laura lifted a hand and began counting off on her fingers, such as financial performance, market analysis, operational efficiency, branding and positioning, menu and culinary offerings, customer experience, facility and renovation, staffing and training. Laura lowered her hands. You almost ran out of fingers, Jack pointed out, unable to hide a smile. Laura's expression remained serious. I stress that assessing these factors will give me a comprehensive understanding of the cafe's current state and identify areas for improvement. If Rosie hadn't been willing to discuss menu changes with Melinda, Jack couldn't see her accepting and paying for such a detailed analysis. Let me guess. She wasn't interested. Laura's expression turned contemplative. I'm not sure the woman knows what she wants. I get the sense that she vacillates between remaining with the status quo, making changes, or selling, yet she doesn't want to pay for an analysis that would make that choice clearer. I'm sorry she wasted your time. Laura, Jack knew, was used to dealing with data-driven clients with deep pockets. Depends on which way she ends up going, Laura said cryptically, then changed the subject. Since I was at loose ends over the holidays, I've rather enjoyed my time here. Could you ever see yourself living in a town like Holly Pointe? Good God, no. Any more than I could see you living here. Laura laughed. You and I are big city people, Jack. 1 month in a place like this and we'd go crazy. For whatever reason, her casual dismissal of this community and others like it rankled. I came from a town much like this, he reminded her. Yes, and you got out, didn't you? Laura shook her head. It's easy to get caught up in the charm of a small community, especially during the holidays. You forget all a big city has to offer. Holly Pointe has a lot to offer. Jack had to admit he'd been impressed by all the businesses, ones that were able to thrive year-round because of the tourist trade. There are numerous restaurants and bars. Do not even try to compare Jingle Shells or Rosie's Diner with the world-class restaurants and cafes available in the city. Laura chuckled, as if the mere thought tickled her funny bone. This slow place would drive you bonkers. You and I thrive on the fast-paced environment the city offers, one that provides us with unparalleled networking opportunities. There are ways to have it all. Before he could say more, Laura held up her hand. We both know professionals who work remote, but New York City is a global hub for finance. It's where people like you and I thrive. It's where we both belong. I'm not so sure about that anymore, Jack murmured, smiling his thanks when a boy who couldn't be more than 15 brought out their food. You can't seriously be thinking of relocating to the boonies? The disbelief in her voice made him smile and brought him back to reality. You're right. New York City is where I belong. He thought of Melinda. Could she love living in a city where anonymity was part of its charm? Finally, a man who has some common sense. After dipping her fork into the dressing, Laura added some spinach to her fork and brought it to her mouth. She paused, taking a moment to savor the taste. Good, very good. Jack swirled one of the fries in the ketchup he'd added to his plate. Have you been speaking with a man without common sense? Derek Kelly. Laura took another bite and chewed thoughtfully. Very short-sighted. He told me he never considered living anywhere else but here. Can you believe that? I think a lot of the residents in Holly Pointe feel that way. Jack finished off the fry, then picked up one of the sandwich triangles. You're probably right. Laura waved an airy hand. Derek is a nice guy, don't get me wrong. You two seem to be getting along well. He's cute and fun when he's not talking about his daughter or waxing poetic about small-town life. Laura's lips curved up into a feline smile. I was seriously tempted to go home with him last night, only I wouldn't have taken the extra bedroom. In the years Jack had known Laura, he had discovered that she pretty much did whatever she wanted to do. It surprised him that she'd wanted to sleep with Derek but had held back. Why didn't you? Kate. What does she have to do with anything? Kate likes him. She does? Get your blinders off, McPherson. Laura chuckled. The woman is in love with him. Jack took a bite of his sandwich. This conversation just kept getting stranger. Let me get this straight. You didn't have sex with Derek because Kate likes him. And because I like Kate. In many ways, she's more like me than anyone else in this town, other than you, of course. Of course. Jack washed the bite of sandwich down with a sip of coffee. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Melinda taking another order, bright smile flashing. No one looking at her would guess she'd been up late last night then, up early this morning. She was a natural at dealing with customers, and he had the feelings that her suggestions for the restaurant were spot on. But what he'd gleaned from their few conversations was that the restaurant business wasn't her passion. Marketing appeared to be where her interests lie. There were a lot of marketing jobs in the city. I gave Rose all the options. Jack pulled his attention back to Laura. Options? The way I see it, Rose Kelly has 3 options. Do nothing and her business will likely continue its downward trajectory. Opt for a thorough assessment and implement all or some of the changes recommended. Or sell. I gave her my card. The ball is now in her court. What do you think she'll do? I would say options 1 or 3. Laura dipped her fork in the dressing and took another bite of salad. Regardless, I'm not waiting around for her decision. I'm leaving after we finish here. I thought you'd at least stay for the caroling parade. No. Even though she'd only had a few bits of her salad, she pulled out her credit card. My treat. Laura. He began, but she simply rose with a casual elegance that was as much a part of her as the designer bag she slung over her shoulder. We talked business, so I can deduct it. She leaned over and brushed a kiss across his cheek, then straightened. Regardless of how it turns out with Rose, I got to connect with Dustin and Krista. They're good people to know. Without another word, she strolled to the cash register to pay. In less than a minute, he watched her walk out the door. Jack had just picked up another fry when Melinda dropped down into the chair that Laura had just vacated. He smiled. Can you join me? Laura's left and won't be back. Just for a minute. I've got a break. Melinda glanced at the salad, most of it untouched. She frowned. Was something wrong with the food? Not that I'm aware. Jack paused. No, in fact, Laura was very complimentary. Melinda motioned a busboy over, another kid, only this one looked all of 12, who cleared off the dishes in front of her. You said she left. Melinda inclined her head. Where did she go? She's heading back to New York. Melinda's eyes widened. What about her business with my mother? Jack shrugged. She mentioned she gave your mother options and it's now up to her. A contemplative look crossed Melinda's face. I wonder what that's all about. Forget about Laura. Jack swiped the air with his hand as if banishing all thoughts of his disturbing discussion with Laura. Let's talk about tonight. Chapter 16. A light snow fell as Melinda strolled with Jack down the main street of Holly Pointe. The street had been closed to traffic, not only to accommodate those taking part in the caroling parade, but for the horse-drawn sleigh rides being offered. Santa was there, too, looking rather regal as he listened to last-minute wishes on the throne set up in front of the Bromley mansion. Melinda let her voice blend with Jack's and dozens more as they slowly made their way down the street. It felt as if coffee carts selling everything from seasonal flavored coffee to hot chocolate and mulled cider were on every corner. The smell of freshly roasted nuts from a stand filled the air with their enticing aroma, while another stand sold festive snacks such as gingerbread cookies, candy canes, and popcorn balls. Doug's nephew, Howard, had set up a stand in front of the antique store. The light-up toys and glow sticks he was selling appeared to be a big hit. Brightly colored lights encircling each window provided the perfect contrast to the winter wonderland of snow-packed streets and falling flakes of white. Melinda tightened her hold around Jack's arm as the last words of the carol, God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, flowed from her lips. After breathing in the crisp evening air, she heaved a sigh of contentment. This is so much fun. He glanced over and their eyes met. You look happy. I can say unequivocally that at this moment there is nowhere I'd rather be than right here. Tossing her head made the jingle bell she'd attached to the end of her stocking hat with a small loop fill the air with a joyous sound. That bell is going to make you crazy by the end of the evening, he warned. It may make you crazy, but I love the jingling sound it makes when I move, Melinda told him. I think it's both fun and festive. Love the bell on the hat, a woman Melinda didn't know called out as she passed by. Thank you, Melinda called back, then turned to smirk at Jack. Jack cocked his head. Friend of yours? Nope, never seen her before. Melinda couldn't resist shaking her head again and making the bell jingle. Just another person who finds this particular accessory delightful. Jack laughed. You're a goof. Melinda smiled. Not the first time I've been told. When the group launched into Jingle Bells as the next selection, Melinda could only laugh. They'd made it through 6 of the 10 carols, when Jack pointed to a horse-drawn sleigh that had just pulled up and was letting out a mother and her 2 kids. Take a ride with me. Are you serious? Absolutely serious. He took her hand. It's the perfect night for a sleigh ride with you. Though she'd have had no trouble hopping in under her own power, Melinda let Jack help her into the sleigh. When he settled the blanket provided across their laps, then slipped an arm around her shoulders, Melinda sighed with pleasure. "How far does this ride take us?" Jack asked the driver, who Melinda recognized as Cameron's band instructor. "A half a mile one way and then back. And if I give you $100, will you go a couple of miles before you turn back?" "Jack," Melinda began. "You said all the money goes to the cancer center," Jack reminded her. "They've got 3 sleighs going and there wasn't a line when this one pulled up." He was right, Melinda thought. There hadn't been a line. And when they'd gotten into this one, there had been another sleigh sitting there waiting for customers. "Sure," the driver grinned and added, "and I'll take it real slow." "Much appreciated." Jack handed him 2 50s, then a 20. The 20 is a tip. Merry Christmas. The man grinned, and when he flicked the reins, the sleigh lurched forward. Jack brushed a kiss against her hair. "Thanks for doing this for me," she murmured, snuggling against him. "I'm doing it for me, too." Jack expelled a breath. "I can't recall the last time I felt so relaxed." "That's exactly why I love it here." Melinda looked up at him. "I'm so glad you're here with me." "Doesn't just a little bit of you wish you were in Mexico having some fun in the sun?" Her lips curved as she turned her body toward him and lifted her face for his kiss. "Not one little bit." Later that night, Melinda sat at the far end of a long table that was actually several tables that had been pushed together. Holly Jolly's was hopping now. They'd been lucky they'd beaten the rush. She meant what she'd told Jack. There was no place she'd rather be right now than here with him. Mexico would have been lovely and she would still make it there one day. But she loved Christmas, and today had reminded her there was no better place to spend the holiday season than Holly Pointe. While they might not offer sun and sand, Holly Jolly's did have margaritas. "What can I get you to drink?" The pretty college girl inclined her head. Melinda thought for a second, then smiled. "I'll have a white Christmas margarita." Across the table, Lucy's blue eyes sparkled. "Make that 2. "Add a couple more plates of loaded nachos to my tab," Trevor called to the server. Melinda offered Lucy's husband an indulgent smile and gestured to the plate of nachos that sat at the other end of the table. "How many plates of nachos can you eat, Trev?" "Those are for you and Kate." He grinned, then shrugged. "If you want to share with anyone else, that's your decision." "Mel will share with me." Derek pulled out a chair for Kate, who'd just arrived. "Right, sis?" "I suppose." Melinda shot a conspiratorial glance at Jack, who was just returning to the table after leaving to take a call. "A little warning, Jack. You may need for fight to get your share of the nachos. My brother loves them." Jack gave an absent smile. "Is everything okay?" Melinda whispered when he dropped down in the chair beside her, the one he'd vacated several minutes earlier. "My parents called. This morning was the wedding." Jack's face was troubled and he kept his voice low. "I've been so busy I totally forgot today was the day my former fiancé married my brother." "Wait, what?" Melinda straightened in her seat. This was the first she'd heard of the connection. "Don't get so excited, Mel," Lucy called out. "The nachos are good, but not that good." Melinda forced a chuckle. "You know me and nachos." That had a laugh rippling round the table. "Who's that on stage?" Jack asked, appearing eager to change the subject. "That's Shiloh, Derek's girlfriend, or, I guess, ex-girlfriend." Melinda had been predisposed to like anyone her brother liked, and she liked Shiloh. She wanted Derek to be happy. The course of his love life had been rockier than hers. Until Shiloh, any relationships he'd been had been very short-lived. His primary focus for the past 14 years had been on raising his daughter, Cameron. Though she wouldn't ask, Melinda assumed that her niece had plans for the evening. If not, Derek wouldn't be here. Melinda found it interesting that Shiloh was the total opposite of Cameron's mom in terms of looks. She was petite with dark hair and huge brown eyes. Now, just when Melinda's romantic nature had started to hope for happily ever after for her brother, Shiloh had walked away, or would soon be walking away. The extra nachos arrived, and everyone around the table dove in. Kate picked up a nacho loaded with meat, cheese, guac, and jalapenos. "Thanks for ordering these." "Thank Trevor, not me," Derek said. Kate shot a smile at Trevor and gave him the thumbs up. "You're welcome." he said in reply. I was starving. Kate's hair, while as dark as Shiloh's was, cut shorter in a flouncy collarbone cut, a style that set off her heart-shaped face. Her glasses, tortoiseshell cat-eyed frames, fit her studious, thoughtful nature to perfection. Melinda had always thought Kate and Derek would be good together, but though they had built a solid friendship over the years, whatever there was between them had never evolved into more. Was it a busy day? Mel asked when her friend finished off her second nacho, then wiped greasy fingers clean on a paper napkin. Taking care of those checking out and the ones coming in who planned to stay through Christmas kept me busy. Kate reached for another nacho. I also had an unexpected cancellation. Who would cancel at this late date? Melinda took a sip of the margarita the server had set down. Topped with a lime wedge and fresh cranberries, the prettiness of the concoction made Melinda smile as she brought the glass to her lips. Family member needing emergency surgery, Kate advised. Oh no, that's horrible. Melinda remembered when her mother had her knee surgery. Though planned, it had still been stressful. I told them not to worry about the cancellation fee. Kate's gaze grew thoughtful. I thought Laura might take the reservation, but when I got back home after making sure all was good in the cabins, she was gone. She left a note saying she was headed back to New York. That's what Jack told me. Melinda turned to him. She wasn't going to drive the entire way, was she? Some visitors from New York drove to Holly Pointe. Others took the bus or a commuter flight to Burlington, then drove the rest of the way. I don't really know. Jack shrugged. I didn't ask. She didn't say. I was surprised she left so abruptly, Melinda admitted. I can't imagine she had time to even begin to do any kind of thorough evaluation. Have you spoken with your mother? Kate asked. No. Melinda reached for another nacho but brought her hand back without picking one up. Something in Kate's voice gave her pause. Why? I was just wondering if Rosie mentioned all the options she's considering. Melinda cast a sideways glance at Jack and found his attention focused on the stage. He must have felt her staring because he turned and smiled. She has a great voice. She really does. Melinda turned back to Kate. What options are there? I mean, sprucing up the interior without spending a fortune would be one. Changing up the menu, including raising prices, would be another. Before Kate could respond, Melinda thought of a couple more. Oh, and we could review the staffing to see if we have too many servers working at non-peak times. Maybe survey the customers, although when I mentioned that to my mom last year, she said no way. Were those the only options she was considering? Melinda narrowed her gaze. Did Laura say something to you, Kate? My mom sure hasn't said anything to me. I got the feeling Laura was frustrated with your mother. Join the club. Melinda didn't want to waste one more second thinking about the diner and her mother. This night was about having fun with friends and enjoying this time with Jack. She slanted a sideways glance at his handsome profile, and her heart skipped a beat. The cologne he wore tonight was subtle, but since the chairs were shoved so close, the scent teased her nostrils. He and her brother were having a discussion of what teams they expected to see in the Super Bowl, and she was surprised to hear his knowledge of the sport matched her brother's. It was crazy to think that last week she didn't know him, and now she was having difficulty imagining her life without him in it. She remembered when she told Krista she was worried he would fall in love with her and she'd break his heart. She sure had gotten that wrong. It wasn't his heart at risk, it was hers. Chapter 17. The Christmas Eve candlelight service at the Holly Pointe Community Church included readings, carol singing, and now a sermon. Growing up, Jack attended church services with his family every week. Pastor Reinhardt was a jovial fellow who would spread the Sunday newspaper on the pulpit and incorporate something currently happening locally or nationally into his message. Jack had enjoyed attending, not only because the sermons were unique and interesting, but because he enjoyed seeing friends and extended family while there. His parents always had everyone over after the service. They'd grill out in the summer and during the cold weather months, gather around the large kitchen table. Once he moved to New York City, he'd been too busy to find a church home. For the past 5 years, the only times he'd been inside a church had been for weddings of family members and friends, with the occasional holiday appearance tossed into the mix. He slanted a sideways glance at Melinda. She looked so pretty tonight in her emerald green sweater with her red hair falling in soft waves around her shoulders. As if she felt him looking at her, Melinda turned and flashed a smile before returning her attention to the minister who'd stepped to the pulpit. Reaching over, he took her hand, pleased when she laced her fingers with his. A wave of contentment washed over Jack, and he settled in to listen to the message. Tall and thin, the minister had gray hair and silver-rimmed glasses. His alert gaze scanned the sanctuary. Then he smiled and began his sermon. Jack hoped the pastor kept it short. That was one of the things he'd liked about the minister in his hometown. Pastor Reinhardt may have taken the time to add a unique flavor to his sermons, but he also got to the point. It surprised Jack that Sam and Natalie had chosen a destination wedding. He thought they would marry in the church they'd both attended since they were kids. Their decision seemed to prove he didn't know either one as well as he thought. Christmas is a time to celebrate the gift of forgiveness that God has bestowed upon humanity through the birth of Jesus Christ. Forgiveness is not only an act of grace from God, but also a virtue that should be practiced among you and I. The word forgiveness caught his attention, and Jack pulled his thoughts back to the sermon. The minister paused for effect. I would encourage you to follow Christ's example this holiday season by letting go of grudges, resentments, and past hurts. Embrace the spirit of forgiveness by actively choosing to forgive others, even when it may seem difficult or undeserved. Jack thought of Sam and Natalie. They'd done nothing to require forgiveness. If anyone had been in the wrong, it was him. Forgiving oneself can often be challenging. Jack blinked. It was almost as if the minister had read his mind. Recognizing one's own mistakes and shortcomings, accepting God's forgiveness, and practicing self-compassion and self-forgiveness as part of the journey toward healing. The minister's gaze swept the sanctuary once again. I would encourage you to engage in open dialogue, genuine apologies, and acts of reconciliation as a means to rebuild trust and restore broken relationships. The memory of how he distanced himself from his family and from the brother he loved filled Jack with shame. He vowed to make it up to his family, to never walk away from the hard in the name of preserving peace. As we gather on this holy night, let us embrace the profound gift of forgiveness bestowed upon us through the birth of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Just as God forgives us unconditionally, may we too extend forgiveness to others, releasing the burden of resentment and finding peace within our hearts. Jack waited until they were in the car to ask Melinda's thoughts on the message. That was an interesting sermon. Jack kept his tone offhand. He hit the topic of forgiveness pretty hard. Yes, he did. Melinda shifted in her seat to face him. His words really made me think. It made me think too, he admitted. I also found myself wondering if the topic had some personal significance for him. Melinda hesitated, then shrugged. Everyone in town knows, so I guess it's not really gossip. You don't need to tell me if you don't want. No, that's okay. Like I said, everyone knows. A look of sympathy crossed Melinda's face. Pastor Shuck's youngest daughter, Merle, got involved in drugs and ran off last year with some older guy. She was 15 at the time. They eventually found her and him in California. She's back home now, and the family is seeing a counselor. His emphasis on not only forgiving others, but forgiving yourself makes sense now. Jack's respect for the minister grew. It would have been easy for him to play the holier-than-thou card and put the blame totally on his daughter. Have you forgiven your brother for marrying your former fiancé? The question coming out of the blue was like a splash of cold water. When Melinda didn't latch onto his comment at Holly Jolly's last night, he'd wondered if it had sailed right past her. It appeared she'd just been waiting for the right time. There is nothing to forgive. Jack kept his tone matter of fact. Natalie and I split long before her and Sam started dating. Melinda nodded slowly, her brows furrowed in thought. Did he get your okay before he started dating her? No. In that moment, Jack realized what had been at the heart of the hurt he'd felt, what he'd been unable to articulate to Sam, or even admit even to himself. I wish he had, just so I could have told him it was fine. If he had, you'd have known that he respected your feelings. We all make mistakes, Jack said simply. Sam should have asked. Once I heard they were dating, I should have called him and cleared the air. Instead, both of us pretended everything was okay, when it clearly wasn't. Melinda expelled a breath. I should have told Alex long before he proposed that I saw us only as friends. Reaching over, Jack took her hand and gave it a squeeze. Going forward, we'll do better. Christmas Eve dinner with the Kellys was a small, casual affair. Rose hosted the event in her 2-story house that had a comfortably lived-in feel. The furniture was slightly worn, but not tattered. Personal photographs hung on the wall. One of a young Melinda, missing several teeth, surrounded by a group of boys. One of them, her brother, holding up an "I'm the best" sign, caught Jack's eye. Jack smiled. What were you best at? Derek, passing by them, laughed. Yeah, Mel, tell him your big claim to fame. After all these years, you're still jealous I bested all of you. Melinda got in the parting jab just before Derek sauntered off toward the table, holding the pizza. Now I'm really intrigued. Jack wrapped his arms around her waist and held her loose as their eyes met. Keep it clean. Cameron shot them both a cheeky smile. There's a child in the house. Melinda made a big show of looking around, her eyes wide as she scanned the parlor. I don't see a child. Cameron laughed and hurried to catch up with her dad. Back to the photo. Jack was surprised he could feel so relaxed in a home he'd never been in before, surrounded by a family that wasn't his and people he'd only recently met. Still, there was something about this house and this family that had put him at ease the second he'd walked through the door. Maybe it was the soft and warm lighting from the table lamps casting a golden glow over the rooms. Maybe it was the clutter-free, but not perfectly tidy feel. Whatever it was, he saw it and liked it. Spitting. Jack blinked. Pardon me. I could spit further than any boy I knew, including my brother and his friends. Melinda's lips curved in a smile that reminded him of a Cheshire cat. They challenged me to a contest, and I told them if I won, I would hold up a sign saying that, and they'd have to all be in the photo. She gestured to the photo on the wall, showing him once again the evidence of her victory. Jack took a sip from the beer bottle that Derek had handed him as soon as he'd taken off his coat. What would have happened if you'd lost? They said I'd have to make a sign that said something to the effect of I'm a dork, or maybe it was I'm a dweeb. I wasn't worried. Melinda waved a dismissive hand. None of them could come close to spitting as far as me. I have to say I'm impressed. He tightened his hold and pulled her a little bit closer. I didn't realize I was dating a celebrity. I didn't realize we were dating. Caught off guard for a second, he simply stared before rallying. You're right. I shouldn't have assumed. I like that you assumed. She pressed her lips lightly to his mouth. I may not have put a name to what's been happening between us, but dating is how it feels to me. He smiled. When Melinda had asked Jack if he'd wanted to spend Christmas Eve at her mom's house, she warned it wouldn't be anything fancy. She wasn't sure how the evening was celebrated in his family, but in hers it was simple fare. Pizza, salad, and breadsticks, followed by gingerbread, warm from the oven for dessert. Nibbling on her piece of gingerbread, Melinda smiled and wondered if she was destined to forever think of their gingerbread house fiasco on Christmas Eve. Cameron pointed. I want to know what's got that smile on your face. Melinda shifted her attention to the huge dollop of homemade whipped cream on her niece's piece. The thought of how I'm going to steal that whipped cream right off your gingerbread man. Lunging toward her niece with her spoon outstretched, Melinda grinned when Cameron jerked her plate away. There's plenty in the refrigerator, Cameron teased back. You just have to go get it. I'm too comfortable where I am. Melinda patted the spot beside her on the sofa. Accepting the invitation, Cameron dropped down and bit off the leg of the gingerbread man. Jack is nice. Their gazes both shifted to where he and Derek were engaged in an animated conversation about football and what teams the two men thought would reach the Super Bowl. He is nice, Melinda agreed. Do you know he once wanted to be a magician? Melinda shot her niece a skeptical look. Jack a magician? Where did you hear that? He was telling Carl all about this magic kit he had when he was 12 and how he would practice all these tricks. Cameron shook her head and this time used her spoon to cut off a piece of gingerbread. Carl liked talking to him, I could tell. That made Grandma happy. Did it? Melinda kept her tone carefully neutral. She likes Carl, a lot. Cameron chewed thoughtfully. Just the way you like Jack. Jack and I are friends. I have lots of friends. None of them looks at me the way he looks and you. Cameron put down her spoon. Not one of them kisses me either. You're making something out of nothing. Still, when Jack glanced over and gave her what she was beginning to think of as their secret smile, Melinda blushed. Later that evening, when Jack was helping Carl tend to the fire in the hearth, Derek strolled up to Melinda and slung an arm around her shoulders. How's it going? It's going well. How's it for you? This evening has been nice, relaxed. Derek pointed his bottle toward Jack. You've got a good one there. Fits right in. He and Mom were having some discussion earlier. I'm not sure about what, but she was clearly enjoying the conversation. Cameron said he and Carl bonded over magic. Apparently, Jack had this thing for magic tricks when he was in grade school. Just thinking of Jack performing magic tricks made her smile. She wondered if he'd ever pulled a rabbit out of a hat. He and I talked football and hockey and you. Melinda had been simply nodding along, then stopped. Me? What about me? He asked what you were like as a kid. Apparently, the spitting thing had him wondering. Derek gave her a squeeze, then dropped his arm. I assured him that I haven't seen you spit in years. It's not like something you do on a regular basis. Ah, thank you for that. Melinda spoke in a droll tone, but was unable to keep from smiling at the end. Basically, I said I thought you made a good pair, and I hope he sticks around. Melinda groaned aloud. You did not say that. I did. Derek took another swig of beer. Because that's how I feel. He's only here over the holidays, Derek. Derek inclined his head. You don't think you'll stay in touch? He'll be in New York. I'll be here. Lots of people make long-distance work. Like you and Shiloh? He shook his head. She and I knew going in that we were only short-term. But you and Jack and I just met last week. It was something that Melinda had to keep reminding herself every time she found herself wondering if they could build something lasting together. In all the years she dated, she'd never found a man who captured her attention and her heart so thoroughly. Jack was the total package. A total package who lives in New York City, she reminded herself. He and his fiancée broke up because she refused to move to the city. Living in New York City wasn't the life she envisioned for herself. Melinda empathized. Holly Pointe was her home. It was where she belonged. More importantly, it was where she wanted to live. Give it a shot, Mel. Don't give up so quickly just because there are obstacles. If you both want... Derek stopped speaking when his mother, with Carl standing beside her, clapped her hands. Now that the fire burned brightly in the hearth, Jack crossed the room to stand beside Melinda. Great job on the fire, she whispered. Thanks. He might have said more, and she definitely would have said more, but her mother commanded center stage. Other than my family, the diner has been my life for, well, most of my life. Rosie, looking exceptionally attractive this evening in a rose velour sweater, took Carl's hand as if needing the support. I wish I could have been there more for both my kids when they were growing up. I think we turned out just fine, Derek said, despite running the streets of big, bad Holly Pointe all by ourselves all those years. Don't forget hanging out with all the unsavory people in the diner, Melinda piped up, like Mr. Hildegard, the retired grade school teacher. while refilling salt and pepper shakers, which, Derek paused for effect, I believe was in clear violation of child labor laws. Rosie waved a dismissive hand. I'm proud of you both, and of you, Cameron. Thanks, Grandma. Cameron blew Rosie a kiss. Love you lots. Like I said, work has been pretty much my life. I'm not sure I want to continue to try to manage it all. Rosie turned to Melinda. You've done your best to advise and guide me, but we both know that there needs to be in-depth analysis if the diner is going to not only survive, but thrive. The problem is, Laura's fee is way too rich for my blood. I'm happy to offer input and… Rosie cut Melinda off. I know you are sweetheart. I appreciate the offer, more than you'll ever know. But I also know the diner isn't your passion. You've only become involved to help me out. That's why I need you to know that I'm seriously considering selling the diner. Laura feels she won't have any difficulty locating a buyer. When I think of the alternative, all the work of gathering data, analyzing data, and acting upon those findings, or paying a bundle to have someone else do it, well, that doesn't appeal to me at all. You're selling the diner? Tears filled Cameron's eyes. Not right this moment. Rosie offered her granddaughter a reassuring smile. I just wanted you all to know the direction I'm considering and why. Now, on to happy news. She looked at Carl. Do you want to tell them? Carl asked. Or do I get the pleasure? Rosie laughed and linked her arm with his. Why don't you? I'm a bit tired of hearing myself talk. I could listen to you all evening, Carl said gallantly, then faced the family. I have asked Rosie to marry me, and she's made me so very happy by saying yes. Grandma. Cameron was the first to react, crossing to where Rosie stood. Congratulations. Thank you, sweetheart. Rose hugged her granddaughter and planted a kiss on the top of her head. Congrats to both of you. Derek came next. He kissed his mom's cheek and shook Carl's hand. I'm happy for both of you. Melinda hadn't expected this, and the news coming on the heels of her mother threatening to sell the diner had her reeling. When silence descended over the room and all eyes turned to her, Mel stepped up to the plate. Yes, congratulations. If this is what makes you happy, Mom, I'm all for it. Though Melinda tried for lighthearted and breezy, even to her ears, she failed miserably. The words came out stiff and formal. After giving her mother the obligatory hug and kiss, Melinda made an excuse to leave the room. She needed to regroup and find a way to put a happy smile on her face. She couldn't do that with everyone looking at her. Chapter 18. Jack stayed in the living room, adding his congratulations to the couple before slipping into the kitchen after Melinda. He found her facing the sink, her hands on the counter. Not wanting to startle her, he kept his tone light and spoke softly. I wondered where you'd gone. I needed some time to gather myself. Melinda turned, and the miserably unhappy look on her face had everything in him wanting to enfold her in his arms and do whatever he could to make all her unhappiness go away. For now, he remained where he was, sensing his comfort wasn't what she needed right now. She had things to work out in her own head. He hoped she knew she didn't need to do that alone. He was here, and he wanted to help. I can't believe she agreed to marry him. Melinda's voice shook with emotion. They haven't been dating even a year. If they had been dating since last Christmas, would that be enough? Her brows pulled together. I don't understand. If they'd been dating for a year, would you feel better about them becoming engaged? I wish I could say yes. Melinda raked a hand through her hair. Honestly, I don't know. Jack moved to the counter beside her and turned so his back rested against it. Is it that you don't like Carl? He's not the kind of guy I pictured her with. Melinda turned to face him. At the Independence Day celebration, he wore this red, white, and blue tie that flashed, and a hat that if you pushed a button played, You're a grand old flag. Though he couldn't resist smiling at the image that popped into his head, Jack quickly sobered. He's too silly? My mom isn't silly. She's matter of fact. She's someone who gets things done. Melinda blew out a breath. Now, all of a sudden, she's being his assistant at magic shows at the resort and talking about chucking it all for a more balanced lifestyle. Jack paused. Those were Rosie's choices, but that was nothing that Melinda didn't know. My mom's second marriage was to a guy she supported for 10 years before kicking him to the curb. Now, Jack thought, they were getting to the heart of Melinda's reservations. His father had once told him that when a person was struggling with a decision, it wasn't that they didn't know the answer. It was that they needed someone to listen so they could talk through it in their own head. It appeared that's what Melinda was doing now. Was your stepdad silly like Carl? Melinda shook her head. He was controlling. At least he tried to control my mom. You can image how that went over. I was surprised they remained married for as long as they did. Silence fell between them. After a moment, Jack ventured, Your mom has had a tough road when it comes to men. I mean, first your father dies and leaves her with 2 little kids. Then she marries someone who isn't right for her. Now she meets Carl. Melinda's gaze laser-focused on him. What do you think of him? It would be so easy to say the first response that came to mind, that what he thought of Carl didn't matter, but he did have an opinion, and it seemed wrong not to voice it when he'd been asked. I don't know him well, but he was telling me how he likes to make balloon animals not only for kids, but for adults too, because there's not enough joy in life. That if you can make someone's day with a smile or a kind word, you should do it. He's a good man. I believe he is. Melinda inhaled a deep breath, then let it out slowly. We need to celebrate. In that bottom cabinet, there should be a bottle of wine. If you could get that out, I'll grab some glasses. Then we'll go in and toast the happy couple properly. Your mother will like that. She smiled then. I think both of them will. The gift unwrapping at the end of the evening ended up being a fun, relaxed affair. The tradition in the Kelly household was they started with the oldest, then eventually got to the youngest. I think it's reverse age discrimination, Cameron pouted, even as her eyes sparkled. I think it's reverse something, Melinda pointed to the stack of packages in front of Cameron, when you've got 5 gifts to every one of mine. Cameron glanced down, then grinned. Forget I said anything. Carl started off exclaiming over gifts from Derek, Cameron, and Rosie. He opened the box from Melinda, then looked up and smiled broadly. I've never had a St. Patrick's Day bow tie. Showing off the contents for all to see, he shot a warm smile at Melinda. Thank you. I love it. There's one gift left. Cameron pointed to a square box on the floor at Carl's feet. Carl picked it up, then smiled at Jack. You didn't have to get me anything. Jack had brought in a sack with her gifts, but she hadn't realized those were gifts until he'd added them to the mix. It's Christmas. Jack pointed to the package. Unwrap it and let me know what you think. From the paper that boasted handwritten script incorporating famous holiday quotes and seasonal greetings, Melinda knew the gift came from Yule Bookstore, The Life and Afterlife of Harry Houdini. A smile blossomed on Carl's lips. This is a wonderful, thoughtful gift. I read it and enjoyed it, Jack told him. I thought that you, as a fellow magician, might enjoy it as well. I can't wait to get started. Carl's weathered hands clasped the book. Thank you. By the time it came to Melinda, she couldn't help wondering what Jack had gotten her. She hoped it wasn't anything too personal. On the other hand, she hoped it was personal. He'd seemed to like her gift, the Star Wars figure he'd admired when they visited Memory Lane. Now it was her turn to open his gift. Melinda didn't recognize the wrapping paper as coming from a specific shop in Holly Pointe. It wasn't a large package, and by the time she tore off the red and white candy-striped paper and shiny red bow to find a small white box, she still wasn't sure what was inside. What is it? Cameron pressed, leaning forward from her spot on the floor beside Melinda. If I can get this open, I'll tell you. The top finally opened, allowing Melinda to see what was inside. It's a candle. She smiled at Jack, then read the description. Cozy fireplace. There's a note with it. Cameron picked up the small piece of paper that had fluttered to the ground when Melinda had pulled out the candle. Melinda read the words silently to herself. Just like a crackling fire brings warmth to a room, you bring a radiant warmth to my heart. She turned to Jack, who sat on the other side of her, and kissed him lightly on the lips. Thank you. Cameron looked from Melinda to Jack. What does the note say? Something just for me. Melinda carefully folded the note and put it in her pocket before her gaze returned to Jack. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. He had transformed a simple moment into a memory to cherish. When her eyes locked on his and heat flowed through her body like an awakened river, Melinda decided this night of celebration had only begun. Once he took her home, she would ask him to stay the night. They would light a fire in the hearth and create even more beautiful memories. Rosie's phone buzzed just as Cameron finished opening her last gift. Grandma, everyone was supposed to turn off their phones tonight. I know, honey. Rosie slipped the phone from her pocket. I had to leave it on because tomorrow morning hordes of guests will descend on the diner, and if one of my employees isn't coming in, I need to know about it. For as far back as Melinda could remember, Rosie's diner had been closed on Christmas Day. This year, her mom had decided to shake things up. The diner would be open from 7 a.m. to noon for what was being promoted as a Start Christmas Day at the Diner event. A limited breakfast menu would be offered during those hours, featuring the kinds of foods Melinda had been urging her mother to add to the menu: gingerbread pancakes, eggnog French toast, festive frittatas, and a holiday-inspired omelet. None of the other cafes in Holly Pointe were open. Christmas morning, and this year's holiday committee had voiced concerns early in the planning stages that the town wasn't meeting the needs of their out-of-town guests. Rosie had stepped up to fill the void, finding staff who didn't mind working the morning for the extra pay offered. Who called in? Melinda asked. While she could handle the kitchen in a pinch, she hoped it was one of the wait staff. No one. Rosie looked up. It's from Lara. Why is she contacting you on Christmas Eve? Cameron rolled her eyes. The woman needs to get a life. Work is her life, Derek told his daughter. That's how she likes it. What did she want? Melinda asked. She has a buyer for the cafe. The person has agreed to this outrageous asking price I just tossed out there when Lara asked what figure I'd be happy with. Rosie set down the phone, a stunned look on her face. She's emailing me the specifics and would like my answer within 5 days. I thought her job was to advise you on renovations, stuff like that. Melinda frowned. Now all of a sudden she's pushing you to sell? Oh, honey, Lara made it very clear that while the business analysis is a part of what she does, she also deals with those looking to invest in struggling businesses. Oh, was the best Melinda could manage at the moment. She and Jack left 30 minutes later. Her mother didn't urge them to stay longer. Melinda had the feeling she and Carl had their own private celebration planned once everyone left. By the time she got into Jack's car, the chill in the outside air was no match for the chill that had taken up residence in her heart. He broke the ice first. What's on your mind, Melinda? You've barely said 2 words to me since your mother received Lara's text. You know full well what's wrong. Melinda held onto her red-headed temper with both hands. I thought you suggested Lara because she helped those in the restaurant industry see what changes to be made to make their business stronger. Instead, she's urging my mom to sell. I don't believe urging is what Lara does. But she does put clients in touch with buyers. Yes, but how could you do this, Jack? Do what? Jack blew out a frustrated breath. Your mother wanted options. That's what Lara provides. Options like selling a business my mom worked to build her entire life. Melinda fought to bring her rioting emotions under control. She might not look fragile, but this time of year wears on you. While it's exhilarating, it also wears you down. I'm sure it does. I may not know Lara well, but I know with her it's all about the money. She doesn't care about my mom or Rosie's diner or even its value to the community. She doesn't understand what it means to actually care about a business and put your heart and soul into it. Melinda swallowed past the lump in her throat. I don't think you understand either. What are you saying, Melinda? His blue eyes held confusion. You knew what Lara was like, yet you brought her here. Everything inside Melinda wept at the thought of the diner falling into uncaring hands. When Derek had mentioned them filling the salt and pepper shakers, the memory of those happy times had wrapped around her heart. Sure, her mother had worked a lot, but the diner had been their second home, and the staff and the customers their extended family. Now, look what had happened. Jack had brought someone to Holly Pointe, and the diner would be the casualty. Take me home, Jack. You've messed things up for everyone. She wasn't sure how he'd mess things up for everyone, unless you counted him messing with her heart. But right now, she didn't care about semantics or accuracy. His face, so warm and filled with life an hour ago, became a granite mask. When we get to your house, I'll come in. Then we'll discuss this, like two rational adults. What is there to say? You can't begin to understand what the diner means to the Kelly family. Tears sprang to Melinda's eyes and slipped down her cheeks. Rosie's Diner has been a part of this community for decades. It's a place for retirees to gather, for friends and neighbors to come to celebrate birthday and anniversaries. Yes, changes needed to be made. I see the need for lots of changes. But when your friend waltzes in here, then overwhelms my mother with not only the cost of an in-depth analysis, but then the implementation, it's no wonder selling is so appealing. But I'm telling you, my mom will regret it. A year from now, 6 months from now, she'll look back and say she should have at least explored other options. Then let's explore those options, Melinda. What's to explore? You heard her. She's made her decision. Leaning her head back against the seat cushion, Melinda closed her eyes. I have to be up early tomorrow. Just take me home, Jack. I just want to be alone. Chapter 19. Melinda rose early on Christmas morning and headed straight to the diner. If this was going to be the last Christmas, it was in the family. She was going to savor every moment. By 11 o'clock, only 1 hour until closing, the cafe was still on a wait list. Thank you for being open this morning. An older woman reached out and touched Melinda's hand as Melinda headed to help bus a nearby table. Did you enjoy your breakfast? Melinda asked. If the empty plates at the table the woman shared with her husband were any indication, they had. Everything was exceptional, the man declared. The eggnog French toast was my favorite. The woman's gaze took on a distant look. We've been coming to Holly Pointe over Christmas for years. Sometimes we've driven to Jay Peak for breakfast, but being able to stay in town, surrounded by this lovely, festive atmosphere, well, it's made this year that much more special. You tell the owner we'll definitely be back next year. The man added a decisive nod. I'll be sure and do that. Melinda saw no point in telling them that next year the business would be under new ownership. Merry Christmas! By the time the cafe shut the doors and everything was cleaned up and ready for business tomorrow, Melinda was mentally and physically exhausted. It didn't help that she hadn't gotten much sleep last night. She was sitting at the counter, nursing a cup of coffee, when she heard a tapping at the door. Melinda hoped it wasn't another customer she'd have to turn away. Pulling to her feet, she crossed to the door and saw Lucy on the side. The wind was whipping the snow as Melinda hurriedly unlocked and opened the door, motioning her friend inside. I didn't think I'd see you today. Melinda gestured to her cup on the counter. Would you like some coffee? I'm afraid that's all I have. Good thing, then, that I brought these. Lucy held up a small white sack. What's in there? Freshly baked cinnamon rolls. You made rolls this morning? Lucy laughed. Not me, Hetty. That's where Trevor is now with his grandmother. I told Hetty I wanted to stop by the diner and wish you a Merry Christmas, and she gave me the rolls. That was nice of her. I thought maybe Jack would be here with you, so I brought 2. Lucy lifted a cinnamon roll carefully from the sack and placed it on one of the plates Melinda had grabbed. Jack isn't here. Lucy inclined her head. Then what's with the 2 plates? "We're splitting this one," Melinda informed her, handing Lucy a knife. "It's too big for me to eat by myself." "I suppose I could help you out, since you insist." Lucy smiled and split the pastry. "By the way, where is he?" "If he hasn't left already, he's probably on his way to Timber Haven." Melinda took a bite of the pastry, but it struck in her throat. "He's still here." Lucy licked a bit of frosting off her finger. "I saw his car when I dropped off a roll to Kate." "Well, then he'll probably be leaving sometime today." Melinda took a long drink of coffee. "You guys in a fight or something?" Or something. Melinda found herself pouring out everything that had happened last night. "He connected that woman with my mother, knowing Laura specialized in finding buyers for businesses in distress. The decision to sell is still your mother's. Offering her a boatload of money is like dangling a carrot in front of a hungry mule." Melinda paused, then chuckled. "My mother would hate that analogy. I think anyone would hate it." Lucy flashed a smile before her expression turned serious. "What are you going to do?" "Once I leave here, I'm going to head over and beg my mother to give me time to turn around the cafe." "Do you think she'll do it?" "I have to try." "I know you have fond feelings for the diner, but do you really want to commit your life to it?" "I don't understand." "I love Grace Hollow and I loved running it. That's why, when my mother wanted to sell, I went out and got the financing needed to buy it." Lucy's blue eyes were serious on hers. "But you don't have the same passion for the restaurant business. We've talked about it in the past. You don't mind helping out, but you don't love it." "Unless I find another remote position, there's not much else in Holly Pointe for me to do." "That's another thing I wanted to speak with you about. I'm going to have a marketing manager position opening up in February." Lucy met her gaze. "The job is yours if you want it." Melinda closed her eyes. Working with her friend and being back in the field she loved would be a dream come true. But what about Rosie's diner? Lucy's hand covered hers. "I don't need an answer right now. Work out the diner stuff, then let me know." Melinda experienced a rush of gratitude. "Thank you." "Now let's talk about Jack. Where does he fit?" Melinda sighed. "I should have taken my own advice." "What advice would that be?" "I've been lonely, I admit that. Maybe I was just trying to see something that wasn't there." "Or maybe you were recognizing something great when it fell into your lap." Lucy gave Melinda's hand a squeeze. "You've never been someone who is desperate for a man. You're a strong woman who isn't afraid to be independent. But that doesn't mean you can't fall in love when the right one comes along." "Fall in love?" Melinda's heart squeezed, even as she scoffed. "I met him last week." "I'm not saying go out and marry him tomorrow." Lucy chuckled, "only to keep an open mind." "I'm not sure he'll want to speak with me after some of the things I said to him last night." "Did you mean what you said?" Melinda hesitated. "Not all." Lucy gestured to the sack with the extra cinnamon roll. "I think this would make a stellar peace offering." Once she'd made sure everything in the diner was ready for business tomorrow, Melinda called her mother. Rosie answered on the first ring. "This is a nice surprise. I just wanted to let you know we broke sales records today." Melinda didn't have the final P&L figures, but they'd brought in a ton of money this morning. "Did it stay busy?" Rosie murmured something to someone, then said, "I'm sorry I rushed out, but you appeared to have everything under control." "No problem. And yes, it stayed busy up until noon." Melinda had been surprised when her mother had asked if she minded if she cut out early. But when Rosie explained that Carl's son, who lived in Massachusetts, had shown up unexpectedly on his way to Jay Peak, Melinda could understand her mother wanting to spend time with Carl and his son. Perhaps this was part of the reason Rosie wanted to sell. Managing a diner alone was really a 24/7 proposition. "Hey, Mom," Melinda took a deep breath. "I just wanted you to know that I'm cool with you selling the diner, if that's what you want. You deserve—" "I've decided not to sell after all." Rosie gave a laugh. "And I'm not being wishy-washy. I just received a better offer. Instead of selling, I'm partnering with a silent investor who will finance and handle all the business analysis, as well as fund the improvements on the cafe. All I have to do is implement the changes and run the diner." Melinda wasn't sure what she thought of the idea, but would reserve judgment. "So, instead of selling, you're considering taking on a silent partner." "Not just considering," Rosie clarified. "It's a done deal. I've agreed to the terms and I'm just waiting for the paperwork." "Who is—" "I'm sorry, honey, but I'm running a bit behind right now." Her mother's trill of a laughter had Melinda blinking. "This day has been amazing, and I'd love to chat, but I need to get ready for the ball. See you there." Melinda sat on the stool at the counter for the longest time, the phone clutched in her hand. What on earth was going on with her mother? And more importantly, who was this silent investor who'd swooped in and struck a deal with her? Chapter 20. Before she left the diner, Melinda carefully composed a note to go with the cinnamon roll she planned to leave on Jack's doorstep if he wasn't home. Words that came so easily when she was writing copy or crafting social media posts seemed to elude her as she struggled to let Jack know that she hadn't been herself last night. Okay, maybe she'd been herself, just not her best self. After numerous attempts, she finally settled on, "Dear Jack, in the spirit of the holiday season where forgiveness and understanding are celebrated, I offer this cinnamon roll as a symbol of my sincere apology and as a small gesture of my desire to make things right. Melinda." When she reached his cabin and saw his car wasn't there, Melinda experienced a stab of panic. What if he'd already checked out? What if he was gone and she'd never see him again? She told herself if he was gone, the cleaning crew would already be at his cabin. Melinda wasn't sure she believed that, but she held on to the hope. With a heavy heart, she stepped out of the car and was nearly to the door with the sack and the note when she heard a car engine. She turned to see Jack driving up in the rental that had brought her home from New York. 1,000 butterflies fluttered in her stomach as she waited on the porch for him. This is a nice surprise. Her eyes never left his. Is it? Depends on what you've got in that sack. His smile might have come easily, but she saw the watchful wariness in his eyes. A cinnamon roll. Trevor's grandmother, Hetty, made them fresh this morning. I like cinnamon rolls. But his gaze wasn't on the roll, but on the note. He pointed. Is that for me? Melinda nodded. I didn't know if you would be here, so I wrote. He nipped it from her hand. Before she could protest, his gaze scanned the paper. The tense set to his shoulder eased. Why don't you come inside and we can talk? If you're busy. I'm never too busy for you. Once inside, after setting the sack with the roll on a side table, Melinda took a seat on the sofa. Jack dropped down into the chair opposite her, leaning forward and resting his forearms on his knees. Last night, things between us got kind of rocky. It was me. Melinda wasn't about to let him take responsibility for something that was her fault. That wasn't how she rolled. I have no excuse for dumping on you, none at all. I was shocked by my mother's announcement, but whatever she decides to do in terms of the diner is her decision. It wasn't fair to blame Laura or you. I did just that, and I'm very sorry. Melinda, you don't have anything to apologize for. Impulsively, she reached over and grabbed his hands. It wasn't fair for me to blame you. Like I said, I don't have an excuse other than things are just in such an upheaval for me right now. Losing my job, meeting you. She paused, realizing when his lips quirked upward just what she'd said. She chuckled. Losing my job was bad. Meeting you was good. Phew. He pretended to wipe sweat from his brow. For a second, I was worried. She chuckled and felt her tight muscles relax. In some ways, losing my job wasn't all bad. It wasn't one I particularly liked, and spending more time at the diner had me realizing that wasn't what I wanted either. What is it you do want? Lucy offered me a marketing director position at Grace Hollow starting in February. Are you going to take it? Melinda nodded. I wasn't sure I should. His gaze never left her face. Why not? I wasn't sure if my mother would need me, but it sounds like she's got everything under control, or so she thinks anyway. He cocked his head. She told me she took on a silent partner, an investor who is going to do the analysis and front the money for changes. All she needs to do is run the diner and implement said changes. What do you think of that plan? It might be a good deal, depending on who this investor is. What would you think if I told you that it's me? I don't understand. I made Rosie the offer so the diner can remain in the family. He smiled. But there is a potential downside. Melinda lifted a hand to her spinning head. Which is? It means I'll be spending a lot of time in Holly Pointe. Gotta protect my investment. He shot her a wink. I hope that's okay with you. Melinda hadn't planned to be in Holly Pointe for the mistletoe ball, so she hadn't purchased a new dress for the event. Luckily, she had one in her closet that no one had yet seen. Last year, before the ball was officially canceled, she'd purchased one on sale in Burlington. When she'd picked up the dress to try on, the clerk had told her the shimmering gold gown exuded elegance and sophistication. Melinda didn't know about that. She only knew she'd fallen in love with it the second she'd seen the halter neckline embellished with sparkling crystals. The fitted bodice cinched at the waist accentuated her figure, while the full skirt gracefully flowed to the floor. Melinda did her own hair, working on the half-up, half-down style until it looked as if she'd visited a salon. Artfully applied makeup and bright red lipstick completed the picture. She'd planned to go alone tonight since her brother had asked Kate to go with him. Though she knew they wouldn't object to her tagging along, Melinda would rather the two have this time alone. She still held out hope that Derek would see Kate as more than just a friend. Right now, though, she wasn't thinking of either her brother or Kate. Only one thought circled in her brain. Tonight she would attend the mistletoe ball with Jack. The large barn at Grace Hollow had been transformed into an enchanted winter wonderland, with glistening white and silver decorations adorning every corner. Snowflake-shaped chandeliers hung from above, casting a soft, magical glow over the dance floor. Twinkling fairy lights draped like icicles illuminated the room, adding to the romantic atmosphere. Melinda stood back while Jack checked their coats and observed the guests arriving in their finest attire, showcasing a variety of glamorous gowns and tailored tuxedos. The event staff had gone all out, combining the enchanted winter wonderland theme with the concept of a Christmas moon. The entrance to the ballroom resembled a moonlit pathway with white fabric, creating an ethereal tunnel leading to the event space. In the tunnel there were fairy lights, strategically placed lanterns, and scattered silver glitter to mimic a starry night sky. The women passing through the tunnel wore exquisite floor-length dresses in rich jewel tones and shimmering fabrics, adorned with sequins, beads, and lace. The men, who weren't wearing tuxedos, wore sharp suits complemented by polished shoes and perfectly knotted ties. This year, a live orchestra took center stage, serenading the guests with enchanting melodies of classic holiday tunes. The music filling the air enticed guests to sway to the rhythm on a dance floor, where a gobo light projector cast moon-shaped patterns on the dance floor. The scene spread out before Melinda was a far cry from last year's Rock and Reindeer Bash, with its red and white checkerboard dance floor and a teenage DJ spinning the hits. Though that had been fun too, Melinda recalled. It was a time when the entire community had come together. Jack, resplendent in his dark tuxedo, appeared at her side and took her arm. "Ready for the tunnel walk?" "I am." They drank cocktails with names like Moonlight Kiss and Lunar Bliss. They kissed lightly under sprigs of mistletoe that had been strategically hung throughout the ballroom, suspended from doorways and arches. They laughed and talked with friends and family, and they danced. When Jack held her on the dance floor and they swayed to enchanting melodies, Melinda found herself wishing the night would never end. "What's with all the celestial props?" Jack asked as they danced past a photo booth where guests could take pictures under a large moon-shaped backdrop. "There's a full moon tonight," she told him. "When it falls on Christmas, which it rarely does, it's known as a Christmas moon. It's supposed to represent a time of new beginnings." "I like that thought." When the song ended, instead of remaining on the dance floor, Jack took her hand. "Where are we going?" "Just over there." Over there ended up being a spot by the windows. They stood hand in hand, overlooking a vast field blanketed in freshly fallen snow. The moon hung high in the sky and cast a soft, ethereal glow over the pristine white landscape. In silence, they took a moment to absorb the breathtaking beauty in front of them. The snow-covered trees and hills in the distance seemed to blend seamlessly with the wintry night sky. Then, in perfect synchronicity, they turned toward each other. Jack's gaze met hers, and when his arms slid around her and he lowered his head to kiss her, Melinda lost herself in the magic of the moment. When the kiss finally ended, she squeezed him tight. "Oh, Jack, I'm going to miss you so much when you go back to New York." She hadn't meant to bring up his leaving, but the words tumbled out. Jack's steady gaze never wavered. "I realize long-distance romances are difficult, but if you're willing, I'd like to try. Yes, I'll be in New York, but I'll be back frequently and you can come visit me whenever you can get away." His lips quirked upward. "Maybe we'll even find a time to finally take that trip to Mexico." "I'd like that." "The trip to Mexico or me?" Melinda had to clear her throat as emotion surged. She wouldn't call it love, not just yet, but she knew she'd never felt like this about any man before. "You. I don't want to let go of this incredible connection, not when what we're building feels so special." She looked up at the moon. "Someone once told me that sometimes the best gifts are the ones we never expected. You're my best gift this Christmas. Hopefully not just for this season." His lips lowered to hers, "but for all the seasons to come." This has been Christmas Moon over Holly Pointe, a heartwarming holiday romance, written by Cindy Kirk. If you have enjoyed this story, please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to be notified of each new audiobook release. Thank you for listening.